the United States President Donald Trump. Iran's Supreme National Security Council, we learn, has hailed what it calls the unity and resistance of its people, saying it shattered the enemy's core strategy. The council has praised the Iranian armed forces for what it describes as a devastating response to Israel's aggression carried out under the direct orders of the supreme leader. Netanyahu, November, had earlier also issued a statement, Iran now retaliating to that, saying that Iran has been successful in hitting the core of the enemy. Meanwhile, we move across to other breaking news that's coming in, where Iran has released first images of downed Israeli F-35 fighters. Now, Iran says that the documented evidence shows how they destroyed the F-35 fighters, a devastating blow to the Western military prestige, especially the European allies. Remember, this was the claim that was given out by Iran. However, they have now released pictures of which are there on your screen, where there can be debris that have been seen that are claimed to be of the F-35 fighter jet. Iran says that this is the evidence of the destroyed F-35 fighter jets that they have completely decimated. These are the first images of the downed Israeli F-35 fighter, is what Iran claims. They have also said that this documented evidence shows how the F-35 fighters were completely destroyed, and it served as a devastating blow to the Western military prestige, especially the European allies. Nick, my colleague, is joining me live from Tel Aviv. Nick, we learned that the ceasefire collapsed 2.5 hours after the Donald Trump administration had announced it. Beersheba is one of the worst hit places today, where 4 people have been killed. How is the situation on ground like? Because what we did learn a few minutes back is that there were sirens sounded in northern Israel as well.
Yes, that's right. It took just 3.5 hours for Iran to fire towards the Israeli cities again. But this time it was just 2 rockets, and the Israeli defense system intercepted them, so there are no casualties. Iranians on their official TV denying that they were the ones that sent those rockets, and Israeli politicians from the right wing already saying that Iran should pay a price and Israel can't leave it at this stage of the ceasefire, and they need to respond for this violation of the ceasefire. That's why now maybe Israel will resume some attacks in Iran, but it's not clear cut. It's not sure, because the US and Donald Trump put all their prestige on this ceasefire. Trump already announced that this is a done deal. So that's why I don't think Netanyahu will want to do something to harm Trump's word. And maybe this cycle of violence will end, and probably many Israelis hope that the ceasefire will sustain and that the war with Iran is concluded. Back to you.
Absolutely. Nick, thank you very much for sharing those details with us. We will keep coming back to you when there are breaking updates on this top story. But for now, we move across to the other breaking news that's coming in. Our tensions are high in Iraq after the United States airstrikes on Iran. Now, Baghdad has ramped up security in the green zone with SWAT teams and armored vehicles that have been deployed near the U.S. Embassy. Over 500 U.S. Embassy staff have reportedly been evacuated. Now, the Iraqi Prime Minister has condemned the United States for violating Iraqi airspace and urged the UN to act. Protests have also broken out as Iraq reassesses its ties with the United States. The picture is now coming out as that the United States has been completely sidelined. Remember, Donald Trump, who claimed to have brokered the ceasefire between Israel and Iran, has seemed to have completely failed in his attempt to brokerage a peace tie between the arch rivals Israel and Iran. He claimed that on his social media post this morning that a ceasefire deal has been cracked and that both sides will not retaliate. However, neither Iran nor did Israel acknowledge it, and now we see that the ceasefire has been completely collapsed. And with the collapsing of the ceasefire, remember there are strikes and counter-strikes that have taken place, followed by both Iran and Israel vowing for revenge, saying that they will not back down. We also learned that Donald Trump has said that he will talk about negotiations with Iran. However, it remains to be seen on how far will Iran take this to, on how far will Israel take this to. We also are tracking other updates on this top story. Let's have a quick check of the other stories that are making round in the Israel-Iran conflict. Now, Tehran has launched a missile operation targeting the United States military bases in Qatar and Iraq in retaliation to the United States strike on its nuclear facilities. This comes merely hours after Donald Trump announced the success of a so-called ceasefire. Here is all that you need to know about this.
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot. Allahu Akbar. Adam. لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot. Allahu Akbar. Adam.
All right, we have a huge statement that's coming in from the Chief of General Staff, who has now confirmed that in response to the ceasefire violations, the Israeli Defense Force will respond with force. That's a huge statement that the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, have given out to Iran in regard with the collapse of the ceasefire, saying that Israel will respond to Iran with full force. Remember, it was just late last night when Iran had launched attack on United States' military bases in Qatar and Iraq as well. The Iranian Foreign Ministry had then said that they will not bow down, and in regard with the same, the Israeli Defense Force just a few seconds back have released a huge statement saying that in response to the ceasefire violations by Iran, the Israeli Defense Force will respond with full force. So nowhere does this war, the conflict, seems to have an end. All right, remember there have been fresh Iranian strikes in Tel Aviv, Haifa and other places as well. Beersheba has been the worst hit place in Israel, where there were reports of 4 people that have already been killed in the missile attack that was fired by Iran, and this came just few hours after Donald Trump had announced the ceasefire. thereby completely violating the ceasefire. So Iran is the one who is not listening to Donald Trump after he had unilaterally announced ceasefire, and both sides have now vowed for revenge. More breaking news coming in this regard, where we learned that Israel has now said that it has intercepted over 15 UAVs that have been launched from Iran. Now, this happened overnight. Remember, yesterday we got to the visuals where there were multiple missiles that were fired by Iran on United States military bases in Qatar and Iraq. Now we learn that Israeli Defense Forces have confirmed that it has intercepted, in fact, over 15 UAVs that were launched from Iran. Let's also have a quick check of the other stories that are making headlines as far as the Iran-Israel conflict is concerned. Iranian state television reported that a ceasefire came into force at 7:30 a.m. local time. Meanwhile, Israel warned the public of a new missile barrage launched from Iran. This comes after the announcement made by the President Trump. 165 Indian evacuees on board IAF C-17 flight from Israel landed in Delhi Palam Airport today. The aircraft landed at around 8:45 a.m. in the national capital from Amman, Jordan. MOS Dr. L. Murugan received the Indian citizens upon their arrival at the national capital. United States President Donald Trump, in a post on his Truth Social account, confirmed the ceasefire and commented, "The ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it." And look at the irony. Just few hours after that is when the ceasefire has been completely collapsed. Israel emergency services say the death toll in the Beersheba strike has risen to at least 8 people. The direct hit in the largest city in southern Israel comes hours after the Trump administration had announced the ceasefire. And it's time for us to slip into a short break, but after the break we'll get to the details of how Air India has been slapped with a 10 crore legal notice, and we'll tell you the reasons why. Also after the break is the new launch date for the AX-4 mission, that is tomorrow. What preparations are to be done? All those details coming after a short break. A huge moment for India where Shubhanshu Shukla will finally take off in the AX-4 mission. All those details coming up right after a short break.
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost.
Ladies and gentlemen, India is set to make history. After 7 delays, the AX-4 mission carrying Indian astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla will finally take off tomorrow, the most awaited moment for every Indian. We are getting you all the details in this report. Watch this.
After 7 delays, the Axiom 4 mission is finally set to launch tomorrow. It marks a new chapter in international space collaboration. The Axiom 4 mission is a fully private space flight, part of a growing shift where commercial players now lead low Earth orbit missions. The mission will carry Indian Air Force Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla to the International Space Station, making him the first Indian astronaut to reach the ISS. Shukla will fly alongside veteran American astronaut Peggy Whitson, Hungarian pilot Tibor Kapu, and Polish engineer Slavoj Uzanski-Wisniewski. The Falcon 9 rocket will lift off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 2:31 a.m. Eastern Time, which is 12:01 p.m. in Indian Standard Time. The crew is expected to dock the International Space Station around 7 a.m. Eastern Time on June 26, approximately 4:30 p.m. Indian Time. During their 2-week mission, the team will conduct more than 60 scientific experiments, including Indian-led studies on microgravity and human health. The mission also focuses on human biology, investigating how prolonged exposure to microgravity impacts muscles, cells, and immune responses. Shukla, a decorated test pilot with over 2,000 flight hours, has undergone intensive training for this mission, representing India's growing presence in space exploration. If successful, this will be the first time in 41 years that an Indian astronaut reaches space since Rakesh Sharma's historic flight in 1984. Tomorrow's launch could mark a turning point as India returns to crewed space missions on a global platform.
Here's a quick check of the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 2 minutes. The first flight with a batch of 165 Indian nationals evacuated from Israel landed in the national capital today. The MEA official spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal stated that the Israel leg of Operation Sindhu began yesterday and the first group of Indian nationals from Jordan will be arriving in India today. The evacuees were received by MOS Pratibha at the airport. One Indian national shared that the situation in Israel is not good. He said he could hear sirens while he was living and seeing the missiles in the sky. He thanked the Indian embassy for bringing him home. As a part of Operation Sindhu, 292 Indian nationals were evacuated from Iran on a special flight that arrived in New Delhi from Mashhad at 3:30 a.m. today. MEA official spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal shared a total of 2,295 Indian nationals have now been brought home from Iran. On the night of 23rd June, Maoists attacked the road construction site in the Jorkhat area. We learn that this was at the Hazaribagh district. At around 30 to 35 armed people were there on the spot and the security forces have foiled the event. After a flood-like situation was witnessed in Baran of Rajasthan, the district administration conducted a rescue operation. Danger across following continuous rainfall in the region. The state disaster response force have evacuated 29 people and many more other who have been safely moved to the safe shelters. A mock drill of coordination among various departments was held today ahead of Lord Jagannath Rath Yatra. The mock drill was held at Integrated Command and Control Center of the Town Police Station complex for orderly and safe completion of the Yatra. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has chaired a key meeting on the three-language policy. Here are all the details that you need to know about the key meeting that was chaired by the Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis just today.
Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis chaired a meeting at his official residence in South Mumbai late last night. The meeting was chaired over the implementation of the three-language formula. Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, School Education Minister Dada Bhuse and Minister of State Dr. Pankaj Bhoyer were present. An in-depth discussion was held on the new education policy. The meeting saw the status of all states to ensure that Marathi students are not disadvantaged under the policy. Furthermore, it was resolved in the meeting that all stakeholders must be consulted. Stakeholders include Marathi language scholars, literateurs, and political leaders. Maharashtra Chief Minister Fadnavis further said that a final decision will be made only after this consultation process is completed.
It's time for us to slip into a short break, but after the break, we'll get to the details of how the ceasefire deal in the Middle East has completely collapsed as sirens have been sounded across northern Israel. Also after the break is how Trump is facing global embarrassment as the truce deal between Israel and Iran falls apart.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
It's just my connection with the world is entirely, purely with the sound only. Because through sound, I can't manipulate. I only communicate through sound, through music. You see, I was never good in my school. I was not good in mathematics. But in my music, I was using mathematics. All that, this is all mathematics. So I could do that. So we create castles in the air. You see, you can't see music, you can't see rhythm, like you can't see God. So it's a precious gift of God.
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Raksha with you. Republic TV is tracking minute-by-minute developments from West Asia as the ceasefire has been short-lived. It has collapsed. We'll get you all the latest updates and the reactions coming in. But first, the headlines. Ceasefire deal in the Middle East collapses. Sirens sounded across northern Israel. Iran launches fresh missile attacks. Global embarrassment for Trump as truce deal between Israel and Iran falls apart after Trump claims to successfully mediate. Israel Defense Forces claim strikes in southern Israel, massive destruction in Be'er Sheva, 4 killed. Explosions heard at Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad, no casualties reported. ₹10 crore legal notice against, ₹10 crore legal notice against Air India after a passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. After 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced 25th of June, that is tomorrow, as the new date for Axiom mission liftoff. All eyes on Indian astronaut Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla's. Just hours before a ceasefire between Israel and Iran began, Israel airstrikes hit Tehran. Now, this shows explosions lighting up the capital skyline early Tuesday. Ceasefire brokered by U.S. President Donald Trump was meant to hold a 12-day war, but the truce faltered almost immediately, with both sides trading fresh fire. Israel accused Iran of violating the agreement, while Tehran denied launching missiles. Sirens rang out in northern Israel as tensions spiked once again. So there you have Tehran hitting just hours before the ceasefire was announced. But even the ceasefire has been short-lived. And in fact, Iran goes on to claim that F-35... But of course, there is no means to verify it yet. It's only Iran who itself has... release that image. But what's more important is that the ceasefire, which Trump has claimed he has been successfully mediating, has been very, very short-lived. And viewers, we have some more breaking developments coming in. Israel has said that it has intercepted over 15 UAVs launched from Iran. In fact, we have visuals also coming in. IDF says, and it also has shown it's one of the video how there you have how one of the drone was intercepted there. 15 UAVs launched from Iran. And remember, this is all coming right after the ceasefire was announced by Donald Trump. And you see the UAVs now being launched as per Israel from Iran. And the Israeli Defense Forces say they have intercepted over 15 unmanned aerial vehicles, 15 UAVs from Iran. And that is the visual released by the IDF. And in fact, viewers, this is back-to-back strike that we have been reporting from Israel after the ceasefire. Now, viewers, U.S. President Donald Trump may have announced a ceasefire, but on the ground, missiles continue to hit residential buildings across southern Israel. According to the rescue teams, death toll is mounting quick in Beersheba, with search for the survivors still underway.
Sirens, explosions, and collapsing buildings. The war between Israel and Iran is far from over. Rescue teams pulling out dead bodies from under the rubble. Firefighters scanning the debris of what was a residential apartment before the missile impact. Iranian missiles shook the streets of Tel Aviv today as the fragile hopes of peace crumbled under fresh missile fire. US President Donald Trump announced a complete and total ceasefire between Israel and Iran after Iran's limited missile strike on a US military base in Qatar late Monday. But the reality on the ground tells a different story. Iran's foreign minister had set a clear deadline at 4 a.m. local Tehran time. If Israel stopped its strikes by then, Iran would halt its own. But even an hour after that deadline passed, the missiles kept coming. Israel's military sounded urgent warnings, confirming new missile launches from Iran. In the skies over Jerusalem, Israeli missile defense systems were seen intercepting incoming threats. Soon after, Israel's Home Front Command issued another nationwide alert, warning that yet another barrage from Iran was on its way. Trump, posting on his Truth Social account, said the ceasefire would officially begin around midnight Eastern Time today. He called it an official end to the war. But on the ground, the war was far from over. Israel's paramedic service, Magen David Adom, confirmed that 3 people were critically injured after an Iranian missile struck a residential area. A 7-story building in southern Israel's Beersheba suffered a direct hit. The entire face of the building was blown apart. Rescue workers rushed to the scene. Israeli firefighters confirmed they retrieved 4 bodies from the rubble and were searching for more survivors. For nearly 2 hours this morning, waves of Iranian missiles forced Israelis across the country to seek shelter as sirens blared and explosions echoed. The launches came after Tehran's deadline, testing the very core of the ceasefire agreement. Trump's ceasefire plan, announced just hours earlier, has now been accepted by Israel. With missiles still flying and lives still at risk, peace remains a distant promise.
And we have a former IDF Major Dan Pfefferman joining us on the broadcast for more. Dan, well, we see that there was a ceasefire that was announced by Donald Trump, but it is so short-lived that strikes continue. In fact, Iran is also hitting on civilian areas. What is the latest that you are getting to learn?
Yes, we went to sleep with a very cautious optimism at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. for us here in Israel, that a ceasefire announcement had been reached and that it was essentially going into effect in the morning, at 7 in the morning Israel time. At 5 in the morning, we were awakened with barrage after barrage of Iranian missiles that kept us in the bomb shelters until a little bit after 7 a.m. And then we saw, of course, the tragic news that in Beersheba, civilian residential building was hit, and at least 4 people were murdered in that strike. I have to say, all of the strikes by Iran throughout this entire period have been on civilian areas, residential buildings, and all of the people killed in Israel. Now we're talking about around 30 people who have been killed in Israel by the Iranian strikes are all civilians. So it's not really clear to us what's happening. Did Iran accept the ceasefire? We haven't seen any official statement from Iran. Only kind of an ambiguous statement by Foreign Minister Arakshi that calm will be met with calm, sort of a statement, but no direct acceptance of Trump's ceasefire offer. And Israel, of course, even prior to this, had announced and had told different reporters that it had essentially finished its campaign and was ready to enter into a ceasefire as well. So it's just really not clear what's going on. And this morning was a very brutal morning for us here in Israel.
Absolutely, but we see that the warnings continue to come in from Iran. The Supreme Security Council also continues to threaten and talk about, that they will keep their finger on the trigger for any case of aggression. In fact, that is what we are breaking also right now as we speak. But Dan, I want to understand from you, because that, Iran is continuing with its warning. The war of words is also coming in. But what really is the option as of now, as on the Israeli part?
Well, Israel right now, and Defense Minister Katz announced immediately after that we're going to have to respond to this, as did the IDF Chief of Staff General Zamir. Israel is going to have to respond to this. And again, what do those responses mean? Does it mean taking out regime officials? Does it mean taking out now kind of shifting from nuclear and ballistic missile installations to more regime targets? What Israel will not do, which is exactly what the Iranians have been doing, is target civilians, because we have absolutely no intention of ever hurting Iranian civilians or any civilians in this area. And so this is something we're going to have to consider. I think you're going to need to see the Americans double down on their efforts here together with the Qataris, if I understand that they helped broker this elusive ceasefire. But it always baffles me how the Iranians and the radical axis in the region, whenever they have a choice between pragmatism and calm, they choose extremism and terror and escalation. And when they do, it's almost always to target civilians, unlike Israel strikes, which target regime installations and military installations.
Right, but Israel continues to
say that Iran has, violated the ceasefire. Iran over there says that we did not, and all these are false claims. In the next 24 hours, what can we expect? Do we expect that the ceasefire that has been violated will be restored? Are there any chances? Is there any scope for a ceasefire right now?
I believe there is. Israel, as I said, finished its essential goals in this operation. The goals were to cause a significant delay, a significant setback to the nuclear missile program, to the ballistic missile programs. And that was the very stated goal of Israel's strikes and of the U.S. joining those strikes. So once Israel finished those, the Israeli government, the Israeli military is ready to wrap things up. And so you have now one side of this conflict that is ready to wrap things up. The Iranian side, of course, from its perspective, its airspace, its sovereignty were violated. The crown jewel of its entire scientific and domestic achievement, something that it's funneled anywhere between $500 billion to $1 trillion over the last 30 years, has been destroyed overnight. Iran's hubris has come back to bite it. And the question is will Iran be a pragmatic, radical actor and live to fight another day? And is this just sort of a parting shot before the ceasefire takes place, right, to show that they save face? Or will they completely reject the ceasefire? Will they try to launch all-out attacks on Israel? And then you will see kind of going back to a more significant escalation, because this time Israel will target not just the nuclear and ballistic missile programs, but it will have to go after the regime itself.
Right.
So it waits to be seen.
All right, Dan Pfefferman, thank you so much again joining us with your insights on that development coming in from West Asia viewers. And as we speak, we have some more updates coming in, as we're telling you that the Iranian Supreme Security Council has threatened that, and I quote here, "We will keep our finger on the trigger for any case of aggression," unquote. So this is the update from Iran. Iran says that it will continue to, it will retaliate if there is any aggression. So you see these statements coming in, viewers. These statements are incessant from Iran or Israel. Iran, in fact, trying to, issue such warnings time and again. We had last night even Khamenei tweeting about that photograph of the American flag without even naming United States. It had the American flag burning in that image that he tweeted. And what followed were more Iranian strikes, and then we saw the ceasefire being announced, which has been short-lived. And now Iran again says that finger on the trigger for any future strikes. So this is the Iranian security body that has issued this warning as the ceasefire collapsed. So as the tensions are escalating, viewers, the Operation Sindhu, of course, comes in focus for India. The centre's operation has been repatriating Indians stranded in West Asia on war footing. The latest is the Indian Air Force C-17 flight with 165 Indians landing in the national capital. Here's a quick report on that.
Operation Sindhu has come as a major relief for all the Indians stranded in the conflict zone. Tuesday morning, an Indian Air Force C-17 aircraft carrying 165 Indians from Israel landed in Delhi's Palam Airport. The flight landed at 8:45 a.m. after they were evacuated from Jordan. The passengers were welcomed at the airport by Union Minister L. Murugan and other Indian Air Force officers.
Today the second aircraft from Israel came here. Almost 165 passengers are landed here. We welcome to them. And these 165 passengers from various 22 states, they are all students and various work they are doing. Our government's priority, our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's priority is to that wherever the war situation is there, or our Indians and our Indian diaspora peoples are stuck, to evacuate. Our priority, our Prime Minister's priority to evacuate them to safely to our nation.
Speaking to the media, the Indian nationals who were brought back thanked the central government for ensuring their safety during such uncertain times.
ऑल ओवर इसराइल में तो उतनी अच्छी नहीं थी बिकॉज हम देख रहे थे बट एट माई प्लेस इट वॉज मच सेफर वहाँ पे सायरन्स सुनने को मिले थे बट जो भी था वो इंटरसेप्शन हो रहा था.
Some of the passengers also expressed happiness over their evacuation experience. The conflict between Israel and Iran began on June 13th when the former launched a massive airstrike on Iranian military and the nuclear sites, codenamed as Operation Rising Lion.
Breaking news coming in right now. Now, Qatar's foreign ministry has summoned Iran's ambassador, condemning the IRGC missile strike on Al Hudayd base as a flagrant violation of its sovereignty. Remember, Iran had hit the American air base in Qatar, and now Qatar had also, in fact, condemned the strike on Al Hudayd base, and now it has also summoned the Iranian envoy over the base strike. There you have Qatar summoning Iranian envoy over the strike on the US military base in Qatar. It had launched missiles at the US military base in what is said was a retaliation for the American strikes against its nuclear sites like Isfahan, Natanz and Fordo. So in fact there were loud bangs in the sky, as you can see above the capital Doha in Qatar. And videos showed the bright flashes in the sky, air defense systems attempting to intercept missiles. Qatar, of course, has said that there has been not much damage because of this, but we see that Qatar is not taking it lying down, at least on the face of it. Al Udeid, remember, is the home to US military headquarters for all air operations in the region. Now, Tehran launched a missile operation targeting the US military bases in Qatar and Iraq as well. This is in retaliation to US strikes on its nuclear facilities, and this was merely just hours before Trump announced the success of a so-called ceasefire deal. Here's more.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udeid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udeid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
Now coming in from the Chief of General Staff, who has now confirmed that in response to the ceasefire violations, the IDF will respond with force. So IDF continues to reiterate that Israel will respond to Iran with full force. So both the nations continue to warn each other. We have Israel, we have Iran saying that we will hit back. So this tit-for-tit strikes have been going on for more than 10 days, and even these statements also have been going on for the longest time. We've seen what has been happening after the ceasefire that was so short-lived, as Donald Trump tried to pull off what he tried to do earlier with Iran, with India and Pakistan. Also, we see what has happened after the ceasefire announced by Donald Trump. We saw these sirens being sounded in Tel Aviv, Iran hitting with the missiles in Tel Aviv. In fact, many of the civilian areas have been struck by the Iranians there. And Israel also says that it has intercepted more than 15 UAVs from Iran. So you have these visuals coming in that in fact depict the devastation from several areas, from Tel Aviv to Beersheba. In fact, in Beersheba, viewers, more than at least 5 civilians have been killed, and the rescue operation is underway there in that civilian area in that city. And as we speak, we have more and more visuals of destruction from Israel as Iran continues to hit back. Israel also has said that we will, strike back. We will not hold back if Iran tries to if there's any misadventure from Iran. So with that, we will continue with more updates. But right now, it's time for a short break. We'll tell you the latest coming in from the turbulence in the aviation sector. Now, in the latest, we have that there's a 10 crore rupee legal notice against Air India after a passenger claims grievous injuries during travel. And after 7 delays, finally we have the new date, 25th of June, tomorrow. NASA and SpaceX's Axiom mission liftoff. All eyes on Indian astronaut Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, making history.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter.
اطلعوا على السطوح ورا مليان ورا مليان
安理会对维护国际和平与安全负有首要责任，面对重大危机不能无所作为。俄罗斯、中国、巴基斯坦已经提出一项安理会决议草案，呼吁立即无条件停火，保护平民，遵守国际法，开展对话谈判。我们期待安理会成员展现责任担当，共同支持该决议草案，推动安理会为维护国际和平与安全履责尽职。
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. This is Republic and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Madhurima Mishra. Let's get started with the headlines. Ceasefire deal in Middle East collapses. Sirens sounded across northern Israel. Iran launches fresh missile attacks. Global embarrassment for Trump as truce deal between Iran and Israel falls apart after Trump claimed to successfully mediate. Devastation and chaos in Beersheba after Iranian strikes, at least 5 Israeli civilians killed. Iran denies missile strikes towards Israel, says Israel must accept its defeat and stop the aggression. Explosion heard at Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad. No casualties reported. After 7-time delay, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25th as the new date for Axiom mission liftoff. Breaking news coming in, viewers, following President Donald Trump's decision to authorize airstrikes on 3 nuclear-related sites in Iran, Fordo, Ifshafan and Natanz. State and local leaders across California have taken steps to monitor for potential threats. Protests have also erupted in Los Angeles in response to military action. California Governor Gavin Newsom also addressed a development, emphasizing that the state is staying alert in coordination with the national security agencies. So as you can see, viewers, right on your screens, protests erupting in Los Angeles in the backdrop of Donald Trump's statement over there. And as you can see, that people have poured out on the street expressing their concern in this connection. Remember viewers, California Governor Gavin Newsom has addressed development, emphasizing that the state is staying alert in coordination with national security agencies. Moving on, viewers, we have a statement coming in from the Chief of General Staff, who has confirmed that in response to ceasefire violation, the IDF will respond with full force. This comes after Iran violated ceasefire conditions and reportedly launched fresh barrage of missiles towards Israel's commercial capital, that is Tel Aviv. So now the IDF has made it abundantly clear that there is going to be a strong response to what Iran is doing. There's going to be a massive reactions to Iran's action. That has been made abundantly clear by the IDF chief. They're saying that there was a ceasefire, but Iran did not abide by it. And now they must be ready for any response that comes from the side of Israel.
במערב איראן זיהינו הבוקר הערכות למטח לשטח הארץ ופעלנו לסיכול ושיבוש האיום. תקפנו 8 משגרים שהיו מוכנים לשיגור בזמן מיידי. גם ברגעים אלו חיל האוויר משמר כוננות אווירית להסרת איומים ולפעולות התקפיות מהירות. לפני כניסת הפסקת האש לתוקף, הבוקר נורו כ-20 טילים מאיראן לאזורים שונים ברחבי הארץ. רובם יורטו. צוותי פיקוד העורף, כוחות ההצלה והביטחון, נמצאים כרגע בשטח ונותנים מענה באזורי הנפילות. לצערי, ישנם הרוגים ופצועים בזירת הנפילה בבאר שבע. חולצו מספר לכודים חיים. כוחות החילוץ של פיקוד העורף ממשיכים לסרוג בשטח.
Well, joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Nick, who's reporting from Tel Aviv. Nick, what is the situation on the ground right now? Because IDF has made it abundantly clear that they are going to respond to Iran violating the ceasefire. Where do we go from here on?
It looks like Israel determined to respond, and also some officials telling to the Israeli media that the U.S. is backing Israel in their determination to respond to this violation of the ceasefire by Iran. But yet, I believe, this is my assumption, that Israel, even if will respond, it will be not too much of a response in order not to collapse the ceasefire, because Israel wants to conclude this war and they don't want it to continue. That's why maybe just Israel needs to show to the world and to the Middle East that they are doing something, because in the past we saw how it led from not responding to more and more barrages of rockets. Israel has a lot of experience with that when other terror organizations or countries trying to see what are the red lines of Israel, and that's why now Israel needs to show the red line that they will not accept any more barrages of rockets towards Israeli cities. Back to you.
Absolutely, Nick. Thank you for speaking to us, Nick, and for giving that update to our viewers. Moving on, viewers, Iran has released images, it says, and shows, these images shows the wreckage of multiple Downer F-35 jets, likely Israeli ADR variants over there, and has claimed to have been destroyed during the retaliatory missile strike against Israeli military facilities. So those are the visuals over there, viewers, of the downed F-35, and the visuals, the video has been issued by the Iranian facilities. Joining us live on this broadcast is Mr. Benjamin, who's joining Benny Benjamin. He's a defense expert joining us live from Israel. Thank you for speaking to us, sir. Now, where there was talks of ceasefire, Israel has made it clear that there's a complete collapse of it. Iran did not abide by it. Iran says that they did not violate the ceasefire. Where do you see this escalation going forward from here on? Because Israel has made it clear that Tehran should be ready to tremble.
As per my opinion, Iran is behaving like a proxies, his proxies, where they don't have, till the last day they will throw a last one and they will say, oh, we win the war. We are not interested in that. Iran must behave like a big country and respected country. Otherwise, we know how to answer them. It's very simple. It can't be. You're asking for ceasefire. We are giving you the ceasefire, and suddenly you're sending drones and missiles to Israel. It is not possible. What, you're playing games with us? And we are very trained people. If the IDF says we must be in the shelters, we are in shelters. So, you know what? They want to have casualties. I know the unnecessary people killed today in the morning after the ceasefire. And if they will not control themselves, we are having our planes on them all the time, and we will not have any problems to shoot them.
Absolutely. Mr. Benjamin, stay with us. We are getting some breaking news. Just stay with us. I'll come to you in a couple of seconds. Viewers, we're getting more breaking news as Qatar has formally now addressed the United Nations, sending a letter to Secretary General over there, and has also spoken about the missile attack by Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps on the Al Udeid air base over there in Qatar, condemned the attack as dangerous, escalation and violation of its sovereignty and territorial integrity. So Qatar has raised voice, viewers, where they have approached the United Nations and has said that the attack that took place on their air base yesterday is a violation of their territorial integrity. Let me go back to our guest, Mr. Benjamin over there. Sir, we are seeing as to how these countries who were condemning Israel now are also condemning the attack that had come from Iran. Where do you think the geopolitics equation moving from here on?
I'm really, sometimes you say, I have a smile in my heart. And this is the thing happening with Qatar. This is all well planned, to satisfy the Iranians. We shot it, American bases. All this is, we had been in that movie so many times, also in Hollywood and also in Bollywood. So all this, I don't believe, they must be really, as I said in the beginning, they must be a country with their respect. And if they don't have it, go on, no problem. We are a small country, but we know how to fight. And if they want ceasefire, we want ceasefire because we don't want wars. We are fed up of wars. We have enough wars. And you see my age, I have a lot of wars in this country, and we don't want any more wars. We are really fed up. Not only me, I'm talking about everybody. Each and every person in Israel had gone to the army. So we don't have any. We know what is the respect for the army. We know what is what happens when there is a war, and we know what happens in our houses when there is a war. So all this rubbish, we don't want to do it. If they want, they are really serious. Let them talk about ceasefire. We are in ceasefire. Don't fire us. We will not fire you.
Absolutely, absolutely. So wait, we are also getting, I request you to stay with us. We're getting more update here. Israeli Defense Minister has instructed the IDF to intensify strikes against Iran after ceasefire violation. The minister has said in the light of absolute violation of ceasefire declared by the US president, that was mediated by the US president by Iran and by launching the missile towards Israel. Now, in accordance with that, the Israeli government's policy is to respond forcefully to any violations. That's why he says, I quote, that they have instructed the IDF in the coordination with the Prime Minister to continue the intense strike activity in Tehran to neutralize the regime target and the terrorist infrastructure in Tehran. Sir, let me come across to you again, Mr. Benjamin. There you heard the IDF is very clear. Without any mincing words, they said that they have spoken to the government as well. All hands on deck. And their resolve is to target those terrorist infrastructure in Tehran.
I'm on the news, and yes, our defense minister said that we are doing ABC. But I don't think that they will try once again to talk about ceasefire before they do any attack, because attack to attack will not finish it. And I'm so sure that Israel will take a very deep breath and wait and try to do the ceasefire.
Absolutely, sir. Sir, my last question to you here is that where Donald Trump had really tried to mediate a ceasefire, he's made that attempt previously with multiple countries but has failed miserably a lot of times. Once again, where he goes on to tweet that you'll have to listen to me, I'm the United States of America's president over there. How do you see this moving forward? Because clearly nobody is listening to Donald Trump.
United States, they are a good friend of ours. They are in favor of our good for Israel. I don't think that they, whatever the president is doing is not doing in favor of us. But as I said once again, Iranians, they are not serious people. Qatar, they are all they are doing dramas, and I don't understand why Americans are not understanding these dramas. These dramas, we are here for 77 years. We have a lot of dramas of this. So if they really want to do the ceasefire, I think the table is empty. Come on the table, sit and do it.
Absolutely. So thank you for speaking to us. Thank you for speaking to Republic Media Network.
God bless India. God bless Israel.
Well, moving on, viewers, let's get you the gist of what's really happening amidst this escalation between Iran and Israel. Iran reportedly launched missiles at Israel early this morning, just hours after US President Donald Trump announced a ceasefire between the two countries. Trump's announcement that the ceasefire was in place came after a flurry of attacks between Iran and Israel. However, according to Iranian state media, Tehran denied any reports that it fired a missile at Israel after the ceasefire began. After Iran's attack on Israel's Beersheba this morning, 4 bodies have been recovered so far. The direct hit in the largest city of southern Israel comes just days after the city's hospital sustained significant damage in a missile strike. The search and rescue team said they retrieved 4 bodies from one of the buildings in Beersheba and were searching for more survivors trapped under the rubble. Tensions arise in Iraq after Saturday's US strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, with Baghdad intensifying security measures in a green zone and a mass evacuation of US embassy personnel underway. The Iraqi security forces have deployed SWAT teams and armored vehicles in the green zone, particularly heavily in areas near US embassy. Temporary cordons were also established around the diplomatic premises, barring access of unauthorized personnel. The Director General of International Atomic Agency, Rafael Grossi, has asked for Iran to resume cooperation with the agency. He has reportedly written to Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi to propose a meeting which could lead to a diplomatic solution long-standing controversy over Tehran's nuclear program. Operation Sindhu is in full swing. India evacuated 292 citizens from Iran and 366 nationals from Israel amid escalating tensions between the two countries. With the fresh batch of evacuees from Iran, India has brought back 2,295 Indians from West Asia so far. Breaking news coming in, viewers. Donald Trump, US President Donald Trump's first statement says Iran will never rebuild its nuclear program. Trump says Israel and Iran both violated the ceasefire. Now, Trump has asked about Israel-Iran truce, where he says, I don't think so. Trump said in a conversation with reporters before departure for NATO summit in The Hague that both Israel and Iran violated the ceasefire, noted that he is not pleased that Israel announced it would attack Iran after accepting the ceasefire. So there you have US President Donald Trump saying he is not pleased with the way Israel and Iran behaved, as to how both of them did not abide by the mediation that the United States said that it propelled between the two countries. This is the statement coming in from US President Donald Trump, and this is a very big statement coming in, viewers, because just a couple of hours after it was announced that there's going to be ceasefire between the two countries, we saw a barrage of missiles that were launched from the side of Iran towards southern Israel. There were sirens blazing all around southern Israel. There was an attack as well in the residential areas, which also claimed 5 civilian lives, to which the IDF chief had given a very strong statement that Tehran should be ready, and it should be ready to tremble, because they have spoken to their political top rung as well and are ready to attack. And now Trump's first statement, he is saying both Iran and Israel have violated the ceasefire. He is not pleased. And as far as Iran is concerned, he's saying that they do not have a nuclear program anymore. They will never be able to rebuild their nuclear program. That is what Donald Trump is saying. But remember, Iran had made it abundantly clear that there were no radiations, and what our sources from multiple platforms have apprised us is that there was a lot of commotion there at the Fordow site, as they had anticipated this attack. Joining us live on this broadcast is our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, Trump has finally spoken. He's saying he's not pleased, but the point here, the moot point is, nobody is listening to Trump, no matter how much he tries.
See, he's not pleased, and he shouldn't be pleased, because he has this bad habit of jumping the gun. Also, in this instance, like in the case of Operation Sindoor, he seems to be coming out as more hungry for credit than actual substance on the ground, the proof of which is that we are as yet to see any evidence of a ceasefire actualizing between Iran and Israel on the ground. There has been a sustained volley of missiles from both the sides. The kind of standoff, military and kinetic engagement that we have seen over the last few days, a rollover of that continues. And Trump, because it seems that he has started believing in this fanciful idea that somebody planted in his mind that he's the man who should get the Nobel Peace Prize, just like Barack Obama did. And he perhaps believes strongly that he has done more than Barack Obama. So irrespective of whether things are actually happening on the ground, he's sort of trying to corner credit even before events happen. So in the case of India, the fact that the ceasefire happened essentially because Pakistan cried uncle, and it used the good offices of its American contacts to prevail upon India, which India obviously obliged. That does not mean that he was mediating. There is not a single phone call that happened between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi at any stage, or for that matter, President Trump and Axiom Munir, at least during that period of India-Pak standoff. And for him to go ahead and take credit that, okay, fine, he got the... he was indulging in information arbitrage just because the Americans were involved in some kind of back-channel dialogue, just as the Saudis were involved, just as the Iranians were involved, just as the Emiratis were involved, and he sort of, jumped the gun and took credit. So it seems in this case also, Donald Trump indulging in typical information arbitrage and having a bit of an egg on his face because both the sides, more so Israel, are not listening to him, and the two sides are continuing with their missile volleys. So it's a lesson for Trump. If I don't know whether he would be interested, the American president. If he's not drawing the lessons, maybe he would be repeating them. But this admission, clearly a case of Donald Trump realizing that not everyone does what they tell him that they are going to do.
Absolutely. Abhishek, remember that early in the morning he also tweeted after just a couple of hours after when he announced that there is a ceasefire. He goes on to tweet that you'll have to listen to me. I am the President of the United States. What kind of statement is that? Abhishek. Okay, viewers, so this is the big breaking news coming in. We'll try and connect again with our executive editor over there. But Trump has made this statement where he has gone ahead and said that Iran will never rebuild its nuclear program. He said that he is not pleased with the way Israel and Iran have behaved. Also, he added that both Israel and Iran violated ceasefire. And this came after he was the first person to announce as to that there has been a ceasefire before the both countries could come forward and express. Global embarrassment for US President Donald Trump as just a couple of hours after announcing ceasefire, both Iran and Israel violated. Explosions heard at Taji military base in Iraq's Baghdad. No casualties reported. We'll get you more on this, but right after a very short break.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by
In all fairness, Israel unloaded a lot, and now I hear Israel just went out because they felt it was violated by one rocket that didn't land anywhere. That's not what we want, I'll tell you, and I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either. All I do is play both sides. I'm going now, as you know, to NATO. Some of you are going with me, and I think it's going to be successful. We'll see. I'll let you know.
Are you going to see the agreement? It's a new dawn in the Middle East. Thanks to the agreement you managed to achieve. What are your future plans for the region, for Saudi Arabia, Israel, Gaza, the hostages?
Look, you're asking me about women in the Middle East. It's getting a lot better. Things are happening at a high level. As you know, Saudi Arabia's done a really good job. It's coming out far faster than I thought. So we're very happy about what's happening with women in the Middle East.
No, I'm talking about a new dawn in the Middle East that you managed to achieve last night.
Yeah.
The region is going to a new place with this agreement. Can you tell us what's your future plans for Gaza, for the hostages?
It's a new dawn. I appreciate the question. You're very nice. Who are you?
Thank you. I'm Neria Kraus from Israeli Channel 13 News.
Well, we have to have Israel calm down because they went on a mission this morning. I got to get Israel to calm down now.
Did you get to speak with the Prime Minister? Did you talk to Prime Minister Netanyahu last night?
I speak to everybody.
You urge both sides not to violate the ceasefire, but reports coming from the region suggest that the sides accuse each other for violating the ceasefire. So
I think they both violated it. I don't think I'm not sure they did it intentionally. They couldn't rein people back. I don't like the fact that Israel went out this morning at all, and I'm going to see if I can stop it. So as soon as I get away from you, I'm going to see if I can stop it, okay?
Netanyahu
Have you spoken to him this morning? How confident are you that Iran I think it's been completely demolished. I think the reason we're here is because those pilots, those B-2 pilots, did an unbelievable job. And you know, the fake news, like CNN in particular, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed. You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all, and frankly, the networks aren't much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that. Those pilots hit their targets. Those targets were obliterated, and the pilots should be given credit. They're not after the pilots, they're after me. They want to try and demean.
Do you believe that Iran can rebuild its nuclear program?
No, Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there? Absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone. But when I see CNN all night long, they're trying to say, well, maybe it wasn't really as demolished as we thought. It was demolished. You take a look at the pinpricks, and you see that place is gone. And I will say, I think CNN ought to apologize to the pilots of the B-2s. I think that MSDNC ought to apologize. I think these guys really, these networks and these cable networks are real losers. You really are. You're real losers. You're gutless losers. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news. But I think CNN is a gutless group of people. And the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times. But the people that run it ought to be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace.
Israel says that Iran violated the peace agreement, the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Do you have a response to Iran on this? So there you heard US President Donald Trump there in conversation with the reporters before his departure to NATO summit, and clearly very irked by the violation of the ceasefire. He said that both Israel and Iran violated the ceasefire, noted that he is not pleased that Israel announced that it would attack Iran after accepting the ceasefire. And most importantly, this was the first statement after the global embarrassment on Iran-Israel ceasefire. In fact, remember, he is the one who declared that there would be a ceasefire. And after that, we saw how Iran fired missiles at Israel. Several buildings were damaged. 4 people have lost their life. IDF has claimed that ceasefire has been violated by Iran. Iran has, on the other hand, denied the claims that have come in from Israel. But Trump there, you can see he's leaving for the NATO summit, and he has said that he's not happy with both Iran as well as Israel, as both of them have violated the ceasefire. But most importantly, he said, and he has given a message to Israel, do not bomb Iran. If you bomb, it will be a serious violation of the ceasefire. Bring the pilots back home. Now, he said that he's not happy with Israel and Iran, before also adding that he's really, really unhappy with Israel. So this is as far as the conflict is concerned. He also went on to say that I'm going to see if I can stop it. So he's still going to try and convince the leaders of these two nations to stop the war. And but most importantly, he looked very agitated and irked after the violation of the ceasefire. There you can see on the screen Donald Trump leaving for the NATO summit, and before that he spoke to the reporters there.
giving a clear message to Iran and Israel that they must stop the bombing. Have a look again at what he said.
Mr. President, Israel said ceasefire breaking is
I don't think so, but I'm not happy that Israel's going out now. There was one rocket that I guess was fired overboard. It was after the time limit, and it missed its target. And now Israel's going out. These guys got to calm down. Ridiculous.
How will you respond if the ceasefire is violated?
I didn't like plenty of things I saw yesterday. I didn't like the fact that Israel unloaded right after we made the deal. They didn't have to unload. And I didn't like the fact that the retaliation was very strong. But in all fairness, Israel unloaded a lot. And now I hear Israel just went out because they felt it was violated by one rocket that didn't land anywhere. That's not what we want, I'll tell you. And I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either. All I do is play both sides. I'm going now, as you know, to NATO. Some of you are going with me, and I think it's going to be successful. We'll see. I'll let you know.
Are you going to see the agreement? It's a new dawn in the Middle East, thanks to the agreement you managed to achieve. What are your future plans for the region, for Saudi Arabia, Israel, Gaza, the hostages?
Look, you're asking me about women in the Middle East. It's getting a lot better. Things are happening at a high level. As you know, Saudi Arabia's done a really good job. It's coming out far faster than I thought. So we're very happy about what's happening with women in the Middle East.
No, I'm talking about a new dawn in the Middle East that you managed to achieve last night.
Yeah.
The region is going to a new place with this agreement. Can you tell us what's your future plans for Gaza, for the hostages?
It's a new dawn. I appreciate the question. You're very nice. Who are you?
Thank you. I'm Neria Krause from Israeli Channel 13 News.
Well, we have to have Israel calm down because they went on a mission this morning. I got to get Israel to calm down now.
Did you get to speak with the Prime Minister? Did you talk to Prime Minister Netanyahu last night?
I speak to everybody.
You urge both sides not to violate the ceasefire, but reports coming from the region suggest that the sides accuse each other for violating the ceasefire. So
I think they both violated it. I don't think I'm not sure they did it intentionally. They couldn't rein people back. I don't like the fact that Israel went out this morning at all, and I'm going to see if I can stop it. So as soon as I get away from you, I'm going to see if I can stop it, okay?
Have you spoken to him this morning? How confident are you that Iran is completely demolished?
I think it's been completely demolished. I think the reason we're here is because those pilots, those B-2 pilots, did an unbelievable job. And the fake news, like CNN in particular, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed. You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all, and frankly, the networks aren't much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that. Those pilots hit their targets. Those targets were obliterated, and the pilots should be given credit. They're not after the pilots, they're after me. They want to try and demean.
You don't believe that Iran can rebuild its nuclear program?
No, Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there? Absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone. But when I see CNN all night long, they're trying to say, well, maybe it wasn't really as demolished as we thought. It was demolished. You take a look at the pinpricks, and you see that place is gone. And I will say, I think CNN ought to apologize to the pilots of the B-2s. I think that MSDNC ought to apologize. I think these guys really, these networks and these cable networks are real losers. You really are. You're real losers.
Israel says that they violated the peace.
You're gutless losers. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news. But I think CNN is a gutless group of people, and the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times, but the people that run it ought to be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace.
Israel says that Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
So you just heard Donald Trump there. On one hand, Israeli Defense Forces are saying that Iran has targeted them. Iran has denied it. Donald Trump right there saying that he's very angry with both the nations and will try and speak to them again. In fact, I'm joined by Akiva Spelgaman, who is the Media International Affairs consultant. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. I want to ask you, Donald Trump there is saying that, he announced the ceasefire. After that, both the nations are not abiding by it. He's clearly very irked with this, and that is quite visible by the way he's speaking to the reporters right there. Would you agree?
I agree. I think President Trump needs a reminder that Israel is not yet a 51st state. And this morning, 4 innocent civilians were killed during a bombarding that lasted about 2 hours from Iran. This is after a ceasefire was called. And so Israel has to react when its citizens are being shot down in that fashion. President Trump is entitled to his opinion, but Israel will continue to defend its people as best it can.
Absolutely. But would you agree that this is a big global embarrassment for Donald Trump, because he did the same during India and Pakistan conflict as well? That was a very premature announcement that he had made. And now, the same time, Iran and Israel, he has made the announcement. Both the nations are not abiding by it. He's saying that he's very angry. Many are saying that this is a global embarrassment for him. Would you agree?
I don't think it's an embarrassment. I think the ceasefire, which probably deserves a lot of recognition for, and we appreciate the work he's done, I don't think it's embarrassment, because Iran has been threatening Israel and the United States for years. It's been shooting ballistic missiles towards the country for the past year, on and off. This morning, again, it shot a bunch of rounds, which it described as ending round, but they are the first ones who broke the ceasefire. And so I don't think it's an embarrassment. If he wants to be angry at somebody, I think he should point a finger towards Iran, a terrorist-led country, and mostly leadership that has no will to put down its arms.
Absolutely. And now he has said that he will go and speak to both of these nations after he's done speaking with the reporters there. Do you think, I want to understand from your assessment, do you think now US will be able to broker a deal between the two nations?
I'm not sure. I don't know if a deal is anywhere to be seen. I think Iran and Israel still have their differences. I think Iran is not putting out a olive branch, and we need to take that into account. They're not going to cease their actions. They're not going to stop threatening, and they're going to keep on, if they can, create atomic bombs, whether we can monitor it or not. And so, if they're willing to pronounce that they're unwilling to continue with their previous ways, then there's a conversation. Without that, there's nowhere to go.
Absolutely. I'm also joined by Vinay Naidu, who's the senior journalist from Doha. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. How do you see this banter as far as ceasefire is concerned? Donald Trump said that there would be a ceasefire. Iran is saying that it did not attack Israel. Israel saying that they have detected missiles coming towards their territory. So a lot of chaos and a lot of confusion as far as the ceasefire is concerned. How would you assess that?
Yes, Akanksha, there are claims and counter-claims from either side. And since last evening when the missiles, if you may call it, few of them rained over the Doha skies, the Qatar Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani, who just addressed the media a little while ago, along with the Lebanon Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, said that after the missile attack, which Qatar immediately condemned, it was the US which asked Qatar to initiate or to broker peace with by talking to Iran with a call for ceasefire. And that is how it all began. While Qatar spoke to Iran, the US president engaged in talks with Israel. Now, the sources and the information which came out from Israel whole of last night, when everybody was waiting for a reaction from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to react on the ceasefire, it was told that he had a late night long cabinet meeting, but chose not to indicate or say anything about the ceasefire until in the morning this time, when the ceasefire time was about 4 a.m. GMT. It is said that Israel violated by attacking even 1 hour post the deadline time, when ceasefire had already come into effect. That's why Donald Trump is so very angry. And then there were claims that, I mean, not just claims that we saw in southern Israel, missiles from Iran brought down a building, killing 3 people. But Iran later in the day denied that they have fired missiles. And this is not their doing. So, you can both claims and counterclaims, but the behind the scenes, I don't know if you can hear me because there's a gust of wind in Doha now because it's very hot and Doha gets wind.
Absolutely, I would. Absolutely.
Can you hear me now?
You are audible. Please go on.
Can I go on?
Yes, please proceed, sir.
Yeah. So the diplomacy channels are still working. The Qatar Prime Minister said we totally condemn the attack, which was shock and surprise to Qatar from Iran, because they have good neighborly relations and they never expected Iran to hit over Qatar's soil. But they said Iran reiterated that this was in retaliation to the US attacks, and I mean, as if many people may call it symbolic to go back to hitting at US, and US chose not to again escalate the matter, and then the talks for the ceasefire were rolled out. And from there on, this is all going on. Qatar insists that diplomacy will still prevail and peace eventually will prevail, but it's a matter of time when both the parties actually, Iran in a sense is trying to show a face where they are not going to back out, because it was Israel which first launched the attacks on Iran. So Iran still wants to have the last call before they go into the ceasefire. But with both the nations now having violated the initial part of the ceasefire, it remains to be seen how this is going to get resolved.
Absolutely. Qatar, in fact, has played a key role as far as brokering this deal is concerned. They have written to United Nations as well and has also summoned the Iranian ambassador as well. I would thank you, both of you, for giving perspective as far as this conflict is concerned. But despite US President Donald Trump declaring that a ceasefire between Iran and Israel is in effect, chaos erupted within hours, confusion gripped the global stage. Israel accused Iran of launching fresh missile strikes and threatened to hit back as well, and at this time at the heart of Tehran. Iran, on the other hand, denied any violation of the truce. So what's really been happening on the ground? Let's show you visuals one by one of what has been happening till now. Now, what we're learning is that 4 people were killed and at least 22 others injured today morning when Iran fired missiles at Israel's Beersheba. Those are the visuals that you can see on the screen. 2 missiles were fired at Beersheba in salvo, with one being intercepted and another striking the 6th floor of an apartment complex there in the southern city, causing extensive damage that you can also see there on the screen. That building completely damaged and the rescue operation is underway. Also, the Israeli military has said that it struck a missile launcher in western Iran, which were ready to fire towards Israeli territory. This is a video that has been released by the Israeli Defense Forces showing their action. And what they say is that they have destroyed the missile launcher. So, attack and counter-attack, in fact, going on since morning after ceasefire was announced. Now, also on your screens, you can see damaged buildings and cars in southern Israel following missile launch from Iran. Residential buildings there in southern Israel sustained heavy damage. The face of the large 7-story building that you can see there appeared to be completely blown off. And right there you can see rescue services carrying a body wrapped in cloth on stretcher. What we're learning is that 4 people have lost their life in this Iranian attack on Beersheba. The search and rescue team said that they have retrieved these 4 bodies from one of the buildings and were searching for more survivors that could be trapped under the rubble. On your screens, you can see rescue services operating in damaged buildings, searching for people trapped under the rubble. Rescue teams there on the spot, in fact, looking for the missing people since morning. And sirens and explosions were heard in Tel Aviv in Israel within the early hours of Tuesday. US President Donald Trump had announced, remember, that Israel and Iran had agreed to a complete and a total ceasefire, but the status of a possible ceasefire remained unclear as the attacks continued throughout the day. And meanwhile, tensions arose in Iraq as well after Saturday's US airstrike on Iranian nuclear facility, with Baghdad intensifying the security measures in the green zone and a mass evacuation of the US embassy personnel that is currently underway. The Iraqi security forces have deployed SWAT teams and vehicles as well in this green zone, particularly the heavily, in fact, the area such as the US embassy. And on your screens right there, you can also see the stripes of smokes caused by missiles being intercepted, which lined the sky as the sun rose over Jerusalem in Israel this morning. Very concerning visuals, in fact, coming in from both Iran and Israel. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, devastation and chaos in Beersheba after Iranian strikes. At least 5 people have lost their lives. And meanwhile, Iran has denied missile strike towards Israel, says Israel must accept its defeat and stop the aggression. We'll tell you about these stories up next. Keep watching Republic TV.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल और जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail, civilians must be protected, safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good evening, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Maharashtra with you. There's lots happening in West Asia. Trump, in the latest, has gone after Israel, and we will get you the latest updates. But right now, we start with the headlines at 5.
But I'm not happy that Israel's going out now. These guys got to calm down. It's ridiculous. I didn't like the fact that Israel unloaded right after we made the deal. That's not what we want, I'll tell you. And I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either.
It's a global embarrassment for Donald Trump as global embarrassment for Trump as truce deal between Iran and Israel fall apart after he claims to have successfully mediated it. Devastation and chaos in Beersheba of Israel after Iranian strikes, at least 5 civilians killed. Iran denies missile strikes towards Israel, says Israel must accept its defeat and stop the aggression. Qatar summons the Iranian ambassador after Iran attacked the major U.S. military base on Qatari soil following American strikes on its nuclear facilities. And after 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced 25th of June as new date for Axiom mission liftoff. We have breaking news coming in right now. Now, the National Security Advisor of India, Ajit Doval, has said during the SCO meeting, shun double standards on terrorism, and there needs to be decisive action needed against Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. So this is plain speak by Ajit Doval, and he has said that there should be an end of hypocrisy on terrorism. Now, he is trying to send out a message here to those who are having double standards on terrorism. And Doval says India's actions were measured and non-escalatory as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. He was briefing on Operation Sindoor at the SCO meeting. This after he met the Chinese foreign minister as well. This is happening in Beijing. And NSA Ajit Doval saying that Operation Sindoor was launched to dismantle the terror infrastructure, and also said that India's actions were only measured and non-escalatory, and also calling for the end of democracy, saying that there should not be any hypocrisy on terrorism and there should be action against terror groups like Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Jamaat, the Jaish-e-Mohammed as well. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us on the broadcast for more. Abhishek Kapoor, clearly this is plain speak by the NSA, but who is he pointing towards when he says that there should be end of hypocrisy as far as terrorism is concerned?
Well, SU perhaps is the right platform to draw attention to double standards and hypocrisy because both China and Pakistan are members of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The NSA's meeting of which happened in Beijing just a couple of hours back, where NSA Doval was participating. Now, obviously, because this is happening in the immediate aftermath of the Operation Sindoor and Pahalgam terror attack, India had to raise the issue. It's a matter of utmost national security concern for us that these kind of terror attacks emanating from Pakistan keep happening, and some sections of the world community keep looking the other way. And China is a classic example of that. The manner in which they or effectively stonewalled the global designation of Masood Azhar as a terrorist, and the manner in which they they did not let the Jaish-e-Mohammed be declared a terrorist organization for quite some time. Now, of course, both those objectives have been achieved. But the fact that the reason why Pakistan could brazen it out this time, post-Pahalgam terror attack, and think in terms of military taking on India was substantially and in good measure because of the weapons supplied by the Chinese. And so the NSA, they are effectively holding the mirror and underscoring the need to shun these kind of double standards in the fight against terrorism and take decisive action against at least the UN proscribed terror organizations. Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed being classic examples of that. Interestingly, the SCO is the only organization which has a dedicated anti-terror mechanism by way of RATS, and yet if both China and Pakistan as members, one continues to foster terrorism, the other continues to protect the perpetrator of terror, then obviously something is amiss in the organization, and that being underscored by the NSA in clear sight and earshot of all the NSAs present was a substantive takeaway, I would say, from the NSA's meeting, where NSA also requested those present to agree to Indian proposals for joint measures to counter radicalization, joint measures to carry out information operations to counter extremist ideology. Hopefully, if not China and Pakistan, at least the other members of the SCO would pay heed and listen to Indian concerns.
Right. Abhishek Kapoor there. Thank you so much for joining us with those details and giving us and the context of what NSA Doval has said. So viewers, of course, this is NSA Doval showing the mirror to China right there in Beijing as he speaks at the SCO summit. Now we move on to some more breaking news coming in right now. And after Donald Trump spoke to the media and said that Israel needs to calm down, he has said that he has dialed Netanyahu. He's spoken to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, urging him to not strike Iran. In fact, he reported that he was told that Netanyahu reportedly told Trump that cancelling the attack entirely was not an option and that Iran's ceasefire violation required a response. So after this conversation, Donald Trump has posted on Truth Social that Israel will not attack Iran. Remember, just a while back, Donald Trump said that that he's not happy with Israel, and he has in fact also posted on social media that Israel must not drop bombs in Iran, and that he needs to calm down Israel. Now he calls Netanyahu and says that he has urged him not to strike Iran. Reportedly, Netanyahu told Trump that cancelling the attack, that not attacking at all is not possible, is not an option because of the threats, and also the fact that Netanyahu told him that Iran's ceasefire violation requires a response. So once again, Israel trying to say that it was Iran who, violated the ceasefire, and since they violated the ceasefire, Israel had to hit back. And this is what Trump has said, dialing Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and urging him not to attack Iran anymore, that the ceasefire should be in place and nobody should violate the ceasefire. And in fact, we've seen that how Trump had claimed that this ceasefire was very much successful and that there will be no war anymore in the Middle East. But right after that, we saw what happened: Iran hitting Israel, Israel hitting back, and that was another global embarrassment for Donald Trump. And now we have Donald Trump dialing Netanyahu, saying that there should be no bombs on Iran, that Israel should not attack Iran. And there you have Donald Trump, viewers. Of course, he spoke to Netanyahu, as we told you, and Israeli Prime Minister reportedly told him that he cannot just he cannot not attack Iran. But he also made the point that Iranian violation of the ceasefire had to be responded to, and that's why Israel hit back. In fact, my colleague Tanisha is joining us on the broadcast for more from the newsroom. Tanisha, well, we see that there is an entire chronology to it. First, there was the violation of the ceasefire. It was embarrassing for Donald Trump. A while back, we saw him talking to the media that he cannot, that he's not liking what Israel is doing, and now he goes on to dial Netanyahu and says that please do not bomb Iran.
Absolutely, Rakshita rightly pointed out, it is a global embarrassment for Donald Trump because keeping in mind the sequence of events, it was just early morning when Donald Trump through his Truth Social had announced that a ceasefire has been established. However, remember that was a unilateral decision that was taken by him because Iran had then not confirmed that a ceasefire was agreed upon, and so did Israel not officially confirm that there was a ceasefire that has been agreed upon. Soon after, 2.5 hours after Donald Trump had announced that the ceasefire was in place, Iran struck the southern Israel. It was the largest city, the Beersheba city that we got visuals from, that was struck. As many as 8 people were killed. And now, after he faced a global embarrassment, after he announced unilaterally that a ceasefire was in place, and after he saw that Iran was actually bombing Israel, he got to know at that point in time, Rakshita, that the ceasefire was not taken seriously, that the announcement that he had made via himself, not taking the parties into confidence, had completely collapsed. And now, in a face-saver attempt, Donald Trump has dialed Netanyahu. He has requested him. In fact, he has told him that he should not be bombing Iran. However, Netanyahu has made it completely clear. Israel is very, very clear on their part that that Israel will retaliate as far as the ceasefire violation is concerned, as far as Iran had concerned. Because remember, what Iran did today was a violation of the ceasefire as Donald Trump had announced it. And Netanyahu said that it is impossible. Netanyahu, in fact, made it clear to Donald Trump that it is impossible to bring back and abort all the missions that they had already started against the ceasefire violations of Iran. However, the damage that will be done on Iran will be less. And this is a reflection of how Donald Trump has failed not just once, but yet again. First, of course, it was during the time of India and Pakistan where he claimed that he had brokered a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. India then had again made it very clear that it was not because of Donald Trump that India did not accept the mediation, that India was the one who took the first step, that Pakistan had actually come to India. And now, in this case again, Donald Trump has been left completely red-faced. Rakshita.
Right. Thank you so much, Tanisha, for joining us with those details coming in on that story, viewers. So the situation continues to escalate. We've seen it how Iran has in fact pounded civilian areas in Israel as well. In fact, now an Israeli drone has also reportedly struck a vehicle in southern Lebanon's Kafr Dajjal village, firing 2 missiles. The strike adds to the escalating cross-border tensions as clashes intensify along the Israel-Lebanon frontier. So these are visuals from the Kafr Dajjal. And in fact, we will get more updates on that, but just showing you those visuals coming in on that. For more on this now, we are being joined by Akiva Spiegelman, who is a media and international affairs consultant. He's right now joining us from Gat Etzion. It's a city in Israel, I'm told now. He is from Israel, and thank you so much, Mr. Spiegelman, joining us here. So we see that what Donald Trump has just said and posted about, he said that Israel needs to calm down. And he has seen those bombs by Israel that he's never seen before. And now he goes on to call Netanyahu, telling them to calm down and not attack Iran. How do you see this development?
Again, I think President Trump has done a fantastic job in brokering a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. With that being said, right after it was brokered and after it came into effect, 5 Israeli innocent civilians lost their lives in a bombarding that lasted for 2 hours. Meaning we can't just sit still while Iran is still attacking us. Now we have to take into account, Iran is not a terror entity, but it is run by terrorists. And they will not stop until they destroy Israel. They've said it many times before, and they'll keep saying in the future. They also see an enemy in the United States. As long as they want to attack Israel and demolish it, we will hold our ground. And with all due respect to President Trump, we are not yet a 51st state. We don't intend to be. And we have to protect our people at all costs.
You know, Donald Trump has tried to do this time and again, be it Ukraine, be it in India and Pakistan. He's always tried to say that he is the peacemaker and that he is the one who is the mediator. Here again, we see it was global embarrassment for him. And now he said that I have called Netanyahu. Netanyahu, on the other hand, has told him that it's impossible to not hit back at Iran at all.
Prime Minister Netanyahu is correct. Again, we lost 5 innocent civilians this morning, and Iran has no plans to cease. They will still attempt to get nuclear powers. They will still threaten Israel. They will still threaten the United States. And as long as they do, we can't sit back and just absorb it. We need to defend ourselves. And with all due respect, President Trump, he doesn't have the privilege of telling us where we should not defend ourselves. We will defend ourselves to the end of the earth if we need to, because that is our mandate. That's our right. And again, with all due respect and all the things he's done to help Israel during these times, he can't dictate whether or not we defend ourselves. It's just out of the question.
Right. Thank you so much joining us. Thank you so much, Mr. Akiva Spiegelman, for joining us from Israel on that story. We have some more breaking news coming in right now. The Qatari Prime Minister has now spoken out, condemning Iranian attacks on Qatar, saying it will scar the relations with Iran. However, he hopes that neighborly relations will not be damaged. This is the update we have. We are getting in right now, as we are right now speaking about what happened. Okay, let's take a listen. I think there is a reaction coming in from Qatar. Qatar's Prime Minister saying that Iranian attacks on Qatar will scar relations. This is after Iran had struck the Al Udeid, the air base, the military base of US last night. All right, the ceasefire, viewers, so-called brokered by Donald Trump, did not even last for a few hours, with Iran and Israel launching attacks at each other. Watch this report to know what all unfolded.
At exactly 3:30 a.m., a new post appeared on Donald Trump's Truth social handle. It was the announcement the world had been waiting for, but never imagined would come this soon. US President Donald Trump declared a total ceasefire in the raging Israel-Iran war. But just moments before Trump's post, Iran's foreign minister publicly rejected any talk of a ceasefire. In fact, Iran's foreign minister boasted that Iran's military operations continued until the very last minute. His message was crystal clear: Iran was not backing down. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei doubled down, declaring that Iran is not a nation that would ever surrender. Even as Iran openly defied the ceasefire, Team Trump doubled down on its narrative of victory. Trump claimed that Israel and Iran came to him almost simultaneously, and one word: peace. He hailed it as a moment of love, prosperity, and divine blessing for both the nations. US Vice President J.D. Vance called it a historic moment, claiming Iran's nuclear program has been obliterated. The so-called 12-day war was over, he said, thanks to Trump's leadership. US Intelligence Chief Tulsi Gabbard declared that only President Trump could have achieved this breakthrough, calling it a Herculean effort that deserved global applause. But here's the reality. There were no terms, no signed agreements, just rapid-fire social media posts. On the ground, missiles kept lighting up Israel's night skies. The ceasefire seems to exist only on Trump's timeline. Iran unleashed wave after wave of missile barrages on southern Israel. Residential buildings were destroyed, civilians were killed. The rescue teams pulling out bodies from the rubble painted a grim picture of the so-called ceasefire. Even as the world clung to the hope of peace, Israel's warplanes were already striking Iranian military targets. Sirens screamed across Israeli cities as the IDF urged civilians to rush into bomb shelters. But soon missile alerts exploded in northern Israel as well. The Israeli Defense Forces officially confirmed what many already feared: the ceasefire had collapsed. Fresh missile launches from Iran left no doubt the war was still on. What was supposed to end this brutal chapter has only thrown the region into deeper chaos. Trump's so-called ceasefire did not bring peace to the Middle East, it triggered more questions, more attacks, and more bloodshed.
Now, viewers, India is gearing up for a strategic defence huddle in China. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is all set to represent India at the SCO Defence Ministers meeting in China's Qingdao, a platform where peace, security and partnership will take a centre stage. But of course, it becomes important after the so-called thaw that has been witnessed at least between New Delhi and Beijing. And now Rajnath Singh in Beijing. All eyes will be on that meeting as well. Here's more.
All eyes will be on China this week, as Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will lead a high-powered delegation to China for the SCO Defence Ministers meeting that's starting on June 25th. The visit comes at a time when geopolitical complexities in the region are intensifying. Rajnath Singh is expected to strongly pitch India's stand on regional peace and global security, calling for unified and consistent efforts to eliminate terrorism and extremism, an issue that continues to plague the region. The Indian delegation will also underline the importance of enhanced connectivity, robust economic cooperation and intra-regional trade, areas where India seeks to bridge gaps and foster sustainable partnerships. Key bilateral meetings are also on the cards. The Raksha Mantri will engage in closed-door talks with his Chinese and Russian counterparts. Bilaterals that hold immense strategic weight, especially against the backdrop of border concerns and defence cooperation. India joined SCO as a full-time member in 2017 and chaired the organisation in 2023. With China taking the chair this year, the focus is on upholding the Shanghai spirit, a philosophy of mutual trust, respect and sovereign equality among member nations. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization, founded in 2001, has grown into a powerful regional body. With 10 member states including India, Russia, China and Iran, it plays a key role in shaping regional security and strategic alignment, something that India is keen on influencing constructively.
All right, time for a short break, viewers, but we get you the latest coming in on how Donald Trump has been embarrassed once again for his so-called successful ceasefire deal, the ceasefire that collapsed within some time. Also, Qatar has summoned the Iranian ambassador after Iran attacked the major US military base on Qatari soil following American strikes on its nuclear facility. We'll get you more on that. Stay tuned.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter.
安理会对维护国际和平与安全负有首要责任，面对重大危机不能无所作为。俄罗斯、中国、巴基斯坦已经提出一项安理会决议草案，呼吁立即无条件停火，保护平民，遵守国际法，开展对话谈判。我们期待安理会成员展现责任担当，共同支持该决议草案，推动安理会为维护国际和平与安全履责尽职。
My father, he was an old-timer. He was very old when I was born. Ravi Shankar ji is Guru. And my father, they were contemporaries. So they were the heroes of 30s and 40s. My father believed that you can only do one thing in your lifetime. He was not in favor that I should go to school. Okay. कहते या सुर को समझ लो या किताब को समझ लो, ये दोनों काम एक साथ नहीं हो सकते. The meaning of education in our family was music only.
Hi there, welcome to 5:30 p.m. live and breaking. And the Donald Trump ceasefire has completely collapsed. Does that mean that, like in the case of India-Pakistan, this time too, Trump jumped the gun even before the things had actualized on the ground? Now, of course, he's on way to The Hague to participate in the NATO summit and speaking to the interlocutors on both the sides to pull back to save some of his honor. Would he be able to? That's our focus. Let's begin with the headlines.
But I'm not happy that Israel's going out now. These guys got to calm down. It's ridiculous. I didn't like the fact that Israel unloaded right after we made the deal. That's not what we want, I'll tell you. And I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either.
US President Donald Trump has reacted to Israel and Iran ceasefire. Trump has said both Iran and Israel have violated. Global embarrassment for Trump as truce deal between Israel and Iran falls apart after Trump claimed to have successfully negotiated the deal. Devastation and chaos in Beersheba after Iranian strikes. At least 5 Israeli civilians killed. Iran denies missile strikes towards Israel, says Israel must accept its defeat and stop the aggression. Qatar summons the Iranian ambassador after Iran attacked the major US military base on Qatari soil following American strikes on its nuclear facilities last evening. And after 7 delays, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25 as the new date for Axiom 4 mission liftoff. Well, let's begin with the breaking news development still from the Middle East war front. Fresh explosions have been reported in Tehran, adding to the escalating tension in the region. This clearly means that both sides are yet to get the message of Trump, which he delivered before taking off for the NATO summit. He clearly had said that he's very unhappy with both the sides, specifically more with Israel. And now with Iran also reporting more bombings, it's clear that the message is yet to travel. The live broadcast perhaps not seen by the Israeli side because the bombings continue. Trump was very clear that Israel has to stop bombing, fly back its fighter aircrafts and bombers back to the bases and not bomb Iran further. But these are pictures. We don't know whether these are from a couple of hours back or latest, but these are pictures coming in about more evidence of Iran having been bombed by Israel after the announcement of ceasefire by Donald Trump. The US President Udi Sommer, professor of Tel Aviv University, is joining us live. Very good evening to you, Professor, from here, and good afternoon there. You think that the Israelis perhaps might have annoyed President Trump so much that President Trump went public with his frustration that Israel has continued to bomb Iran despite the ceasefire deal?
Well, the details. First of all, good evening. I'm glad to be here on the air in India. It's a real pleasure, and thanks for inviting me. Now, specifically about the ceasefire, the details are still not clear. So I don't want to go into who violated, whether it was Iran or Israel. I can tell you for a fact that 5 civilians were killed in Beersheba, which is the major city in southern Israel this morning, hit directly by an Iranian missile. These were a kid and his mom, so it's pretty clear where each of the countries is standing. But with respect to the agreement, I guess there's 3 levels now. First one is to stabilize the ceasefire, and that's something that Donald Trump is very clear about. Okay, the language that he used this morning before leaving for the NATO meeting in The Hague was unequivocal. The second stage is the diplomatic agreement with Iran. Trump wanted complete surrender. I don't think you're going to hear from the Iranians that they completely surrender, but de facto, this is what we're seeing, right? The Iranians have really very little to offer. They all of their assets, or almost all of their assets, other than the very survival of their regime, are gone, and therefore they approach the diplomatic agreement with trepidation and with very little very little air under their wings. And the third level is the geopolitical change in the Middle East. And to me, this is the greatest threat for the Iranian regime. The regime in Tehran attacked Israel on October 7th through Hamas in order to undermine that. And this is the biggest threat, how the Middle East is going to reshuffle and change as a result of the military campaign.
Professor Sommer, when you say that we don't know what the details of the deal, are you suggesting that President Trump jumped the gun, that maybe the deal was not finalized yet and still he went ahead and made the announcement?
No, my sense or my understanding, according to reports, I've never been a fly on the wall in the Oval Office. So I don't know exactly what was said, but based on reports from the Wall Street Journal and other major outlets, Trump had constant conversations and communication with both the Israeli government and the Iranian regime, and based on that, the ceasefire agreement moved ahead with the ceasefire agreement. But of course, in the first few hours of such an agreement, and you in India, between India and Pakistan. You have a lot of experience, unfortunately, with such cases. The first few hours are extremely consequential, and to stabilize the process, stabilize the system is essential. And this is clearly what the president is trying to do at the present time. I
can tell you, Professor Sommer, since you mentioned India, Pakistan, our experience was not very happy either with President Trump. But on that note, I have to move on. Thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. We are staying with the conflict in the Middle East. Our correspondent Nick, in fact, is on the ground in Tel Aviv, bringing to us the latest from the heart of the conflict. As tensions escalate and missile strikes continue, Nick is tracking the developments, speaking to locals, and reporting live on how the war is unfolding in Israel's commercial capital. Take a look.
Behind me is one of the residential areas of Tel Aviv that was hit by the ballistic missile of Iran. You can see how extensive is the damage to tens of different buildings here all around. Many young Israelis are living here, going to the university, which is close to here, and a lot of security forces working now trying to rescue people that may be still in danger. In all of those buildings, all the area is completely destroyed from one ballistic Iranian missile. As well, Iran using illegal cluster munition on their missiles. That's why it is not just one big missile, but many small parts of the missile are also spread all around in radius of hundreds of meters, and they can explode any moment if somebody touch them, especially kids. That's why the security forces here continue to work and to reach each of those munitions.
All right, Israeli President Isaac Herzog visited Beersheba after a deadly Iranian missile strike hit the city. Calling the attack outrageous and painful, Herzog confirmed the use of Iran's heavy Ghadr missile. 4 bodies were recovered, several buildings damaged, and rescue efforts continue. The strike comes as a fragile ceasefire with Iran seems to be breaking down. These are pictures from Beersheba, and Israeli President Isaac Herzog there at the site on the ground, assessing for himself the scale of the damage. Remember, this seems like a massive strike given the fact that 4 Israelis have lost their lives, and look at the scale of destruction. These pictures speak for themselves. Missile by Iran launched after the ceasefire, which means both sides are guilty of being in breach of the ceasefire. Moving on, US President Donald Trump may have announced a ceasefire, but on the ground, missiles continued to hit residential buildings across southern Israel. According to the rescue teams, the death toll is mounting quick, with search for survivors still on. Look at the details in this story from Beersheba.
Sirens, explosions, and collapsing buildings. The war between Israel and Iran is far from over. Rescue teams pulling out dead bodies from under the rubble. Firefighters scanning the debris of what was a residential apartment before the missile impact. Iranian missiles shook the streets of Tel Aviv today as the fragile hopes of peace crumbled under fresh missile fire. US President Donald Trump announced a complete and total ceasefire between Israel and Iran after Iran's limited missile strike on a US military base in Qatar late Monday. But the reality on the ground tells a different story. Iran's foreign minister had set a clear deadline at 4 a.m. local Tehran time. If Israel stopped its strikes by then, Iran would halt its own. But even an hour after that deadline passed, the missiles kept coming. Israel's military sounded urgent warnings, confirming new missile launches from Iran. In the skies over Jerusalem, Israeli missile defense systems were seen intercepting incoming threats. Soon after, Israel's Home Front Command issued another nationwide alert, warning that yet another barrage from Iran was on its way. Trump posting on his Truth social account, said the ceasefire would officially begin around midnight Eastern Time today. He called it an official end to the war. But on the ground, the war was far from over. Israel's paramedic service, Magen David Adom, confirmed that 3 people were critically injured after an Iranian missile struck a residential area. A 7-story building in southern Israel's Beersheba suffered a direct hit. The entire face of the building was blown apart. Rescue workers rushed to the scene. Israeli firefighters confirmed they retrieved 4 bodies from the rubble and were searching for more survivors. For nearly 2 hours this morning, waves of Iranian missiles forced Israelis across the country to seek shelter as sirens blared and explosions echoed. The launches came after Tehran's deadline, testing the very core of the ceasefire agreement. Trump's ceasefire plan, announced just hours earlier, has now been accepted by Israel. With missiles still flying and lives still at risk, peace remains a distant promise.
All right, on that note, we slip into a short break. Coming on the other side, Iran denies missile strikes towards Israel, says it's Israel that must be accepting defeat. And Qatar summons the Iranian ambassador after Iran attacked the major US military base of Al Udeid on the Qatari soil last evening. On the other side.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter.
安理会对维护国际和平与安全负有首要责任。面对重大危机，不能无所作为。俄罗斯、中国、巴基斯坦已经提出一项安理会决议草案，呼吁立即无条件停火，保护平民，遵守国际法，开展对话谈判。我们期待安理会成员展现责任担当，共同支持该决议草案，推动安理会为维护国际和平与安全履责尽职。
لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah.
Welcome back, friends. And on the home front, big developments from Maharashtra. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has chaired a high-level meeting on the three-language formula. The state is moving cautiously to safeguard the interests of Marathi-speaking students under the new education policy. Here's what we know so far.
Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis chaired a meeting at his official residence in South Mumbai late last night. The meeting was chaired over the implementation of the three-language formula. Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, School Education Minister Dada Bhuse, and Minister of State Dr. Pankaj Bhoyer were present. An in-depth discussion was held on the new education policy. The meeting saw the status of all states to ensure that Marathi students are not disadvantaged under the policy. Furthermore, it was resolved in the meeting that all stakeholders must be consulted. Stakeholders include Marathi language scholars, literateurs, and political leaders. Maharashtra Chief Minister Fadnavis further said that a final decision will be made only after this consultation process is completed.
All right, again a short break, but coming back with US President Donald Trump reacting to Israel-Iran ceasefire breach. Trump says both have violated the ceasefire and he'll speak to them. And after 7 days, NASA and SpaceX announced June 25 as a new date for Axiom 4 mission liftoff.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबा केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, The bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter.
安理会对维护国际和平与安全负有首要责任，面对重大危机不能无所作为。俄罗斯、中国、巴基斯坦已经提出一项安理会决议草案，呼吁立即无条件停火，保护平民，遵守国际法，开展对话谈判。我们期待安理会成员展现责任担当，共同支持该决议草案，推动安理会为维护国际和平与安全履责尽职。
لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله Southwest coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar.
Iran strikes US bases in Qatar and claims victory. Israel says all objectives of Operation Rising Lion complete. Trump wants credit for ceasefire, but who won the war? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Avasthi. A lot of developments are coming your way as far as the 12th day of the Iran and Israel conflict is concerned. Let's first take you through the top 6 headlines that we are tracking. A ceasefire that was never. Hours after Donald Trump claimed that he brokered peace between the arch rivals Iran and Israel, he was left with red face with the ceasefire violation in just few hours. Iran today struck the largest city in southern Israel, Beersheba. We have a ground report from there. And Israel vowed revenge. They said that Iran will have to pay back for committing a sin by striking the residential areas. So the question really is, ladies and gentlemen, who really won? Is it Israel, is it Iran, or is it the United States? Meanwhile, keeping in mind the escalating tension, India is getting back Indians from the conflict-affected region with Operation Sindhu in full swing. And finally, we get you the details of the NATO meeting amid escalating tension in West Asia. So these are the 6 stories that we have lined up for you on this edition, starting first up with the top story. A ceasefire announcement by the United States, a denial by Tehran, followed by a U-turn, and then the Iranian missile strikes. All of them together culminating for a ceasefire violation by Iran. This marked the latest development in the 12-day-long Israel-Iran war. It was in the wee hours today when the United States President Donald Trump claimed that Israel and Iran had reached a complete and total ceasefire agreement, effectively ending what he called the 12-day war. However, Iran issued a quick denial to say that no such agreement had been reached, and that only for it to issue a statement later on indicating that the fighting from its side has been paused. Just moments after, in fact, to be precise, 2.5 hours later, these developments, notwithstanding, showed visuals of how an Iranian missile attack on Israel trickled in, with Tel Aviv claiming that at least 4 people had been killed and 6 have been wounded in airstrikes launched after the Trump-announced ceasefire. An embarrassed and quote-unquote unhappy Trump had to say this after the ceasefire that was never. Listen in.
Happy that Israel's going out now. There was one rocket that I guess was fired overboard. It was after the time limit and it missed its target. And now Israel's going out. These guys got to calm down. It's ridiculous.
How will you respond if the ceasefire is violated?
I didn't like plenty of things I saw yesterday. I didn't like the fact that Israel unloaded right after we made the deal. They didn't have to unload. And I didn't like the fact that the retaliation was very strong. But in all fairness, Israel unloaded a lot. And now I hear Israel just went out because they felt it was violated by one rocket that didn't land anywhere. That's not what we want, I'll tell you. And I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either. Because all I do is play both sides. I'm going now, as you know, to NATO. Some of you are going with me, and I think it's going to be successful. We'll see. I'll let you know.
A major turning point, or maybe just a false hope. In the Israel-Iran conflict, after nearly 2 weeks of deadly missile attacks and retaliations, the United States President Donald Trump today in the early hours declared a ceasefire. But while Trump announced peace, the reality on ground told a completely different story. Missile launches continued, civilians were killed, and fighting carried on. In the past 24 hours, ladies and gentlemen, confusion and violence persisted despite the high-profile diplomacy. Here's how the events unfolded.
At exactly 3:30 a.m., a new post appeared on Donald Trump's Truth social handle. It was the announcement the world had been waiting for, but never imagined would come this soon. US President Donald Trump declared a total ceasefire in the raging Israel-Iran war. But just moments before Trump's post, Iran's foreign minister publicly rejected any talk of a ceasefire. In fact, Iran's foreign minister boasted that Iran's military operations continued until the very last minute. His message was crystal clear: Iran was not backing down. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei doubled down, declaring that Iran is not a nation that would ever surrender. Even as Iran openly defied the ceasefire, Team Trump doubled down on its narrative of victory. Trump claimed that Israel and Iran came to him almost simultaneously, and one word, peace. He hailed it as a moment of love, prosperity, and divine blessing for both the nations. US Vice President J.D. Vance called it a historic moment, claiming Iran's nuclear program has been obliterated. The so-called 12-day war was over, he said, thanks to Trump's leadership. US Intelligence Chief Tulsi Gabbard declared that only President Trump could have achieved this breakthrough, calling it a Herculean effort that deserved global applause. But here's the reality. There were no terms, no signed agreements, just rapid-fire social media posts. On the ground, missiles kept lighting up Israel's night skies. The ceasefire seems to exist only on Trump's timeline. Iran unleashed wave after wave of missile barrages on southern Israel. Residential buildings were destroyed, civilians were killed. The rescue teams pulling out bodies from the rubble painted a grim picture of the so-called ceasefire. Even as the world clung to the hope of peace, Israel's warplanes were already striking Iranian military targets. Sirens screamed across Israeli cities as the IDF urged civilians to rush into bomb shelters. But soon missile alerts exploded in northern Israel as well. The Israeli Defense Forces officially confirmed what many already feared: the ceasefire had collapsed. Fresh missile launches from Iran left no doubt the war was still on. What was supposed to end this brutal chapter has only thrown the region into deeper chaos. Trump's so-called ceasefire did not bring peace to the Middle East, it triggered more questions, more attacks, and more bloodshed.
Now, the United States President Donald Trump may have announced a ceasefire, but on the ground, the reality gave a completely different picture, where the Iranian missile continued to hit residential buildings across the southern Israel. According to the rescue teams, the death toll is mounting quick, with search for survivors that are still underway. Here's the story of Beersheba.
The heaviest missiles of the Iranians, it's called Qadir. It's way above 400 kilos. Landed here specifically to kill women, children.
Firefighters scanning the debris of what was a residential apartment before the missile impact. Iranian missiles shook the streets of Tel Aviv today as the fragile hopes of peace crumbled under fresh missile fire. US President Donald Trump announced a complete and total ceasefire between Israel and Iran after Iran's limited missile strike on a US military base in Qatar late Monday. But the reality on the ground tells a different story. Iran's foreign minister had set a clear deadline at 4 a.m. local Tehran time. If Israel stopped its strikes by then, Iran would halt its own. But even an hour after that deadline passed, the missiles kept coming. Israel's military sounded urgent warnings, confirming new missile launches from Iran. In the skies over Jerusalem, Israeli missile defense systems were seen intercepting incoming threats. Soon after, Israel's Home Front Command issued another nationwide alert, warning that yet another barrage from Iran was on its way. Trump, posting on his Truth social account, said the ceasefire would officially begin around midnight Eastern Time today. He called it an official end to the war. But on the ground, the war was far from over. Israel's paramedic service, Magen David Adom, confirmed that 3 people were critically injured after an Iranian missile struck a residential area. A 7-story building in southern Israel's Beersheba suffered a direct hit. The entire face of the building was blown apart. Rescue workers rushed to the scene. Israeli firefighters confirmed they retrieved 4 bodies from the rubble and were searching for more survivors. For nearly 2 hours this morning, Waves of Iranian missiles forced Israelis across the country to seek shelter as sirens blared and explosions echoed. The launches came after Tehran's deadline, testing the very core of the ceasefire agreement. Trump's ceasefire plan, announced just hours earlier, has now been accepted by Israel. With missiles still flying and lives still at risk, peace remains a distant promise.
Now, in a complete collapse of a ceasefire, ladies and gentlemen, Iran continued to attack Israel. Today, like we just told you, Beersheba was the city in southern Israel that was hit. Let us take you frame by the damage and destruction that was caused from both sides, Iran and Israel. Now, initial reports came in just a short while back on explosions that happened in Tehran in Iran. The visuals of the same are on your screen right now. The report said that the Israeli Air Force has carried out a symbolic airstrike in the north of Tehran. Firefighter jets are now returning to Israel. Meanwhile, what we also saw is that earlier today, there were 4 people, nearly now mounting to 8, that were killed, and at least 22 others were injured today morning when Iran fired missiles at Israel's Beersheba. 2 missiles were fired at Beersheba in a salvo, with one being intercepted and the other striking the 6th floor of an apartment complex in the southern city, causing extensive destruction. Now, the Israeli military said that it struck missile launchers in western Iran, which were ready to fire towards the Israeli territory. This is a video that was released by the Israeli Defense Forces showing their action. Also on your screens now, you can see the damaged buildings and cars in southern Israel following the missile that were launched from Iran. The residential building in southern Israel sustained heavy damage. The face of the large 7-story building appeared completely blown off. On your screens, you can also see now the rescue services carrying out a body with wrapped cloth on a stretcher. The search and rescue team said that they retrieved 4 bodies from one building in Beersheba and were searching for more survivors trapped under the rubble. Meanwhile, sirens and explosions were also heard in Tel Aviv with the early hours of today, with the United States President Donald Trump announced that Israel and Iran had agreed to a complete and total ceasefire, but the status of a possible ceasefire remained completely unclear as attacks continued. So it's strike versus strike that is still escalating. The situation, rather than getting normal, is only and only intensifying with each passing hour. It was on Monday morning, remember, ladies and gentlemen, when Iran's Supreme National Security Council held an emergency meeting to discuss striking back against the United States. The Americans had bombed 3 of Iran's main nuclear facilities with over the weekend. Yet another serious blow after a week of attacks by Israel had inflicted severe damage to Iran's military leadership and infrastructure. Iran needed to save face. From inside a bunker, Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei sent an order to strike back, according to 4 Iranian officials familiar with the war that was about the planning. Today, in the wee hours, Trump announced ceasefire. And remember, this was a unilateral decision because neither did Iran nor did Israel issue any statement very soon. It took 2.5 hours, just 2.5 hours, to violate the same ceasefire agreement that was reached. So the question that we are asking here today is, who actually won? Is it Israel, who claims that they have superiority over Iran? Is it Iran that says that they have struck Israel's core? Or is it Donald Trump, who claimed to have brokered the ceasefire, which was violated in just few hours? To give us more insight on this, I'm being joined by Akiva Spiegelman. He is a media and international affairs consultant. Akiva, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. There seems to be no end in respite, of course. Donald Trump has been left completely red-faced, completely embarrassed yet again after he announced that the ceasefire agreement has been reached, and in just a few hours it was violated. Where do you think this is heading towards?
I think as of now it's somewhat of a soulmate. We have Iran and Israel. There is no clear winner. We managed to implement strong damage to Iran. We've hurt their nuclear program. We've taken it years back with the help of the United States. I'm grateful for it. With that being said, I don't think the job is done yet. They still are threatening Israel. They still have nuclear ambitions. And as long as they have those two at the top of their mind, there's no end in sight. And even a deal, if were to be reached, it would have to come with a lot of circumstances, with them no longer threatening Israel, not shooting missiles towards Israel, and stopping the nuclear program. Otherwise, there's nowhere to go.
Absolutely, Akiva. Thank you very much for sharing those insights. We look forward to hearing from you again. We quickly move on in the broadcast to the other angles that we're tracking in regard to the same story. Now, in response to the heightened tensions in conflict-affected areas in West Asia, around 2,000 national Indians have been brought home from Iran under Operation Sindhu. Now, the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal said that nearly 300 nationals have been brought back to New Delhi from Iran's Mashhad. Now, a special flight that was carrying them did land today in the wee hours. The Indian Air Force has stated that it remains committed as a first responder to both assisting within the country and across the globe in times of need. The IAF has commenced missions from Jordan and Egypt to evacuate Indian nationals and citizens of friendly countries. Here's what the evacuees said on the situation that they were stuck in.
Operation Sindhu is now underway in full swing. Amid rising tensions in West Asia, Indian government continues on their mission of bringing back Indian nationals home. Tirangas in hand, 286 evacuees have returned back from Iran, which includes 281 Indians, 3 Sri Lankans and 2 Nepalese.
बहुत ही अच्छा इंतजाम था और हमारी सरकार को बहुत ही थैंक्स है कि वो हमें यहाँ तक लाई।
हम अभी ज़ियारतों को गए थे 25 अप्रैल को, फिर वहाँ ये वो हो गया तो उसमें रुक गए। हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने अच्छा काम किया है, जिससे हमें ये वो लग रहा है कि बहुत अच्छा यही होना चाहिए भाईचारा के सब इतने सारे यानी जितने भी हमारे साथी थे वहाँ पे लोग रह रहे थे, कई हज़ार उनको लेकर आए वहाँ से।
ईरान में मशहद में रहता था, तकरीबन 2011 से मैं वहाँ पे था और बड़ा ही अच्छा दिन गुजरे हैं वहाँ पर। और मैं इंडियन गवर्नमेंट का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया और धन्यवाद कहना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने हमारी बहुत मदद की है। बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त नीति है मोदी जी की है और पूरे हिंदुस्तान को इस पर गर्व करना चाहिए कि मोदी जी जिस तरीके से अपने देशवासियों की परवाह करते हैं, उनको देखते हैं कि वो कोई मुसीबत में तो नहीं है और अगर मुसीबत में होते हैं तो उनको अपने देश में वापस बुलाते हैं।
The total number of Indians brought back from Iran has now reached to 2,576. As more Indians return, the government stays relentless in their work to bring back Indian nationals who want to return home.
All right, joining us on the broadcast is Faizan Nabi. He is one of the evacuees that was brought safely back home from the affected area, from the conflict affected areas. Faizan Nabi, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. Pehli baat, first thing that I want to know from you is how is the situation there where you were stuck?
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible, yes.
Thank you. I actually was based in Kerman, Iran. So my university's name is Kerman University of Medical Science. If you ask me about Kerman, it was relatively safe because the most affected areas were Tehran, Shiraz, Isfahan. But if you talk about Kerman, it was relatively safer. But the first, the tensions arose on 13th of June, if I'm not wrong. It was Friday morning, and we woke up. We saw there was bombardment of news that this place has been attacked, this place has been attacked, and that is the day when worry started. Actually, we were very uncertain about the situations. It was unfolding in a different way. Then the first preference that was the embassy gave it to the students of Tehran. Tehran, because since Tehran was very much affected, so the students in universities of Tehran, they were relocated to Qum first. Qum is a religious place in Iran. They were relocated first because at first priority was given to the safety of the students, to safety of the students, followed by the evacuation program. And there was one more university that's known as Urmia University of Medical Science. Urmia is another province in Iran. So they have a border, very near border with Armenia. So the first batch which arrived in India, that was from the Urmia University of Medical Science, and they were evacuated through the border of Armenia. Then it went for the students of Tehran. They were relocated to Qum, and from Qum they were again relocated to Mashhad. We are thankful to even the government of Iran who opened the airspace for the Indian students evacuation. And almost 70-80% of the students were evacuated from Mashhad airport. It was a direct flight of Mahan Air from Mashhad airport till Delhi. And I arrived early in this morning.
All right, Faizan, we thank you very much for joining us here on the broadcast and giving us the details of how the evacuation process was carried out. And with that, that was all that we could pack in this edition of 6 Stories at 6. We will be back tomorrow, same time, with more agenda-setting news. Till then, thank you for watching. Coming up next after the break is Live and Breaking.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter.
اطلعوا على السطوح ورا مليان ورا مليان
安理会对维护国际和平与安全负有首要责任，面对重大危机不能无所作为。俄罗斯、中国、巴基斯坦已经提出一项安理会决议草案，呼吁立即无条件停火，保护平民，遵守国际法，开展对话谈判。我们期待安理会成员展现责任担当，共同支持该决议草案，推动安理会为维护国际和平与安全履责尽职。
لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
الله أكبر تعال مدام
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
الله أكبر تعال مدام
La ilaha illallah. Southwest, coming from the direction of Al-Udaid. Windows are shaking. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Probably Patriot.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all
कल तक आप सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता थे, गरीबों की, वंचितों की आवाज उठाने वाले माने जाते थे। आज आप देश के लिए खतरा बन गए हो। कल तक आप एक आम नागरिक थे, जिसको न संविधान की धाराएं मालूम थी, न संसद की प्रक्रिया। आज आप काल कोठरी के अंदर जेल में डाल दिए जाते हो। आपने कोई नारा नहीं दिया, कोई जुलूस नहीं निकाला, फिर भी गलती सिर्फ इतनी है कि आपकी सोच आजाद थी। एक क्षण, ये सुबह कितनी क्रूरता के साथ भारत की जनता के पर बीती होगी, इसकी कल्पना हम नहीं कर सकते। मेरे साथ दो लोग जो मंच पर बैठे हैं, दोनों ने पल्ला झाड़ दिया कि हम तो उस वक्त जन्मे ही नहीं थे, मगर मैं पल्ला नहीं झाड़ सकता। मैं उस वक्त 11 साल का था। गुजरात में वैसे आपातकाल की असर बहुत कम हुई थी, क्योंकि वहां जनता सरकार बन चुकी थी, परंतु बाद में जनता सरकार भी गिरा दी गई और आपातकाल का कहर 1 साल के बाद गुजरात पर भी टूटा। हमने देखा है हमारे गांव के अंदर जनसंघ के कार्यकर्ता, संघ के स्वयंसेवक, कई संस्था कांग्रेसी, समाजवादी, सर्वोदयी, कई प्रकार के लोग जो अपनी अपनी विचारधारा के आधार पर भारत के नवनिर्माण की गति को, पुनर्निर्माण की दिशा को तय करने में लगे थे। वो
Well, there you heard Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaking on the eve of the 50th anniversary of the imposition of emergency in India. He's the chief guest at that event that has been hosted by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now shifting our focus to, in fact, the conflict as far as Iran and Israel are concerned. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that he held back a more aggressive strike on Iran following a conversation with US President Donald Trump. Remember, Donald Trump dialed him just a while back, and now Israeli Prime Minister cited the call as a key reason for Israel's decision to show restraint after the initial attacks. This is as far as the conversation between Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister is concerned. Remember, after speaking to media and saying that he's not happy with Iran as well as Israel as far as their strike and counter-strike is concerned, now Israeli Prime Minister has cited the call as a key reason for Israel's decision to show some sort of restraint after the initial attacks. Meanwhile, unhappy with Israel, Donald Trump takes it out on Israel and Iran in a warning that he has given in. Listen in.
Dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that? Dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
And another statement has come in from US President Donald Trump. In a statement from White House, he has accused former US President Biden of allowing numerous supercells, quote-unquote supercell, into the country, claiming many came from Iran. Donald Trump added that hopefully we'll take care of them, hinting at a possible future action. So this is as far as the comment from Donald Trump is concerned. He has taken a jibe at former US President Biden, accusing him of allowing numerous supercells in the country, and he has in fact quoted supercells and claiming that many have come from Iran. Listen in.
Sleeper cells in the United States.
Biden led a lot of supercells, and Biden was an incompetent president, had no idea what he was doing. He hardly ever signed a document. Other people signed documents for him with the auto pen. It was gross incompetence. And among everything else, he let a lot of supercells in, many from Iran. But hopefully we'll take care of them. What Biden did to this country should never be forgotten.
We have another breaking news coming in. Israeli Prime Minister's office has revealed fresh details on the timeline of the strikes before and after the ceasefire with Iran. Israel says that it hit key regime targets in Tehran hours before the 7 a.m. truce, killing hundreds. In fact, as far as Iran is concerned, it has responded with missile attack, including one that killed 4 in Beersheba. Israel claims Iran violated the ceasefire minutes after it took effect, prompting a limited response. US President Donald Trump later urged restraint, praising Israel for achieving its war objective. So this is as far as the ceasefire is concerned. Israel has put out the timeline of the attack, saying that it has targeted key areas in Iran. Iran, on the other hand, we've seen those visuals also coming in of the attack on a building in Beersheba where 4 people have lost their life. In fact, there is a statement by Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, on the recent developments in West Asia. This is as far as India is concerned, and it says we have been following developments overnight related to the conflict between Iran and Israel, including the US action against Iran's nuclear facilities and Iranians' retaliation against US military bases in Qatar. While we remain deeply concerned about the prospects for overall and sustained regional security and stability, we welcome the reports reports of a ceasefire between Iran and Israel and the role played by the US and Qatar in bringing this about. So their MEA saying that they welcome the ceasefire between the two nations and the role that the United States and Qatar played as far as this is concerned. This is a statement that has come from Ministry of External Affairs. In India, they have welcomed the ceasefire between the two countries. So here are more details as far as this conflict is concerned. Under Operation Sindhu, 286 evacuees, including 281 Indians, 3 Sri Lankans and 2 Nepalese, arrived in the national capital today from Iran on a special flight. Minister of State has warmly received the group, and with this, the total number of Indians brought back from Iran, this conflict-ridden nation, has reached 2,576. And remember, India had said that it won't only evacuate its own citizens but also citizens of Nepal and also Sri Lanka. So the total number has now reached to 2,576, with at least 200 more Indians coming back to their nation today.
बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त नीति है मोदी जी की है और पूरे हिंदुस्तान को इस पर गर्व करना चाहिए कि मोदी जी जिस तरीके से अपने देशवासियों की परवाह करते हैं, उनको देखते हैं कि वो कोई मुसीबत में तो नहीं है, और अगर मुसीबत में होते हैं तो उनको अपने देश में वापस बुलाते हैं।
हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने अच्छा काम किया है, जिससे हमें ये वो लग रहा है कि बहुत अच्छा यही होना चाहिए भाईचारा के सब इतने सारे यानी जितने भी हमारे साथी थे वहाँ पे लोग रह रहे थे, कई हज़ार उनको लेकर आए वहाँ से।
बहुत शुक्रिया हमारी सरकार का, एम्बेसडर साहब ने बड़ा आराम दिया और कई दिन रखा उन्होंने, स्पेशल वैल्यू दी और बहुत ही अच्छा इंतज़ाम था और हमारी सरकार को बहुत ही थैंक।
And meanwhile, US President Donald Trump may have announced a ceasefire, but on the ground, missiles continue to hit residential buildings in southern Israel. Now, according to the rescue teams there, the death toll is mounting quick, with the search for survival still going on. Here's more.
Sirens, explosions, and collapsing buildings. The war between Israel and Iran is far from over. Rescue teams pulling out dead bodies from under the rubble. Firefighters scanning the debris of what was a residential apartment before the missile impact. Iranian missiles shook the streets of Tel Aviv today as the fragile hopes of peace crumbled under fresh missile fire. US President Donald Trump announced a complete and total ceasefire between Israel and Iran after Iran's limited missile strike on a US military base in Qatar late Monday. But the reality on the ground tells a different story. Iran's foreign minister had set a clear deadline at 4 a.m. local Tehran time. If Israel stopped its strikes by then, Iran would halt its own. But even an hour after that deadline passed, the missiles kept coming. Israel's military sounded urgent warnings, confirming new missile launches from Iran. In the skies over Jerusalem, Israeli missile defense systems were seen intercepting incoming threats. Soon after, Israel's Home Front Command issued another nationwide alert, warning that yet another barrage from Iran was on its way. Trump, posting on his Truth Social account, said the ceasefire would officially begin around midnight Eastern Time today. He called it an official end to the war. But on the ground, the war was far from over. Israel's paramedic service, Magen David Adom, confirmed that 3 people were critically injured after an Iranian missile struck a residential area. A 7-story building in southern Israel's Beersheba suffered a direct hit. The entire face of the building was blown apart. Rescue workers rushed to the scene. Israeli firefighters confirmed they retrieved 4 bodies from the rubble and were searching for more survivors. For nearly 2 hours this morning, waves of Iranian missiles forced Israelis across the country to seek shelter as sirens blared and explosions echoed. The launches came after Tehran's deadline, testing the very core of the ceasefire agreement. Trump's ceasefire plan, announced just hours earlier, has now been accepted by Israel. With missiles still flying and lives still at risk, peace remains a distant promise.
And our correspondent Nick is on the ground in Israel, bringing us the latest from the heart of the conflict. And as tensions escalate and strikes continue, Nick is tracking every small development, speaking to the locals and reporting live on how the war is unfolding in Israel's commercial capital. Have a look.
Behind me is one of the residential areas of Tel Aviv that was hit by the ballistic missile of Iran. You can see how extensive is the damage to tens of different buildings here all around. Many young Israelis are living here, going to the university, which is close to here, and a lot of security forces working now trying to rescue people that may be still in danger. In all of those buildings, all the area is completely destroyed from one ballistic Iranian missile. As well, Iran using illegal cluster munition on their missiles. That's why it is not just one big missile, but many small parts of the missile are also spread all around in radius of hundreds of meters, and they can explode any moment if somebody touch them, especially kids. That's why the security forces here continue to work and to reach each of those munitions.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, after his telephonic conversation, Donald Trump makes another big claim, says Israel will not now bomb Iran. But despite Trump's claim, fresh explosions heard in Tehran. IDF strikes Iran's military radar site. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter.
安理会对维护国际和平与安全负有首要责任，面对重大危机不能无所作为。俄罗斯、中国、巴基斯坦已经提出一项安理会决议草案，呼吁立即无条件停火，保护平民，遵守国际法，开展对话谈判。我们期待安理会成员展现责任担当，共同支持该决议草案，推动安理会为维护国际和平与安全履责尽职。
Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis chaired a meeting at his official residence in South Mumbai late last night. The meeting was chaired over the implementation of the three-language formula. Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, School Education Minister Dada Bhuse, and Minister of State Dr. Pankaj Bhoyer were present. An in-depth discussion was held on the new education policy. The meeting saw the status of all states to ensure that Marathi students are not disadvantaged under the policy. Furthermore, it was resolved in the meeting that all stakeholders must be consulted. Stakeholders include Marathi language scholars, literateurs, and political leaders. Maharashtra Chief Minister Fadnavis further said that a final decision will be made only after this consultation process is completed.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
की देगी मिरज, MDH की देगी मिरज,
देगी मिरज का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिरज।
Excellencies, 2 days ago, in this very chamber, I made a direct appeal: give peace a chance. That call was not heeded. Instead, the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities by the United States marks a perilous turn in a region that is already reeling. From the outset of the crisis, I have repeatedly condemned any military escalation in the Middle East. The people of the region cannot endure another cycle of destruction. And yet, we now risk descending into a rat hole of retaliation after retaliation. To avoid it, diplomacy must prevail. Civilians must be protected. Safe maritime navigation must be guaranteed. The Non-Proliferation Treaty is a cornerstone of international peace and security. Iran must fully respect it. And all member states must act in accordance with their obligations under the UN Charter and other rules of international law, including international humanitarian law.
For 40 years, the Iranian government has called for death to America and death to Israel, and posed a constant menace to the peace and security of its neighbors, the United States, and the entire world. U.S. military strikes targeted nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, with the aim of dismantling Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stopping the nuclear threat posed by the world's foremost state sponsor of terror. This operation sought to eliminate a long-standing but rapidly escalating source of global insecurity and to aid our ally Israel in our inherent right of collective self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter.
安理会对维护国际和平与安全负有首要责任，面对重大危机不能无所作为。俄罗斯、中国、巴基斯坦已经提出一项安理会决议草案，呼吁立即无条件停火，保护平民，遵守国际法，开展对话谈判。我们期待安理会成员展现责任担当，共同支持该决议草案，推动安理会为维护国际和平与安全履责尽职。
Trump says ceasefire. Iran says no such agreement. Trump embarrasses himself yet again with mediation hope. Why no one listens to Donald Trump? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hi there, very good evening to this Tuesday edition of This Is Exclusive. Early morning, friends, we woke up to that typical Trumpist announcement from his Truth Social handle that he had got a ceasefire between Iran and Israel and the war was stopping. and that the world should go and give him a Nobel Peace Prize. He almost said that without saying that, which he has been doing so for a while. But even before those headlines could be processed, Iran sent in a volley of missiles into Israel, and Israel reciprocated. In fact, by evening, Israel had seen the most devastating of Iranian strikes, in which 4 of its citizens lost their lives in Beersheba. And on the Iranian side, there were multiple bombings to the extent that by evening, in fact, Donald Trump himself was frustrated enough to indulge in some name calling, singling out Israel for the massive bombings that have happened post the announcement of ceasefire that he had made in the morning. And in fact, so unhappy and frustrated was the American president that he even used the F word. We are not using it. We'll make you listen to what he said while trying to convince the Israelis and Iranians again that please, since he has announced or made the announcement, please pull back now. He flew out of White House and to Joint Base Andrews, from where he's been wheels up to participate in the NATO summit. And it seems by the time he lands, hopefully his word would have been listened to. But it seems for now, it's a bit of an egg on his face. That's our focus with an exclusive conversation with India's former Foreign Secretary, Kanwal Sibbal. Good ground reports from both Iran and Israel to give you an idea of how the day panned out post the ceasefire announcement of Trump. And then, of course, an exclusive on Operation Sindhu, India's massive evacuation drive from the Middle East. All that and more. Let's begin with the headlines.
We basically have 2 countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
Unhappy with Israel, Trump takes it out on Israel and Iran in an expletive-laden warning. US President Donald Trump dials Netanyahu, urging him to not strike and stop now. Despite Trump's claim, fresh explosions near Tehran, IDF strikes Iran's military radar site. Israeli President Isaac Herzog visits Beersheba after a deadly Iranian missile strike hits the city, kills 4. Welcome again, friends. The Middle East stands on the edge of chaos as President Donald Trump's much-touted ceasefire between Israel and Iran collapses in a matter of hours after he made that announcement. A deadly Iranian missile is struck Beersheba. Israel is reeling with destruction and loss, while Israeli airstrikes pound military targets in Tehran, sending shockwaves through the region. With both nations pointing fingers and escalating retaliatory strikes, the promise of peace has given way to devastation on both sides. We have some reports. Let's have a look.
Now the security forces are entering the house and we should leave because it's not safe to be here, and they need to check if this house can collapse like any other houses here all around, because it's not safe. And now the residents of the house have a few minutes to take the most important stuff from their house before it probably will collapse. And you see, this is the reality in Israel. People becoming the targets of those Iranian rockets. Now they have just a few minutes to take the most precious things, the precious ones, the most important things from their home before maybe it will collapse. Probably it is not safe anymore to live here, and all this neighborhood with a lot of those houses is completely destroyed just from one ballistic missile. This was just one of the places where the Iranian ballistic rockets hit. This place is one of the residential areas in Tel Aviv, and you can see how huge is destruction here all around. All this building is completely destroyed here behind me. And this was the target of Iran. This is just regular people living here, a lot of students, and also there is a lot of elderly population in this area. And see how destroyed all of this place, and this is just from one rocket.
All right, let's begin our conversation with former Foreign Secretary Kanwal Sibal. Very good evening to you, sir. My first question, did Trump jump the gun? Did he misread? Why was he so off the mark, perhaps yet again?
Well, I saw something from the Jerusalem Post which said that the way he announced it and the timing was not how it was intended. But Trump, as you know, wants to take credit, as he did in the case of the India-Pakistan so-called ceasefire and his role in it. So he jumped the gun, he made a premature announcement, and now he's embarrassed. And the kind of language that he has used to attack, to criticize Israel, and in fact put the major blame on Israel, just goes to show that his inclination to play to the gallery and draw attention to himself and use foreign policy as a kind of a personal theater.
Yeah. Like, is he really embarrassed, or just we think that he's embarrassed? Because that's typical Trump. He can do that and, forget about it the next day.
Sorry?
So I was saying, is he actually embarrassed, or we think that he is embarrassed and he is not, because he can do such kind of things 5 times in a day and then forget about them?
No, I think he's not bothered about how the rest of the world looks at his image. My understanding is, rightly or wrongly, that he's far more concerned about his MAGA base, how people inside the United States would look at what he's doing, especially his base. So his foreign policy, a lot of it is directed at consolidating and appealing to his base, rather than being concerned about what other countries think, because he's virtually annoyed his partners, his allies, he's insulted them. He's made territorial claims, he has snubbed them personally, he's made remarks on them. So he's not bothered. So I think he's got a very thick skin, and he thinks that he can get away with whatever he says or does, because the fact is that unless, of course, in the elections to the House in a year or in about a couple of years' time, he pays a price for the policies he's been pursuing, and the impact of those policies on his base, he will not change, because
Mr.
he's
Sibal,
super confident that he's on the right track and he can say and do what he wants.
Mr. Sibal, with the benefit of your deep experience in diplomacy and foreign policy, you think Trump has been just indulging in information arbitrage, like in the case of India and Pakistan, since the Pakistanis were talking to the Americans, since the foreign minister of India was in touch with the Secretary of State in Washington, D.C., and since the Saudis were also talking to us, just like the Saudis were talking to the Pakistanis. The Saudis in this case were obviously also the Qataris in this case were involved on both the sides. So because there was information flow, Trump just got hold of it and processed it in his own fashion, and then, made the announcement, like in the case of India, Pakistan, so in this case.
You're right. In fact, the Qataris have said, I think the Qatari foreign minister, he has said that he played a role after Iran bombed the American base in Qatar. The Qatari foreign minister spoke to the Americans, and he spoke to the Iranians.
Yeah.
And he says that he brokered the ceasefire.
Yeah.
So that also is very peculiar.
So you think, my last question before I let you go, you think this expletive-laden warning that Trump has given to both the sides, more to Israelis in fact, before he has flown out of the United States for the NATO summit, is it going to work this time?
Sorry? The sound is not very good. We'll have to repeat it.
The expletive-laden warning that Trump has given to both Israel and Iran, you think now it will work? on ceasefire?
No. This sound, your voice is.
Sir, my question was, now that Trump has again given a warning to both Iran and Israel, it did not work in the morning, but now would it work?
Look, again, the sound is not very clear, but let me understand what you're trying to say. The thing is that the ceasefire at the moment suits both sides because Iran has no air cover and Israel can freely attack targets in Iran. Iran has missiles. It was also hurting the Israelis very badly. Tel Aviv has suffered a lot of damage, and other areas in Israel, their Iron Dome hasn't worked very well. So both would have some interest in stopping this at this stage to prevent further damage. However, the issue is not that. The issue is what comes after. After the ceasefire, Israel will build up its defenses. Iran will build up its defenses. More importantly, the whole issue, the question of the nuclear program of Iran. How do you deal with it? How do you deal with it? Iran has said they're not going to cooperate with the IAEA, so the IAEA will cease monitoring that program. One does not know where the missile material has gone. So the issue will remain. The issue will not get resolved. So I don't know how Trump or anybody is going to deal with the future of the relations between Israel and Iran, because there are a lot of gray areas that are still left. A lot of unresolved issues. The ceasefire is just a minor step. It doesn't mean peace. It doesn't mean peace at all.
My takeaway is that the timing was perhaps suited for both the sides on that note. Thank you so much, Mr. Sibal, for joining us with that perspective. And for those who might have just joined the broadcast, let's look at how the day panned out from the time that Donald Trump made that announcement on his Truth Social, through his Truth Social post, to the time that Iran and Israel again were at each other, sending in missiles in each other's direction with massive destruction on both the sides. And then, of course, Donald Trump again getting into the picture, hectoring both the sides with the use of expletives. Take a look.
In Beersheba of southern Israel, chaos and carnage followed a direct Iranian missile strike, one of the deadliest in recent weeks. Rescue teams pulled bodies from the rubble as streets lay blanketed with glass, debris, and scorched remains of shattered homes. This is the aftermath of a ceasefire that failed to hold.
What we've seen here is outrageous and extremely painful. That missile, which is one of the heaviest missiles of the Iranians, it's called Qatar. It's way above 400 kilos. Landed here specifically to kill women, children, old age, and people of ordinary lives. Demolished kindergarten and school, demolished apartments, and unfortunately had a heavy toll of 4 innocent civilians. I want to express my heartfelt condolences to the families.
Hours after a truce announcement, air raid sirens blared across North Israel. Israel claimed that Iran had violated the truce by launching missiles into its airspace, a charge that Tehran has denied.
לפני כניסת הפסקת האש לתוקף, הבוקר נורו כ-20 טילים מאיראן לאזורים שונים ברחבי הארץ. רובם יורטו. צוותי פיקוד העורף, כוחות ההצלה והביטחון, נמצאים כרגע בשטח ונותנים מענה באזורי הנפילות. לצערי, ישנם הרוגים ופצועים בזירת הנפילה בבאר שבע. חולצו מספר לכודים חיים. כוחות החילוץ של פיקוד העורף ממשיכים לסרוק בשטח.
Meanwhile, in Tehran,
Israeli airstrikes struck military targets before dawn, sending plumes of smoke into the sky. Having claimed a successful ceasefire, US President Donald Trump now stands globally embarrassed as in less than hours, both countries traded missiles.
I don't think so, but I'm not happy that Israel's going out now. There was one rocket that I guess was fired overboard. It was after the time limit, and it missed its target. And now Israel's going out. These guys got to calm down. Ridiculous. I didn't like plenty of things I saw yesterday. I didn't like the fact that Israel unloaded right after we made the deal. They didn't have to unload. And I didn't like the fact that the retaliation was very strong. But in all fairness, Israel unloaded a lot. And now I hear Israel just went out because they felt it was violated by one rocket that didn't land anywhere. That's not what we want, I'll tell you. And I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either. And all I do is play both sides. I'm going now, as you know, to NATO. Some of you are going with me, and I think it's going to be successful. We'll see. I'll let you know.
As of this morning, the fragile ceasefire brokered by the US has unraveled. The violations have prompted Netanyahu's ministers to order intense strikes on Tehran in retaliation. Iran, meanwhile, has said that its current focus is on confronting Israeli aggression. Trump claims to have been a successful mediator. Israel says all objectives of Operation Rising Lion has been achieved. But with the ongoing devastation, where is this conflict heading to?
All right, friends, India has been evacuating its citizens struck in the Middle East. Over 2,000, to be precise, 2,300 plus have been brought back in more than a dozen flights from nations like Jordan, from Egypt, from, of course, Israel and Iran. We have one such evacuee, and Ratndeep Chakrabarti. He's someone who was, in fact, reporting for us live from Israel. Ratndeep, thank you so much for giving us all that coverage from ground zero. But you are back. Please tell us how the Operation Sindhu is panning out. Your takeaways.
Well, firstly, I would like to thank the government actually for evacuating all the citizens at such a short notice, because a lot of the citizens were very frantic and they wanted to be evacuated at a very short notice. And the MEA contacted us, and with the help of the embassy in Israel. And India is the only country, by the way, which is evacuating citizens on both the fronts, from both Egypt and from Jordanian route. And it's a very difficult route to begin with. Honestly, yesterday, as we were in the bus, there were sirens blaring across Israel, missiles been fired from Iran. And it's a very risky operation, but it's been done with such precision that a lot of the citizens have been evacuated on both the days. And today as well, there will be another fresh set of evacuations being done. That's basically what the situation looks like when we look at what's happening in Israel right now with the evacuation.
All right, and it's to the credit of the government, of course, that not only we are evacuating Ratndeep, as you say, but we are evacuating from both the sides and with full cooperation from both the sides, and that gives an idea of the stature that India really commands, cutting across the divide.
No, I agree. In fact, I would like to tell you that I study in international school, and in my university, a lot of the students who comes from even countries like the US and the UK, even France, envies India because the command India has over these regions and the pace at which India could actually evacuate the citizens and at with ease it could do it. It's remarkable. We didn't feel at any uneasy moments when we were in these regions.
Right.
And there was a full-blown war that's going on. So to evacuate citizens at this pace, it takes a lot of efforts.
Yeah, tremendous effort and tremendous heft with diplomacy. Thank you so much, Ratndeep, for joining us with that update on Operation Sindhu. With that, we come to an end of this broadcast, friend. This is all we could pack in the time that we had. Short break on the other side. Trending with Rakshita.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
Operation Midnight Hammer. This was to be the final blow of the joint American-Israeli campaign to degrade, severely degrade or destroy the nascent nuclear facilities of Iran. It has been an extremely systematic campaign. The whole story, as we know, starts from 7th of October 2023, when Hamas struck and killed 1,700 Israeli citizens, innocent, murdered 1,700 Israeli citizens. In a very systematic and thorough manner, Israel first destroyed the Hamas, then it turned on and destroyed the Hezbollah, and then with the help of the United States, it severely degraded the Houthis. These are the 3 arms of the Iranian octopus. Having taken out the 3 arms, Israel now set its target on the head. That is, the head of the octopus, or Iran per se. The simple fact is, from 1992 onwards, Prime Minister Netanyahu has been warning the world about Iran's lurch towards the nuclear capability, and it is just a week away, a couple of weeks away. That is what has been said. But now they have hit this as hard as they possibly could in a very well coordinated joint operations that has been very clear-headed in its inception and in its conduct, right? So let's go to the final phases of this operation. Donald Trump gave 60 days to Iran to negotiate. The talks were still on. 61st day, Israel started the attack on Iran, right? 13th of June, Friday. Unlucky day, lucky for some. 200 Israeli fighters gained complete air superiority by destroying the radars and air defense systems in western Iran. Decapacitate the Iranian leadership. 20 Iranian generals of the army, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, are killed and eliminated. They attack Natanz, they attack Isfahan, they attack other Iranian nuclear facilities. They also then, next day, they go on to extend the war. They attack the surface-to-surface missile launchers. They claim to have destroyed about 1/3 of them, over 225. Then they also repeated attacks on the nuclear facilities, and they hit the energy storage sites which store for domestic production. They did not so target Iranian oil exports, because that would have induced Iran to target the oil exports of the Middle East per se. But they focused on the domestic capability so that it would hurt the local people and incite them to possibly overthrow their regime, as Israel had hoped. So the campaign from the Israeli rhetoric now had two major components. One, to destroy the nuclear facility.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Operation Midnight Hammer. This was to be the final blow of the joint American-Israeli campaign to degrade, severely degrade or destroy the nascent nuclear facilities of Iran. It has been an extremely systematic campaign. The whole story, as we know, starts from 7th of October 2023 when Hamas struck and killed 1,700 Israeli citizens, innocent, murdered 1,700 Israeli citizens. In a very systematic and thorough manner, Israel first destroyed the Hamas, then it turned on and destroyed the Hezbollah, and then with the help of the United States, it severely degraded the Houthis. These are the three arms of the Iranian octopus. Having taken out the three arms, Israel now set its target on the head, that is, the head of the octopus, or Iran per se. The simple fact is, from 1992 onwards, Prime Minister Netanyahu has been warning the world about Iran's lurch towards the nuclear capability, and it is just a week away, a couple of weeks away. That is what has been said. But now they have hit this as hard as they possibly could in a very well coordinated joint operations that has been very clear-headed in its inception and in its conduct, right? So let's go to the final phases of this operation. Donald Trump gave 60 days to Iran to negotiate. The talks were still on. 61st day, Israel started the attack on Iran, right? 13th of June, Friday, unlucky day, lucky for some. 200 Israeli fighters gained complete air superiority by destroying the radars and air defense systems in western Iran. Decapacitate the Iranian leadership. 20 Iranian generals of the army, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, are killed and eliminated. They attack Natanz, they attack Isfahan, they attack other Iranian nuclear facilities. They also then, next day, they go on to extend the war. They attack the surface-to-surface missile launchers. They claim to have destroyed about 1/3 of them, over 225. Then they also repeated attacks on the nuclear facilities, and they hit the energy storage sites which store for domestic production. They did not so target Iranian oil exports, because that would have induced Iran to target the oil exports of the Middle East per se. But they focused on the domestic capability so that it would hurt the local people and incite them to possibly overthrow their regime as Israel had hoped. So the campaign from the Israeli rhetoric now had two major components. One, to destroy the nuclear facility, the other to carry out regime change. And Richard Haas said, regime change, can be a wish. It cannot be a strategy, because for regime change you would have to put boots on the ground. Nobody, neither Israel nor the United States, is prepared to put boots on the ground. It has been designed as an entirely air power, missile power driven campaign, standoff, non-contact warfare. that may suffice to destroy or disable the Iranian nuclear capability, but there is no way that without a ground operation you can ensure regime change. The Israeli Ayatollah Khamenei has already designated 3 successors. How do we ensure that their successors are not even more rabidly radical? Regime change has its pitfalls. But now let us come back to the component which was the real aim. Both Israel and America have now clarified that their real aim was not at all or not so much regime change, which could be incidental to the weakening of the Iranian regime, but it was to destroy the nuclear facility, the nuclear capability of
From your smart screen to your smart television, the trending stories are always breaking the internet, and it seems like Ajit Doval has landed himself in some hot soup after casting Pakistani actor Hania Amir in his upcoming film. The internet is not at all happy with the casting choice. A film board in India is calling for a boycott, a ban on Diljit Dosanjh. Also on the show, we bring you a heartwarming story from Tamil Nadu. Dr. Jeny, who becomes the first trans woman from the state to earn a PhD. We will hear her own story from herself, from the trailblazer herself, viewers. Also on the show, Trump. We'll get you how Trump has made a mockery of himself again as he tries desperately to pose as a peacemaker. India's Neeraj Chopra is back in action tonight after withdrawing. Meanwhile, we also have Maharashtra's very own Kolhapuris making it to the global stage. Also, the countdown finally for Axiom 4 is after multiple delays is on. All eyes will be on Indian astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla. All this and more on today's power-packed edition. I'm Rakshita Mishra and this is Trending. Diljit Dosanjh is making headlines once again, and this time it's not just about his music or films. The singer-actor recently shared a cryptic Instagram post that sparked curiosity among fans. The message read, and I quote, "Censored before release." Now, this brief but intriguing post has generated buzz, especially because of the backlash that he has been facing over casting Pakistani actor Hania Amir in his upcoming film Sardarji 3. Now, there are a lot of reactions coming in with netizens calling to boycott Dosanjh and the film. Some of the reactions are on your screen, viewers, that we are going to run from the Twitter artists, from those on X, that are also going on to call him a traitor. Remember, there has been very strong action from the state, from the Indian state after the Pahalgam terror attack, and there was a ban on the Pakistani actors' Instagram accounts, social media accounts as well. Even the trailer was stopped. But we see that Diljit Dosanjh continues with this project. So on the other hand, Punjabi singer B. Praak took a swipe at the artist's choices and sense of responsibility amid the ongoing controversy. While he did not mention Dosanjh, the timing of the story could not be more obvious. He says that कई artists अपना ज़मीर ही बेच चुके हैं. That is what he has said. That means that some artists have sold off their conscience, sold off their soul. And meanwhile, viewers, the Federation of Western Indian Cinema Employees, that is FWICE, has issued a directive against Diljit Dosanjh and the makers of Sardarji 3 for casting Pakistani actor Hania Amir. Now, calling it an anti-national act, the film body has demanded an industry blacklist of Diljit Dosanjh, cancellation of his passport as well. In fact, I have the president of the FWICE, BN Tiwari, with us. Mr. Tiwari, what are your demands? अगर आप हमें एक करके बताएं कि जिस तरह से एक प्रधानमंत्री को पत्र भी लिखा गया है और ये मांग की जा रही है कि दिलजीत दोसांझ पर प्रतिबंध लगाया जाए।
जी, हमने लेटर लिख करके प्रतिबंध लगाने के लिए, क्योंकि जो देश के साथ नहीं है उसके साथ फेडरेशन या फिल्म इंडस्ट्री नहीं है। हमने उनको लेटर लिख करके मैंने भेजा है कि दिलजीत दोसांझ हमारे तमाम लेटर देने के बावजूद भी हमने सारी म्यूज़िक कंपनी को दिए। जब पहलगाम का हमला हुआ तब से हमने सबको लेटर भेजा और टोटल बंद किया गया है कि कोई भी यूट्यूब पर, कोई भी सोशल मीडिया पर किसी भी पाकिस्तानी आर्टिस्ट हो, सिंगर हो या किसी तरह का यूट्यूबर हो, उसको एंटरटेन नहीं किया जाएगा। इसके बावजूद भी जब ऑपरेशन सिंधु हुआ तो वहाँ पर जो हमारे सैनिकों ने पाकिस्तान में घुस करके आक्रमण किया तो उसके रिएक्शन में हानिया मीर ने जो गलत तरीके से कमेंट्स किया है कि इंडियन सैनिक जो हैं, हमारे सिपाही जो हैं, वो कावर्ड हैं, रात में आक्रमण करते हैं। इस पर नहीं प्रोड्यूसर ने कोई आक्रमण किया, रिएक्शन दिया, नहीं दिलजीत दोसांझ ने कुछ कहा। तो ये देश के साथ यदि इस तरह की बात होगी, देश के साथ गद्दारी करने वाले के खिलाफ देश भले ही साथ दे दे, मगर फेडरेशन जो है, पूरी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री उसके खिलाफ है
जी।
हमने सबको लेटर भेज दिया है कि कोई भी आदमी दिलजीत दोसांझ के साथ काम तब तक नहीं करेगा जब तक फेडरेशन उनको क्लीन चिट नहीं देती है। और क्लीन चिट सिर्फ एक ही बात से मिल सकता है कि जब पाकिस्तानी जितने भी कलाकार हैं उनको फिल्म से निकाल दिया जाए।
जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मिस्टर तिवारी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए।
इसके बावजूद भी उन्होंने क्या
जी हमारे पास समय की कमी कारण हम अभी आपसे विदा लेना चाहेंगे। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया लेकिन बीएन तिवारी अपनी आवाज़ उठाने के लिए और हमसे हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए। व्यूअर्स, we now shift our focus to the other big story that we're tracking on trending tonight. Dr. Jency's journey is what we are going to bring to you now. It's truly inspiring. From humble beginnings in Tirutani, a small village in Tamil Nadu, she defied all odds and pursued her passion for education. From being mocked and marginalized to standing at the front of a classroom, Dr. Jency has now become Tamil Nadu's first trans woman with a PhD and is now an assistant professor in the English department at Loyola College of Jeny. And even with a dream that often felt too big for the world around her, Dr. Jency chose education as a path, and today she's made history, she's made people proud. And joining me is the trailblazer herself, Dr. Jency on Republic TV. Thank you so much, Dr. Jency, and congratulations. You're an icon for hundreds and thousands of people, not just in the country, but of course across the globe. Tell us something about your journey. What were the struggles, the obstacles you went through, and how did you just overcome all of them?
Good morning. Good evening, sorry. Thank you for this opportunity first of all. Actually, you're asking for my issues. In school education, my college education, I didn't face any issues only because of the education will helped me to escape from all the issues, because I was the topmost in my class and school educations and college educations. So education helps me a lot to escape from these kind of issues by maybe some other students, society and all.
I'm asking you...
I did my school in government school.
Ma'am, please go ahead, yeah.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I did my schooling in government higher secondary school or Kepet. I am the first topmost student in my class. I did my college in Arulmigu Subramania Swamy Government Arts College. There only I was the topmost in my class and I am the gold medalist. Then I have completed my MA in Dr. Ambedkar Government Arts and Science College, MA and MPhil in the same college. MA also gold medalist. Only the PhD in Loyola College. Till my MPhil, I have completed all my degrees and school education only in the government institutions. I am very proud to say that, ma'am. So actually after my UG and school education, I have came to Chennai for my higher education. So after the higher education, so I have planned to go for my transformations, and I got a good guide. She accepted me as a PhD scholar, and then only I have completed my PhD also, and now I have joined as assistant professor in the Department of English, Loyola College. I am very happy.
There are many of people from your community and from from the trans community and many others who in fact struggle a lot, mentally. They get mental health issues because of what they really face in today's society. What is one thing you want to tell them, because you are a trailblazer, you've broken all barriers and you have really achieved your goals, living your life your own way. Any message you want to send out to them?
I want to tell one sentence. I want to be seen professor first, next second the transgender, without any stigma and all.
Yes, ma'am. All right, ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Jeny.
Big word for everything.
Right, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. And of course, you continue to inspire many others with your achievement, viewers. Now, we shift our focus to the other big story that we're tracking from across the globe. This is Donald Trump once again making a mockery of himself. It was at 3:32 a.m. when United States President Donald Trump declared that a ceasefire had been brokered between Iran and Israel. In his usual Trump style, he posted this message where he congratulated everyone, claiming that in the next few hours, the war between the two nations would be effectively over. Because now, mere hours after his post and the other congratulatory posts that followed after this, was the Iranian foreign minister clearing the air. As expected, he made it crystal clear that there was no ceasefire. So that was Arakshi who had rejected Trump's claim. Now Trump in fact did not stop with that congratulatory post. Throughout the day, he made a series of erratic statements. He started with claiming that Israel and Iran came to him for a peace deal. And not the first time he has tried to take credit, ladies and gentlemen, for something he did not do. Then he reiterates that a ceasefire is in place and writing in all caps and practically imploring. And he says the ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate it. And when paying no heed to Trump's peace call, Israel struck Iran. A sulky Trump told them to bring their pilots home. Not just this, he even posted that there is going to be no attack on Iran. The only problem with it, the attack had already taken place. And just a few hours back, Trump had a complete meltdown. This is what he had to say after his frustration.
Load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. When I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that? Dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. When I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
And we have breaking news coming in right now. The Iranian president says that the enemy has failed to achieve its goal in its aggression against Iran. Iran will not violate the ceasefire agreement unless the enemy does. Tehran is ready for dialogue and defending its people's rights at the negotiating table. That's the big breaking news we have. Iranian president says that it is ready for negotiation. This is the big breaking reaction by Iran in the latest. Tehran ready for dialogue and defending its people's rights at the negotiating table. That's the highlight of this statement coming in from the Iranian president. The enemy fails to achieve its goals in its aggression against Iran, says the Iranian president. So viewers, Back-to-back developments coming in from West Asia. Now the president of Iran has made a big statement about negotiation. That's the big breaking news we have right now. The Iranian president has claimed that that Tehran is ready for dialogue. So the Iranian president makes a big announcement, Masoud Pezeshkian, about coming on to the negotiating table. Iran will not violate the ceasefire agreement unless the enemy does. So that's what Iran has said. Remember, this coming in right after the ceasefire deal had collapsed, and we saw Iran continuing to strike in Israel, Israel continuing to hit back, and we have in fact we will get you more information on that, but right now it's time to now we get back on trending and take a look at all the trends that are running hot on social media, breaking the internet today. After Diamond League, Neeraj Chopra is back in action, viewers. Today, Olympic medalist Neeraj Chopra is all set to compete at the Ostrava Golden Spike, a World Athletics Continental Tour Gold meet, following his recent victory at the Paris Diamond League. The event marks his first appearance at Ostrava after withdrawing from the previous two editions due to injury. Tripura has now become fully literate, the third Indian state to achieve this feat after Mizoram and Goa. Now, 23,184 adults have learned to read and write under a central education program. Chief Minister Manik Shah has called this achievement an important step towards Prime Minister Narendra Modi's goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047. Indian Air Force and armed medical forces took strong as an epitome of selflessness. Once again, they airlifted a liver and 2 kidneys from the command hospital in Pune, bringing them all the way to Army Hospital in Delhi. Organs were donated by the brain-dead dependent of a serving soldier. This selfless act has revived 3 lives, upholding armed forces' duty beyond national security. South Indian film actor Srikanth is arrested by the Greater Jeny police in connection with a narcotics case. He's a very well-known star, appeared in over 54 films, including several in Telugu and Malayalam. Lintoy Chanambam from Manipur is the first Indian judoka to win gold at the Berlin Junior European Cup 2025. She competed against 37 countries and delivered a stellar performance. Lintoy also defeated a top-seeded judoka from Poland, securing a landmark win for India. It is a giant leap for Indian judo on the global stage. In a heartwarming moment that went viral, Indian student Rahul Chillar chanted Shankar Bhagwan Ki Jai at his graduation ceremony in Canada, and to his surprise, the crowd joined in, creating an unforgettable moment. The spontaneous outburst of cultural pride took place at the Saskatchewan Polytechnic's convocation. As the video racked up views, social media erupted with enthusiastic comments.
बोल शंकर भगवान की, बोल शंकर भगवान की, बोल।
The annual music festival, the Fête de la Musique in France, with a large crowd, was attacked by syringes. The attack injured at least 150 people. A prior warning about the attack was circulated online before the event. It included a post by an influencer who said that social media users were urging attacks on women using syringes. 12 people have been arrested by the police so far. On iconic Kolhapuri chappals, handmade leather sandals rooted in centuries of Indian tradition, just made an unexpected appearance on the global stage. The Prada Spring-Summer 2026 runway. The internet has erupted. While some users celebrated the global spotlight on Indian craftsmanship, others weren't impressed. Many called it a repeat of the infamous Scandinavian scarf episode when Western brands styled it chunni and called it Nordic minimalism. One comment on X accused Prada of stealing the design and not giving due credit to the origins of the style. After multiple delays, it seems like Axiom 4 mission finally has a launch date. The mission carrying India's group captain Shubanshu Shukla is set to take off at 12:01 p.m. tomorrow Indian Standard Time from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It will reportedly land at the International Space Station at 26th of June, 4:30 p.m. after a journey of 28 hours and 30 minutes. So viewers, this is not the first launch date for Axiom 4. This mission has been postponed multiple times, 5 times to be exact at least. And it was originally set to take off on the 29th of May, then it changed to the 8th of June, then 10th of June, which became 11th of June and then 19th of June. In fact, there was a report of it being again launched on the 22nd. Again, there was no talk about that later. The crew is now all set to take off on what looks like a promising new launch date, the 26th of June. In fact, the mission is exciting for the Indians because India's he is Indian Air Force officer. He is Group Captain Shubanshu Shukla, serving as the pilot for Axiom 4. But what is he taking with him in this 14-day mission? That's very interesting. As a true Indian, he cannot go without sweets, even in space. So, Indian sweets like amras, gajar ka halwa, moong dal ka halwa, all making it to the mission. It will be in space. And so is Joy. Now, Joy is a small white toy swan that he said would be the 5th crew member on Axiom 4. In fact, Shukla also revealed, or Shuks as he's known, that he was carrying something up to ISS, the International Space Center, for his mentor, Rakesh Sharma, the first Indian astronaut to land in space, and that he would present it to him once he returns. In fact, he refused to divulge what the souvenir would be and said it will be a surprise. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Trending. Viewers, will be right back tomorrow, same time, with more trending stories. Thanks for watching.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Operation Midnight Hammer. This was to be the final blow of the joint American-Israeli campaign to severely degrade or destroy the nascent nuclear facilities of Iran. It has been an extremely systematic campaign The whole story, as we know, starts from 7th of October 2023, when Hamas struck and killed 1,700 Israeli citizens, innocent, murdered 1,700 Israeli citizens. In a very systematic and thorough manner, Israel first destroyed the Hamas, then it turned on and destroyed the Hezbollah, and then with the help of the United States, it severely degraded the Houthis. These are the three arms of the Iranian octopus. Having taken out the three arms, Israel now set its target on the head, that is, the head of the octopus, or Iran per se. The simple fact is, from 1992 onwards, Prime Minister Netanyahu has been warning the world about Iran's lurch towards the nuclear capability, and it is just a week away, a couple of weeks away. That is what has been said. But now they have hit this as hard as they possibly could in a very well coordinated joint operations that has been very clear-headed in its inception and in its conduct, right? So let's go to the final phases of this operation. Donald Trump gave 60 days to Iran to negotiate. The talks were still on. 61st day, Israel started the attack on Iran, right? 13th of June, Friday. Unlucky day, lucky for some. 200 Israeli fighters gained complete air superiority by destroying the radars and air defense systems in western Iran. Decapacitate the Iranian leadership. 20 Iranian generals of the army, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, are killed and eliminated. They attack Natanz, they attack Isfahan, they attack other Iranian nuclear facilities. They also then, next day, they go on to extend the war. They attack the surface-to-surface missile launchers. They claim to have destroyed about 1/3 of them, over 225. Then they also repeated attacks on the nuclear facilities, and they hit the energy storage sites, which store for domestic production. They did not so target Iranian oil exports, because that would have induced Iran to target the oil exports of the Middle East per se. But
US President Donald Trump dials Israeli Prime Minister, urges him not to strike.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
Clearly unhappy with Israel, Trump takes it out on Israel and Iran with a warning. After his telephonic conversation, Donald Trump makes another claim, says Israel will not bomb Iran. Despite Trump's claim, fresh explosions were heard near Tehran. IDF strikes Iran's military radar sites. Israeli president has visited Beersheba after a deadly Iranian missile struck the city there.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
On The Debate tonight at 8 p.m., global embarrassment, Donald Trump, nobody is listening to him. At 8:30 p.m. tonight, Pakistan has the dubious distinction of being the only Muslim country backing Israel. And at 9 o'clock tonight, with a ceasefire in tatters, who's won, or rather, who's winning this war? can't help but feel sorry for Donald Trump if he was not just such a badly behaved 80-year-old leader, but, who uses foul language as well. The kind of language he used today is unpardonable. He has used four-letter words which you wouldn't imagine a president to be speaking. But, of course, this is Donald Trump. He does whatever the hell he wants. He's a global embarrassment. Ladies and gentlemen, nobody listens to Donald Trump. That's my plea tonight. Khomeini of Iran doesn't listen to Donald Trump. Trump said, there is now a total ceasefire, and I have managed a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, and he said it's a complete and total ceasefire. And then he said that I knew the time was now, and finally the world will bear witness to the official end of his 12-day war. That ceasefire lasted all of 4 hours because it was denied by the Iranian foreign minister, who said there was no agreement, and immediately Iran launched missile attacks on US military bases in Qatar and Iraq shortly after Trump's announcement. So Ayatollah Khomeini does not listen to Donald Trump. He doesn't give a damn for Donald Trump. He humiliates Donald Trump on a daily basis. Netanyahu also doesn't listen to Donald Trump, because when he announced the ceasefire, Trump said that he's got to give instructions to Netanyahu, and he told Netanyahu that, listen, stop the firing. Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home. This is what he told Netanyahu, and you would expect Netanyahu to be listening to him, or at least saying thank you to him. But shortly after Donald Trump asserted that the ceasefire is in effect, Netanyahu attacked Tehran. 2 explosions were heard in Tehran. The attacks continued. So Netanyahu basically told Donald Trump, I give a damn for what you think. Zelensky doesn't listen to Donald Trump. We all know that. Trump openly criticized Zelensky, called him a dictator without elections. And today, because of that, there is an unprecedented extension of the Russia-Ukraine war. Zelensky is for the NATO meeting, and Trump is at the NATO meeting, and Zelensky is basically telling Trump, go take a walk. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, of course, doesn't listen to Donald Trump, because when Donald Trump told him, can you swing by the United States to meet me on your way back from Canada, the Prime Minister said to Donald Trump that he had to visit Orissa, the land of Lord Jagannath. And when Trump tried to claim credit for the India-Pakistan ceasefire, the Prime Minister told him over a phone call that nothing like that ever happened or has existed. So Narendra Modi put Donald Trump in his place. Xi Jinping of China doesn't listen to Donald Trump at all. At all. Trump announced a trade deal with China on the Truth Social platform, and he said our deal with China is done, subject to final agreement by President Xi and me. And ladies and gentlemen, China has not uttered one word since then on this so-called celebrated deal by Donald Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, on 31st May, then Trump went on to say, China, perhaps not unsurprisingly to some, has totally violated this agreement with the US. So much for me being Mr. Nice Guy. Fact is, Donald Trump, Xi Jinping ignored you, put you in your place, insulted you. And so has Putin. On the 19th of May, Trump called Putin and spoke to him for 2 hours, and then told Putin ceasefire talks will start immediately on Truth Social, where he says, I am Donald Trump, President of the United States of America. And in response, within a week, Russian forces launched a barrage of 367 drones and missiles at Ukrainian cities, including Kiev, in the largest aerial attack since the start of the war. And all that Trump could say was, Putin has gone completely crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, the fact of the matter is Putin is not listening to Trump. And yesterday, in fact, there was a massive drone attack from Russia that killed 10 people in Ukraine. Elon Musk doesn't listen to Donald Trump either. Donald Trump gave him a golden key as a goodbye gift, and in response, Elon claimed that Trump's name was there in the Epstein files. We all know Epstein, the pedophile, big charge by Elon Musk. I don't know whether he was trying to blackmail Trump or hit him back. But nobody gives a damn about Trump. Even his director of national intelligence, the very smart Tulsi Gabbard, in March recently said, Iran doesn't have any nuclear weapons, and Iran is not producing any nuclear weapons, and Khomeini has not authorized the nuclear weapons program at all. And on 20th June, Trump said that she's lying, she's wrong. Nobody listens to Donald Trump. So you must imagine, how can things be so bad for Donald Trump? Ayatollah Khomeini does not listen to Trump. Netanyahu doesn't listen to Trump. Zelensky does not listen to Trump. Likewise, it's Xi Jinping. Likewise with Vladimir Putin. Likewise with Elon Musk. Likewise with Tulsi Gabbard. But there's one man, one person on the planet who always listens to Trump, and that is nobody else other than the Pakistan Army Chief, so-called Field Marshal Asif Munir. Asif Munir loves Trump. Asif Munir said, I love Trump, and Trump said, I love Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen. And he said it was an honor for him to meet Asif Munir. Of course it would have been an honor given the fact that Asif Munir was the man who was providing shelter to Osama bin Laden. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been saying this for a very long time. With Trump, you can be sure of one thing, there is no American hegemony. With Trump, you can be sure of one thing, America is going to go down. With Trump, you can be sure of one thing, nobody will take America seriously. Nobody. Let's debate.
He first claimed that he had brokered a ceasefire. At 3:22 a.m. this morning, Trump congratulated the world for brokering a ceasefire for what he called the 12-day war. However, his proposal was doomed from the start. Hours later, the Iranian foreign minister directly contradicted Trump, saying there was no agreement on any ceasefire. This did not stop Trump from taking a victory lap. Trump made a tall claim that both Israel and Iran came to him and asked for a peace. Extending unlimited blessings to their future, Trump even congratulated the two nations. However, Trump's fast did not last for too long. Soon after the announcement, a barrage of Iranian missiles hit Beersheba in Israel, causing massive carnage and killing 4 individuals.
What we've seen here is outrageous and extremely painful. That missile, which is one of the heaviest missiles of the Iranians, it's called Qadir. It's way above 400 kilos. Landed here specifically to kill women, children, old age, and people of ordinary lives. Demolished kindergarten and school, demolished apartments, and unfortunately had a heavy toll of 4 innocent civilians. I want to express my heartfelt condolences to the families.
Israel, in retaliation, conducted more strikes in Iran, leading to a complete collapse of the ceasefire. Trump, still in complete insensitivity, claimed that Israel has gone overboard in retaliation to a lone rocket of Iran.
I don't think so, but I'm not happy that Israel's going out now. There was one rocket that I guess was fired overboard. It was after the time limit, and it missed its target. And now Israel's going out. These guys got to calm down. Ridiculous.
Not just that, Trump kept blaming Israel for more unloading on Iran and breaking down the ceasefire.
I didn't like plenty of things I saw yesterday. I didn't like the fact that Israel unloaded right after we made the deal. They didn't have to unload. And I didn't like the fact that the retaliation was very strong. But in all fairness, Israel unloaded a lot. And now I hear Israel just went out because they felt it was violated by one rocket that didn't land anywhere. That's not what we want, I'll tell you. And I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either.
The frustration on Trump's face was clear. His entire plan to claim mediation again was collapsing right in front of his eyes. And from showering blessings in the morning, it came down to expletives in the evening.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
Trump is rapidly losing all credibility with repeated rejections of his far-fetched claims. First, it was India that called out his mediation claim on the India-Pakistan ceasefire understanding. Then it was Iran who did the same. Even Canada has called out Trump's bid to thrust 51st state idea. China outrightly rejected Trump's trade deal claims. Even Greenland rebuked Trump for his expansionism.
Well, we basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what they're doing. Do you understand that?
The big question remains, in his bid to grab the Nobel Peace Prize, has Trump lost the plot?
Charles Kupchan, we just heard the American president use a four-letter word while talking to reporters. I think it's terrible, you know. It's becoming Vibhuti Jha, welcome. He has been earlier pro-Trump, no longer. Alexander Shajan and Anand Ahuja are both pro-Trump from Atlanta and New York. But Dr. Kupchan, when you hear an American president use the F word, just because he's failing, it's also very embarrassing. Each time he keeps announcing that he's made an achievement and it collapses in 2 hours. Does it become a reflection of his inability or American weakness?
Listen, you know, Trump is Trump. Trump right now is uncontrolled by the so-called adults in the room that were in his administration in the first term. None of those more traditional conservative Republicans are around him. And so this is just undiluted Donald Trump. As you know, Arnab, I'm not a fan of President Trump. That having been said, I think the lead into the show was a little bit one-sided. I agree with everything you said. Most of what Trump has attempted to do has failed. That having been said, I think there are people who are listening to Trump. I think Iran is listening to Trump after he hit them with bunker busters. I'm guessing that we're going to see Iran capitulate eventually because it doesn't have an option. Trump is at NATO today. They're probably going to agree to a defense spending target of 5%. That's Trump. You got 17 countries negotiating trade deals with Trump. Is he going to get to yes on most of them? Who knows? Probably not. You've got Mexico that is helping Trump keep immigrants from getting to America's southern border. So I don't think it's black and white. I'm broadly in agreement with you that Trump is not doing anybody any interest, including himself. But listen, America still has unquestioned sway. Yes, Trump is diluting that sway, but there are countries that are listening to him, Iran in particular.
Well, I mean, you know, Dr. Kupchan, depends on the way you look at it, because the question is that you can pressurize a country, but you can't announce a ceasefire on its behalf. So I think that he's got the terminology wrong. That is not the way any country will work. What he did wrong was that he said that Iran and Israel have both agreed to a ceasefire and total ceasefire. And then he kept appealing that the Israelis must not respond, and Iran denied a ceasefire. Then Iran launched missile attacks on the US military base in Qatar. Then he went public and said they had given me advance notice. Then Khamenei posted a picture of a burning American flag. And now the Americans are saying that our targeting of the Fordow base may not have been completely successful because there is a lot of enriched uranium that the Iranians still have. So, whereas 2 days back he said he has finished the nuclear program. So I think that, he's looking for a quick resolution where things don't exist. May I get in Alexander Shajan? Alexander, if Trump... Is Trump being a crybaby? Is Trump being a bit of a crybaby? I'm angry with them. I'm angry with them. Is this a language one should speak? I mean, either you resolve things or you don't.
America is not in the business of fixing the entire world's solution. I think that was President Trump's agenda even in his first term. The campaign itself, throughout the campaign trail, he said America first policy. But when you go for an America first policy, there were baggages from the previous administration that he had to fix, whether it is a foreign policy, whether it is the border crisis, whether it is the tariff issue, whether it is the oil crisis, anything that hinder America first policy, he had to deal with it. So when we talk about all the Russia-Ukraine war, it did not start during President Trump's term. It started when Biden was in the office. Open border crisis started when Biden was in the office. Iran's issue was started when Barack Obama pumped billions of dollars to Iran for enriching the uranium, not for the energy program, but for making nuclear weapons. So all the messes that President Trump is dealing right now, he did not make it. It was not during his administration. Everything started during previous administration. So when he was in the office for the first 4 years, he was trying to fix the things that was messed up during the Obama administration. So I believe he is in the business of fixing the issues for the United States of America. But the things that comes along with it, yes, of course, Iran cannot have a nuclear
It's
weapon.
good if he wants to, but the problem is things aren't as easy or simple as he may think. These are complex situations.
It is not.
Complex countries. For example, I think we all agree now, we all in the room will agree that when he made the claim he's going to end the Ukraine-Russia war in 12 days, where is he achieved? He's achieved nothing on that. It's only become more intense. And then when it gets more intense, he is too egotistical to accept that he's dealing with a different situation. See, fact is, Vibhuti, he's been unable to handle Putin. He thought he would become president, make a phone call, and Putin would listen to him. And it hasn't worked out like that because these are complex nations with very complex histories, which he fails to appreciate in his MAGA view of the world. Vibhuti.
You are. Thank you, Arnab. It is great to be back with you. One thing which is very clear, we have been so attuned to, we have been so believing in the politics as usual. And that's the reason why there has been no solution to any problems that we are facing globally. We are seeing trust deficit play out at its peak level. Nobody trusts anybody. Everybody is for himself or herself. That's the challenge which Trump has gotten into. I think Alexander said it correctly. He is inheriting the problem, but that's not an escape. That's not an excuse, because in the continuity of life, you always inherit something the way it was dished out. You've got to fix it. This is the scenario that CEOs always face. When you take a company, it's never to your exact liking. It always is good, bad, and ugly all flow together. But Arnab, this is a very important point to add here, which I want the world to discuss here, is that one of the reasons that the trust deficit exists, because it's so difficult to trust a philosophy or theology that wants you and I dead. The kafir, the kufr philosophy. We are used to that in Kashmir. Convert, leave, or die. When a theology operates in that fashion, how can you ever trust it? I ask this question to my Muslim friends here. How can I ever trust you to be a friend or a good neighbor? Because I know, according to your theology, you are coming next to cut my throat whenever the opportunity offers you. If we do not demand reciprocity from the world around us that we deal with, we will continue to mistrust each other. And the trust deficit is the cause where nobody trusts a man like Trump, who actually wants to fix the problem. He has keen desire to fix the problem because he doesn't like wars.
So where is he going wrong? So where is he going wrong? Where is he going wrong? Where is he going wrong, Vibhuti? You're saying he's sincere, but he's doing the wrong things.
He's going wrong in believing in his mind as a CEO of Trump Inc. that politics operates as a corporation. It doesn't. Politics operates rather remarkably inefficient ways. The democracies were never designed to be efficient tool of governance. It operates on checks and balances.
No, but is he also letting his cards out too much? You see, the one thing
accepted.
The one thing, sorry to interrupt, Vibhuti, but the one thing that people would respect about the United States of America was in its secrecy of its decision making, was in its unpredictability, was in its counterinsurgency, counterintelligence clandestine diplomacy set up. It was ahead of other countries. Whereas, I'm sure Dr. Kupchan will agree with me on this one, that Trump compromises that when he goes ahead and says, I have got a deal, which is a total reset with China. But there's been no confirmation from China. Aren't these things that are supposed to be done in a more calibrated, thought-out way? Because when China turns around and says that there is no agreement, and we don't agree with American protectionism and economic coercion, then America ends up getting embarrassed. So is this whole social media thing, Charles, the constant need to grab a headline.
I think Trump talks before he thinks. Trump doesn't have strategies. He has impulses, and he's very impatient. So what you see is somebody who has a telephone, who tweets, I have a deal before there's a deal, who wants to have a trade deal with China, but doesn't have it. And there's nobody there to enforce discipline. There's no real policy process. And that's why what you see coming out of Washington is chaos. There isn't a disciplined policy process, and this is a president who doesn't have discipline. So I think you're right, Arnab, that he would be wise to keep quiet and do the homework. He has an impulse, which I think is good, to end the war in Ukraine. I applaud him for calling Vladimir Putin, but he doesn't marry that to a strategy for starting and ending. And that is his fail.
When you say, let me ask you this. When you say chaos is coming out of Washington, D.C., please explain the chaos that we went through for the last 4 years of domestic terrorism, violence in the streets. Why do we have sleeper cells in the United States? Can you please explain who let these criminals inside? Who let these Islamic terrorists inside the United States of America in the last 4 years? Can you please explain that? Don't just tell Trump did that. Chaos is coming out of Washington, D.C. Nobody is listening to Trump. Tell me who did listen to Biden. You answer that question also. Please don't tell that.
It's not a legitimate argument to deflect Trump's failings by saying, oh, this is Clinton.
No.
Oh, this is Obama.
It's not to justify anybody's failure.
Mr. Shahjan, let him finish. Let Charles respond to you.
Trump is the one who is blowing up the global economy. Trump is the one who is causing violence in the streets of Los Angeles by going around and illegally deporting immigrants. That's Donald Trump. That is not Barack Obama, and it's not Joe Biden.
That is not true. That is not true, sir. Even the court, the Supreme Court, even the federal court yesterday there was an order. Trump could continue the deportation for the illegal criminals that is in the nation. How many illegal?
Are you listening?
Say it again, Mr. Arnab.
No,
go ahead.
That's fine.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. I just like to get an Anand here. See.
Okay, please. Yeah,
what is happening with Trump?
And we know what affiliation they have. So Iranian 1,500. They entered the United States illegally during Biden's time. Why don't you talk about that? We don't know. They may have a sleeper cells here. 700 Iranians, we don't know what their affiliation with which political party they have in Iran. So you are talking of Donald Trump's deporting illegal immigrants is a crime?
We just heard. Okay, I just have a soundbite that came in from Donald Trump, and he has changed his mind again. Now he's praising Iran and trying to say that they're a great trading country, and he does not want to do regime change, which he wanted to do yesterday. So Vibhuti, we don't know how to deal with him. He wanted to do regime change yesterday, and today he's saying regime change is a bad idea.
Regime change was never an agenda.
I didn't say regime change. Trump said regime change yesterday. And Trump is saying today that regime change is a bad idea. Can I play the latest soundbite, please? Play it, and with them on air. Yeah, on the right. Play.
If there was, but no, I don't want it. I'd like to see everything calm down as quickly as possible. Regime change takes chaos, and ideally we don't want to see so much chaos, so we'll see how it does. You know, the Iranians are very good traders, very good business people, and they got a lot of oil. They should be fine. They should be able to rebuild and do a good job. They're never going to have nuclear, but other than that, they should do a great job.
I mean, Vibhuti, I'm trying to understand this. He says, I'm going to bomb the living daylights out of Iran yesterday. And today he says they are very good traders. They should be able to rebuild their country. Yesterday he said, I want to do regime change in Iran. And today he says regime change is a bad idea. It leads to chaos. This is one man who has changed his position 3 times on 2 different issues in 24 hours.
I would definitely agree with my thought process that Trump must recognize that silence is golden at times. You do not need to comment on everything and anything that goes on. I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a Republican. I have nothing against Trump. But on certain issues, when he speaks ahead of the time, it creates a confusion. And that's what is happening. But the most critical issue here is he is trying to change politics as usual. And he doesn't realize that he's not running a Trump Inc., where he can order a VP or an assistant vice president or senior vice president, you're fired. You cannot fire people in government when you are dealing with them, because everybody is a president or prime minister of a big or a small country, and they all operate on their own self-importance basis. So this is where the fine-tuning which Trump must do to push his agenda forward, which is of peace. You can't argue against that. But unless and until you fix the real problem is the mistrust that operates. And Trump, unfortunately, is not adding or reducing the mistrust by making contradictory statements. Now, look at it this way, isolated way. Iranians with whom India has a great relationship, Iranians are good traders. So he's not saying anything wrong about them. But he also said without nuclear weapons. This is where the distinction needs to be operated upon, that he needs to make a distinction. You want to obliterate Iran with nuclear weapons? I will not let you have it. But if you stop that nuclear issue, I'm willing to have trading relationship with you. But that point gets submerged in the chaos and cacophony of the words. And this is where I thought people like you, Arnab, and others can make this voice sound bigger, that unless and until you demand reciprocity in mutual conduct and behavior, just as I'm operating under your reciprocal arrangement, nobody is shouting over each other. This is what discipline is all about. So I would urge Mr. Trump, take a step back and address the core issue. The trust deficit will remain until you are able to tell Islamic world to abandon, abrogate, leave, convert, or die kind of a theology where Anand, you, me, and anybody else are all ready for a death by cutting the neck. You can't have Muslim as a friend and a good neighbor. Unfortunately so, but that's the truth. If you don't address that scenario, if we don't demand that reciprocity, you can't have a trust element. How can Iran trust? I mean, for example, here is a very important issue. Iran has been shouting at the rooftop, death to America and death to Israel. Has anybody asked Iran, why don't you say that policy was wrong? We are withdrawing that policy and we apologize for that kind of a vicious dialogue. So if you do not abandon that ideology, how can I trust you? Trump is having to deal with that. I sympathize with him because this is a man, I have been hearing this, Arnab, since 1991 when I came here. Fixing Washington. Nobody has attempted even to do that.
Yeah,
that's the issue that Trump is facing here. And I sympathize. That's why I changed from democratic
without exaggeration. And without exaggeration, I feel this is one of the weakest points America has ever been. See, Iran has done retaliatory strikes on American bases in the Middle East. I don't think Americans have realized what has happened to them today. You cannot underplay this. Look at the sequence of events. Today, Iran's missile strikes on US bases, including US base Al-Udeid, US base Ain al-Assad, signal more than retaliation. Iran has openly hammered militarily America, right? It has struck whether you accept it or not without fear of immediate consequence. There is no fear of America. Your American military bases have been attacked. One minute, Anand, listen, let me complete. You may not want to hear this. Let me tell you, if any country, 1 minute, you don't want to hear this, but I'll have to say it because you may underplay it, your local channels may underplay it, But if today a single Indian, if any country dared, 1 minute, if any country dared, Anand, listen to me, if any country dared to touch an Indian military base, we would hammer the living daylights out of them. That's what India is. America has had its US bases, military bases. The headquarters of the US Central Command have been attacked by a missile from Iran. And Trump has been able to do nothing. Trump's response is announcing a ceasefire. This is making America look very weak. You may not like to hear it, Shahjan. You may want to portray Trump as a strong leader. But what has your strong leader done when your military bases have been attacked by Iran today?
Sir, would you approve an escalation or a de-escalation? What you want to happen? Would you want to happen an escalation or a de-escalation?
I'll reply.
Answer that question, please.
Shall I reply? Shall I reply? I am only saying, Alexander, sitting in Atlanta, do you realize that me sitting in Delhi read the facts differently from you? I am seeing Iran openly attack the headquarters of the US Central Command, and I am seeing an American president suing for peace after that.
Sir,
so you know what? This is making you look weak.
No, let me tell you this. I'm sitting in a state where they can hit, and we have the most nuclear programs in the state of Georgia. We are a target. I'm not sitting in a safe place, okay? But my thing is, if one American soldier was hurt in that attack, do you think that America would let them go? Absolutely no. If US can go fly a B-2 aircraft 37 hours and hit their nuclear site and come back without them knowing, don't underestimate the power of the United States of America.
Alexander, don't fool yourself. American military bases attacked you. America did nothing. That's the headline. Charles Kopchin. Charles, please.
We don't want this war to escalate. I think Donald Trump was right to exercise restraint and not hit back against Iran. We don't want this war to turn into a broader Middle East war.
But you're already in, and you haven't won.
No, that's what I was trying to say. It's not that we don't have issues. We do have issues. We do have a problem. We are in a crisis. We are in a global crisis. You yourself said the other day, the world is in a big crisis. And yes, we all agree with that. And we don't want it to be escalated. Okay, there are certain times that when we get into an issue with somebody...
Thing is this, see, when I speak to Trump supporters, Alexander and Anand, don't retaliate to me, just listen to me. They have a blind faith in Trump, almost as if Trump is the final word, the annihilator of everything else. Like next to God, you've raised this man to the level of divinity, which you shouldn't. Now, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you, outside of where you are and outside of your world, the way the world looks. Today, China is bankrolling Russia's war. It has turned sanctions into a geopolitical joke. The no-limits pact between Russia and China shows that America has very little weight. So it is, you see, when you threaten too much and you do little, you will at some point have to sober down and realize you cannot be a global bully. That's all I'm saying.
Can I respond to you in a minute?
Bullying approach is bad, not going to work.
Can I respond to you? You said that people like me and Anand are blind supporters. It's not just the blind. When you see grocery prices are going down, when you see prices on the oils are going down, when you see there are tremendous numbers for gasoline, when you see the borders are being secured, when you see they are protecting the Medicaid, Medicare and Social Security, when you see violent criminals are being deported.
Why you take on a fight you can't win? 1 minute. I see the troubles America is having. I'm saying today, are you any less dependent on China than you were in Biden's time for rare earth magnets, which are used for your electric cars, your wind turbines, your fighter jets, your missiles? You are more dependent on China today than you were before Trump. You may not want to hear this. In fact, China has imposed retaliatory tariffs on US goods.
We all are dependent on each other.
His feeling was that Trump is going to bully our way back to greatness. Trump has not been able to bully America out of its way out of greatness.
It's not like that, Arnav. It's not like just the development is not through bully. It's definitely peace through strength, and we are trying for that.
Yeah,
it's not just people. There are million people. 77 million people are not. There are people who voted for Trump is raising their opposition. Their voices are being louder. So it's not that Trump is not God.
But you know what? You got to. I'll give a last word to Charles on this. See, I'm not saying you're a bad or good guy. I'm just saying that there is a way. There is a way. There is a way. There is a way. Even if you speak for a very small country, you know, when India speaks to Maldives, we speak with respect. If you speak to the smallest country, you speak to the head of government with respect. There is a way. This is not the way. Anand, people are getting angry.
I want to make two points here. One is to reinforce what Vibhuti said. Donald Trump is a businessman. He thinks he can run the United States like America, Inc. And he can't. He thinks democracy is an annoyance. He doesn't like it, and he'd like to get rid of it. And that is why we as Americans face a threat to liberal democracy of a sort that we have never seen. The second point, Trump has no discipline. He has instincts, some of which are good. I agree that we need to get immigration under control. I agree that the war in Ukraine needs to end. I agree that China needs to open its markets and level the playing field economically. But he has to go about it in a measured and in a disciplined and in a strategic fashion. And that is not Donald Trump. And that's why right now, every 15 minutes, American policy at home and abroad changes course.
Yeah.
Because this is a president who doesn't know where he wants to go.
Absolutely. Well, okay, I'll close this here. There are lots of lessons, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you all very much. And ladies and gentlemen, it is also day 3 of absolute internal turmoil in Pakistan after Asif Munir made a huge blunder of recommending Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize in exchange for a dubious lunch date. The 2-hour closed-door meeting between Trump and Asif Munir is now under extreme scrutiny, especially within Pakistan. Because the biggest question everyone is asking is, did Munir and Pakistan know? Yesterday we broke the story about how the customary National Security Committee of Pakistan put out a cosmetic condemnation on the strikes on Iran. But what is worse is that the Pakistanis could not even bring themselves to condemn Trump's B-2 bomber buster strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, which means that as of tonight, Pakistan is the only Islamic nation which is standing with Trump and Israel. Let's debate.
A relationship of convenience. That's what the relationship between Pakistan and Iran is turning out to be. Pakistan is in fact now the only Muslim nation supporting Israel, betraying its ally Iran in the process. The first betrayal came when Pakistan denied any kind of direct military aid to Iran. On the question of whether Pakistan would launch a nuclear strike on Israel if Iran was attacked, Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar came up with a straight denial.
लेटेस्ट इंट्रीग हुई है ऐसी सोशल मीडिया के हवाले से कि जी उनके ईरान के एक जनरल्स को कोट करके कि जी पाकिस्तान ने ये कहा है कि अगर इसराइल ने हमारे ऊपर न्यूक अटैक किया तो पाकिस्तान इसराइल के ऊपर न्यूक्लियर हमला कर देगा। ये गैर ज़िम्मेदाराना और इतनी झूठी खबर है, तो हमने कोई ऐसी स्टेटमेंट हमारी तरफ से कोई ना स्टेटमेंट किसी ने दी है, इसको फैब्रिकेट किया गया है।
Despite knowing very well that America was preparing to enter West Asia conflict, Pakistan's Asif Munir went to meet Trump, shared a meal with him, showered praises on him, and went on to recommend Trump's name for Nobel Peace Prize.
It's not that they're bad with Israel. They know them both, actually, but they probably, maybe they know Iran better. But they see what's going on, and he agreed with me.
Just 2 days before United States bombed Iran's nuclear sites, Asif Munir and Pakistan government machinery were signing praises of Donald Trump, the man behind the strikes on Iran. Pakistan's third betrayal came when Pakistan scrambled and held a meeting of National Security Committee. While Pakistan launched a diatribe in its official PMO release on the situation, even referring to the United States attack on Iran, but failed to even once name either the United States or Trump in the statement. Pakistan is under pressure from the United States. They are desperate to please Trump. Pakistan has succumbed to American diplomatic pressure. West Asia conflict has exposed Pakistan's duplicity. Iran knows and the whole world knows. Pakistan is no one's true friend.
Hamid Khan and Raja Faisal from Islamabad and Lahore, and the brave and outspoken Abdul Samad Yaqub of the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, Imran Khan's party from Islamabad. Now this is becoming complicated. The internal fight is getting worse. You see, Abdul Samad Yaqub, it's getting worse. Everybody is saying, the Pakistanis are saying that, why did you have to agree with Trump on the strikes against Iran? Why did you have to agree with Trump and Israel on the strikes against Iran? Which means Pakistan joined Israel in providing support for the American strikes on Iran. So at some point of time, the PMLN is going to have to go among the people, right? Or the PPP, whatever, this party. When the people of Pakistan say, which side you're on, you say, yeah, we stood with Israel. Is it going to help them? Abdul Samad Yaqub, this is becoming very big controversy now. Yeah, Hamid, who is the second worst journalist in Pakistan. The first being the shameless Hamid Mir, who changed his line after the ISI gave him a bone to bite.
We do that.
Yeah.
I think my phobia is carried on with you. No matter how long, after how long I come in your program, my phobia carries on with you. Let me start saying few words. After a long time, I'm coming in your program. Thank you.
But I'll stop you when I want.
Okay. The thing is, I think India is in the worst position, and Pakistan has emerged one of the best, I would say, the upcoming power in the region, where Iran's parliament is singing "Long live Pakistan" and Indian flags being burned in Iran's parliament. And if the world, and especially Iran, have clearly seen what Indian RAW has done along with Mossad, while they have done the target killing of Iranian leadership, and what is the role played by Indian RAW and Mossad's nexus. Third thing is that Pakistan is the one who has been proven.
Hamid, forget your speech, right? I'll come in right now. Hamid, see, all this is. Hamid, I heard you. I more or less get the sum and substance. I get the sum and substance of what you're trying to say, but my question is to you. My question is to you, and it's not my question. In fact, everyone, the people of India are asking you, the people of South Africa are asking you, the people of America are asking you, the people of Israel are asking you, the people of Iran are asking you, and the people of Pakistan are asking you, that why did you decide to support the strikes against Iran? Because Asif Munir said, yes, one minute. Are you saying Trump is lying? Trump said, you see, what did Trump say?
No, Trump
Please wait a minute. I'll play the soundbite again. Trump said that Asif Munir agrees with me against Iran.
No, he didn't say.
Oh, he said it?
Yes. No, he didn't say.
He said that, Raja. He said that, Raja.
What he said was,
I will.
Let me clarify.
1 minute. Yeah, guys, don't talk over each other. Like, please.
Pakistan knows Iran better than a lot of us. This was the exact wording.
No.
Exactly.
He said something more. Don't be shy. Don't be shy, Raja. I bashed you up on my Hindi program. Don't be shy.
Pakistan have clearly supported Iran. Pakistan have clearly condemned Israel's aggression. Pakistan is the one who is saying that Pakistan will be standing next to Iran if anything happens to Iran.
Raja, I'll tell you one thing. Raja and Hamid, listen. Can you just both be quiet for a while? Okay, and I'm responding to both of you.
I've been told it's 1-1, so I wanted to say
1-1, 1-1, 3-1. I will hammer you either which way. The point is, Asif Munir had a lunch date with Donald Trump. And there was one of your ministers who was told to stay out of that meeting. And after the meeting, he said the following words. He said, well, they know Iran very well, better than most, and they are not happy about anything, which means they are not happy with Iran, which means Asif Munir went and abused Iran in the meeting with Trump.
No.
Listen to me, what do you mean, no? अंग्रेजी समझ में नहीं आती है क्या आपको? क्या no?
Pakistan is not happy with the conflict on its borders. That's what.
Okay, let me remind you. And then he said,
have a conflict on the borders.
Raja, just a minute. He said, they see what's going on, which means the Pakistanis see what's going on in Iran.
Yes, of course.
And he agrees with me. He said, which means Asif Munir agrees with me on Iran. He said that.
Till that day, I agree.
He said that.
Listen to me.
He said that.
Trump was saying, I am not attacking on Iran. Till that day, he was saying he's taking 2 weeks to decide whether he should attack or not. Then all of a sudden, the fascist Netanyahu's trap work Netanyahu's trap work and drag America into this war.
Okay, Hamid, let me tell you how I read it, right? Okay, 1 minute. Hamid, let me tell you how I read it. When Trump said...
Trump was saying that I am not going to involve in the war.
Hamid, let me tell you, you guys have gotten a mess. When Trump says he agreed with me, it means, can you be quiet for a minute? It means he's saying that Asif Munir, who's the de facto leader of Pakistan, agrees with the US president that Israel and America have the right to blast Iran's nuclear facilities.
No, not at all.
What else does it mean, yeah? What do you mean, no? That is what it means. You sold out to the Americans and the Israelis.
No.
You sold out to the Israelis. How much money did you get?
Pakistan is the one who convinced Trump that there is no point to attack on Iran. Pakistan is the one who convinced him. But sadly, Netanyahu and Zionist Jewish lobby forced Americans to attack.
Hey, 1 minute. Listen, yaar.
And then Pakistan condemned it. So
listen.
after the meeting of Asif Munir and Trump, there was no plan from Trump to attack on Iran. That's why they were agreed on these things.
Yeah. Listen to me. First of all, I'm going to Abdul Samad Yaqub. I want you to be quiet for a minute. I want you to be quiet for a minute and listen to me. Hamid, just be quiet, please. Hamid, listen.
Pakistan is definitely against the attack.
Okay, Hamid, listen to me. Yeah, 1 minute. I have to speak to Abdul Samad Yaqub. See, I will play a sound bite. आप मेरी बात सुनिए, मैं हिंदी में आपको कह रहा हूँ. आप अब्दुल समाद याकूब, क्या कोई चीज़ों की ज़रूरत नहीं होती है ना? कोई ज़रूरत नहीं वहाँ पे जाने की, एक्साइटेड होने की. ईरान अटैक करेंगे, ट्रंप ने बुला दिया, खुश होके आप अमेरिका चले गए और ट्रंप ने आपको बोला कि देखिए मैं अटैक करूँगा. आप बोले करिए, हम भी गुस्सा है उनके ऊपर, हम भी उनके खिलाफ है, ठीक है. फिर उन्होंने 2 घंटे बाद अटैक कर दी. उसके बाद एक बार तो आपके आसिफ मुनीर या आपकी ISI कोई कुछ तो कह देती कि हम इजराइल के साथ नहीं है. मगर you have gone public by saying I am with Israel because within 2 hours of the meeting the attack happened and he said he agreed with me. मैं ये soundbite play करता हूँ. Mr. Yaqub on the right, can you play the soundbite? और उस soundbite में at the end of it he says Asif Munir agrees with me and agrees with me not about the price of tomatoes in Karachi. He agrees with me about the attack on Iran. Please play the bite.
Not to attack on Iran. He agrees that...
Let's play.
With the chief of staff of the Pakistani army, did you talk about Iran? Did that come up? Is there anything you can share from that meeting?
Yeah, well, they know Iran very well, better than most. And they're not happy about anything. It's not that they're bad with Israel. They know them both, actually, but they probably, maybe they know Iran better. But they see what's going on, and he agreed with me. The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just, ending the war. And I want to thank...
Okay, so you got that comment there, Mr. Yaqub. He said he agreed with me. And the question was in the context of Iran. The question was in the context of Iran. So he said Asif Munir agreed with me on Iran, which means Asif Munir agreed with the Israeli and American position of attacking Iran. And there's no point, there's no way you can laugh your way out of this. You're a sold out country. He gave you a little bit of money and you sold out to him. Mr. Yaqub.
That is the problem with the Indian channels.
See, Ahmed Sahab, please, मेरी term में खामोश रहिएगा. It's apart from this conflict, this war, Pakistan's policy towards Iran is based on deception and deceiving. I mean, Pakistan की जो policy रही है, वो ईरान के हवाले से कोई इजराइल के हवाले से तो कोई independent policy नहीं है. ईरान के हवाले से पाकिस्तान हमेशा stand करता है, appease करता है सऊदीज को. जब सऊदीज को appease करेगा तो definitely डिक्लेरेटिव पॉलिसी पे नहीं जाना चाहिए. पाकिस्तान की डिक्लेरेटिव पॉलिसी ईरान के हवाले से कुछ और है और जो ग्राउंड के ऊपर पॉलिसी है वो कुछ और है. लॉन्ग स्टैंडिंग पॉलिसी है. पाकिस्तान ने खुद स्ट्राइक किए ईरान के ऊपर कुछ अर्सा पहले. पाकिस्तान ने स्ट्राइक्स किए थे ना. वहां पे किसको मारा था? उन टेररिस्ट को जो पाकिस्तान क्लेम करता है कि ये टेररिस्ट हैं, इंसर्जेंट्स हैं, जो हाइड आउट बनाए हुए थे ईरान के अंदर. तो इट मींस कि ईरान पाकिस्तान के इंसर्जेंट्स को सपोर्ट करता है. तो आप कैसे एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं कि पाकिस्तान जो है वो अमेरिकन स्ट्राइक को सपोर्ट नहीं करेगा? इन रिटर्न व्हाट वाज military establishment or Pakistan as a state was expecting from the America? Obviously, they were expecting or demanding one simple demand, that is to get rid of Imran Khan. उसके बदले में ये सारा कुछ देने को तैयार है. अब ये बातें हामिद साहब तो क्योंकि आसिम मुनीर साहब की वो उस स्पीच में भी मौजूद थे, गालिबन he was the host or something, तो जाहिर है कि इनका उनसे ज्यादा ताल्लुक है फील्ड मार्शल से, तो इन्होंने ज्यादा डिफेंड करना है. और बाकी जो है वो
असद आप मुझे जानते हो यार, कैसी बात कर रहे हैं?
देखिए हम सब इस वक्त तीनों दोस्त बैठे हैं, लेकिन मैं आपसे डिसएग्री करूंगा. मैं डिसएग्री करूंगा आपसे. आई एम नॉट हियर टू डिफेंड द मिलिट्री एस्टेब्लिशमेंट एंड आई डोंट हैव एनी प्रेशर. मैं मेरे ऊपर कोई प्रेशर नहीं है.
आई रिस्पेक्ट योर पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू.
ऊपर कोई प्रेशर नहीं है. अच्छा, एटलीस्ट जो पॉलिटिकल कॉन्टेक्स्ट जीरो पॉलिटिकल.
प्लीज राजा फैसल, एक मिनट.
Yeah, please.
छोटी सी बात है.
Arnab, I have listened to both of them, and believe me, I was not present where Hamid was present, so I believe I will be heard by Abdus Samad. And Abdus Samad referred to one of the attack which was conducted by Pakistan, air raid in Saravan, Iran. That air raid was in retaliation of an air raid which was conducted by Iran inside Pakistan. And when Pakistan conducted that air raid, you remember very next day in the morning, the presser which was held inside Iran, they said that none of the people who got killed in this air raid were Iranians. They were aliens. It means they endorsed Pakistan's point that the 7 different locations where Pakistan bombed in Saravan,
Raja, forget all that. Raja, forget all that. Let me ask you one thing. Let me ask you. Hamid, you are the first. 1 minute. Hamid, you have positioned yourself as the first Muslim majority country to indirectly support Israeli strikes on Iran. Now, you may be doing this out of affection or fear of antagonizing Washington. But
first of all,
no, Raja, you have to accept it. Raja, you can't deny it. Raja, the meeting happened, the statement with Trump was made. Mr. Yaqub, tell me what is the feeling among the people of Pakistan now about it. Mr. Yaqub, please, louder.
First of all,
Yaqub, louder.
Trump clearly, see, what I have heard about the Trump statement, he clearly mentioned that, yes, Asim Munir agrees with me. I mean, he clearly mentioned it. So why Hamid is defending him? I mean, let's agree on this point.
Yes, if you can allow me.
Very simple question.
Arnab, if we talk about Trump really likes to Trump really likes to invite the victorious people for the lunch and not the ones who were the losers. Number one. And number two, when we talk about
one minute, just a minute. Just a minute. He didn't invite. You know what happened, right? You know what happened, right? You know, one minute. You know what happened? Do you know what happened? Do you know what happened? Let me tell you. I think it's very embarrassing. The Pakistani army chief was nearly strip searched by White House security. He was not allowed to drive the car in. I want to ask you, Raja, listen, think about it. Why did Raja, listen here. Raja, Asif Munir was strip searched or not by the White House security?
As a country at all.
Was Asif Munir strip searched by the White House security?
Yeah, any more stupid news.
Of course he was. He was not allowed to drive the car in.
Not at all. You can bring.
Not at all.
Yeah, listen to me.
Yeah, you guys have to have a limit.
He is field marshal of a victorious country. He was not conducted that kind
Mr. Yaqub, can there be a clarification given by Pakistan now, given the controversy, the Jamaat-e-Islami, your party, which is demanding an explanation, that Pakistan does not support America's strikes on Iran? They have issued a statement, but not once have they named America. Not once have named America. Yaqub, Mr. Yaqub.
They have not even condemned it. I mean, they have not even condemned the strikes. I mean, the first thing they should have done at the first place to condemn the American strikes over Iran.
I think
I'm
Pakistan
quoting AP,
have played
Associated Press. I'm quoting Reuters. Both of them, they are reporting that Pakistan condemns the US.
Have you named America even once? Have you named America even once? You coward nation.
Okay.
Do you not know
You have not named America in your statement of the NSC of Pakistan because you have selectively positioned yourself as the first Muslim majority country to support America and Israel. Good luck to you. Good luck to you.
Pakistan have a very simple stance about Israel, that Israel is illegitimate.
The ISI chief is the NSA and he's in the NSC committee. Do you think we don't know that? And you haven't named America and you're supporting Israel.
No, Pakistan will never support Israel. Pakistan is the one.
You have already supported Israel. What are you talking about? Yaqub, Mr. Yaqub, one last word to Yaqub.
Ahmed Saab, as per my knowledge,
louder for Yaqub, louder.
As per my knowledge, Pakistan is even considering to recognize Israel if Saudi Arabia recognize it. If Saudi Arabia joins the Abraham Accord, Pakistan would be recognizing Israel right away. And note it down.
On the ground, the reality is we very well know that in Srinagar.
Anyway, listen. At 9 p.m. tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Pakistanis continues to be confused. It's 9 o'clock tonight. Would it be conceivable? We can say that anyone's winning this war. One thing I can say, everyone's claiming they're winning the war, but Trump is the one who's losing out. When I'm back in a few minutes.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Two technologies.
Endless possibilities.
Grand Vitara Strong Hybrid. All grip select driven by tech.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
2 technologies.
Endless possibilities.
Grand Vitara Strong Hybrid. All grip select driven by tech.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream.
2 technologies.
Endless possibilities.
Grand Vitara Strong Hybrid. All grip select driven by tech.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the nation's sharpest opinion, let me state the indisputable facts as of this evening on the Iran versus Israel and Iran versus America situation. Well, Donald Trump has been too quick to announce a ceasefire. He said, congratulations to everyone. It's been a fully agreed by between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire. He wrote, and then he wrote to Iran, to Israel, he said, Israel, do not drop those bombs. If you do it, it's a major violation. Bring your pilots home now. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. This is very comic, very, very comic. I mean, why does Trump behave like this? Why does he behave in such a comic way? Why is he issuing instructions to Israel on social media? Is this the way you are to behave? You want to tell Netanyahu to give certain instructions to his Air Force, pick up the phone and talk. Why make a global embarrassment of yourself and your nation? This is not making America great again. He's making America into a joke. Ladies and gentlemen, it's still a full-blown war in the Middle East. Iran threatened to block the Strait of Hormuz. We'll have to see whether they do that. If they do that, it's going to be a dangerous turning point. Iran has escalated the conflict by attacking US bases in Qatar and Iraq. And America has been able to do nothing but sue for peace. This was going to be about Iran suing for peace, America suing for peace. There was panic this morning in Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, UAE, all shut their airspace. Major airlines scrambled with dozens of flights diverted or cancelled. I can certainly say one thing. Trump is not going to get any global peace. He wants the peace prize. If there's an opposite of the peace prize, if there's a prize for escalating violence across the world, it should be given to Donald J. Trump, because wherever he pokes his nose, he leads to an absolute mess. The IAEA's report suggests that the US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites were highly ineffective and not required. But at the same time, this war has also been a big setback for Iran. That's an unquestionable fact. Fordo, which was shielding feet above, hundreds of feet under the ground in the middle of the mountains, we still don't know whether it's been able to shelter its nuclear stuff. Israel's defense minister has warned Ayatollah Khomeini that he will meet the same fate as Saddam Hussein. Ayatollah Khomeini has not been able to make one public appearance in the last few days, which is a mark of weakness. So the question on the debate tonight is this: is there an end goal for itself in all of this? Is there an end goal? I want to know, is there an outright victory for anyone? Is anyone winning this? Is anyone winning this? Everyone's claiming they're winning this, but who's won this and who's in sight of victory? Let's debate.
Israel and Iran came to me almost simultaneously and said, "Peace. I knew the time was now. The world and the Middle East are the real winners." Just 2.5 hours after the statement by Donald Trump, the ceasefire was violated. For a ceasefire that was never, Iran struck the largest city in southern Israel, Beersheba.
This was just one of the places where the Iranian ballistic rockets hit. This place is one of the studential areas in Tel Aviv, and you can see how huge is destruction here all around. All this building is completely destroyed here behind me, and this was the target of Iran.
An embarrassed Trump, losing his cool, fired the F-bomb on live television.
You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
No one listened to Trump, neither Iran nor Israel, and the fragile truce was in tatters. And this was Trump's latest failure in a series of failed businesses.
I don't think so, but I'm not happy that Israel's going out now. There was one rocket that I guess was fired overboard. It was after the time limit, and it missed its target. And now Israel's going out. These guys got to calm down. It's ridiculous. I didn't like plenty of things I saw yesterday. I didn't like the fact that Israel unloaded right after we made the deal. They didn't have to unload. And I didn't like the fact that the retaliation was very strong. But in all fairness, Israel unloaded a lot. And now I hear Israel just went out because they felt it was violated by one rocket that didn't land anywhere. That's not what we want, I'll tell you. And I'm telling you, I'm not happy about that, Israel, either.
If there was, there was. But no, I don't want it. I'd like to see everything calm down as quickly as possible. Regime change takes chaos. And ideally, we don't want to see so much chaos. So we'll see how it does. You know, the Iranians are very good traders, very good business people, and they got a lot of oil. They should be fine. They should be able to rebuild and do a good job. They're never going to have nuclear, but other than that, they should do a great job.
In the past 48 hours, President Donald Trump ordered US warplanes to drop massive bombs on 3 nuclear sites in Iran. Tehran retaliated by attacking one of the largest US air bases in the Middle East.
سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی با رمز مقدس یا ابا عبدالله الحسین علیه السلام در عملیات بشارت فتح پایگاه تروریستی آمریکا در العدید قطر را هدف تهاجم ویرانگر و قدرتمند موشکی قرار.
Trump wants credit for a ceasefire, but who won the war? Is it Israel, who says all objectives of Operation Rising Lion are complete?
בהמשך להנחיית הדרג המדיני, הפסקת האש נכנסה הבוקר לתוקפה. הבוקר ניתן לומר, צה"ל עמד בצורה מלאה בכל היעדים שהוגדרו במבצע עם כלבי. הרמטכ"ל הנחה את צה"ל לשמר רמת דריכות גבוהה ומוכנות לתגובה עוצמתית על כל הפרה של הפסקת האש. זאת תוך הדגשת שמירה על מתח מבצעי גבוה ושימור כוננות בכל החזיתות ולאורך כל הגבולות.
Is it Iran who struck the US bases in Qatar? Or is it the United States, who could not even make a ceasefire last for a day after claiming that it had brokered peace? Who's won and who is lost?
Who has won this war? Every side is claiming victory. Every alliance is claiming victory. Iran is claiming victory. Israel and America are claiming victory. But there are countries like China who are unimpressed with what Trump has been able to do. The conflict is not over. This morning, an American military base was attacked, and Trump did nothing. The only thing Trump did after an American military base, which is the head of the American Central Command, was hit by a missile, was say that I'm doing nothing, we should have a ceasefire. And that's not a very strong situation to be in. And then the ceasefire he announced appears to have collapsed as well. So I ask once again, who's won this war, if anybody has? I'd like to start with Beijing, with Victor Gao, and I'd like to welcome Maxim Kuznetsov, Chairman of the Russia-Asia Business Council, Professor Asif Daudi, Faculty Member of the King Abdulaziz University, Saurabh Shukla, our Diplomatic Consulting Editor, Alison Federica, Director of Analysis at Geopolitical Futures, Terry Newman, Israeli entrepreneur, and Danny Pfefferman, former major of the IDF and Middle East 24 co-founder. My first guest speaking tonight is Victor Gao. Who's won the war? Has anyone won the war?
Thank you very much for having me. First of all, the United States and Israel joined hands from the very beginning in launching this act of aggression against Iran, which is a sovereign country with territorial integrity, a full member of the United Nations. So this war is a war of aggression, and Iran has full justification to defend itself. By today, I think Israel has lost, the United States has lost, the United States has lost its credibility and the reliability, and they are suffering the consequences of this war of aggression. Now, Iran also lost a lot. They suffered a lot of casualties and costs, etc. But Iran proved to be a strong country to defend itself at any cost. And I think by today, the world is fully convinced that Israel has now won. Its Iron Dome is completely a joke. Its David Sling is a joke in front of all these massive attacks by the missiles and the drones of Iran. And Israel should really learn a lesson. Israel should embrace peace rather than agitating for war, and never should be allowed to launch a war of aggression against any other country. And while Israel and the United States are accusing Iran of developing a nuclear weapon, it is Israel which has violated all the international laws by possessing a nuclear weapon for years, if not for decades, and has threatened using a nuclear weapon against other countries. It is time for mankind to urge Israel to abandon its nuclear weapon, to really make sure that the Middle East will become a region of nuclear-free zone. This will really enable all the other countries, including Iran, never try to build another weapon, and let's really guarantee permanent peace for the Middle East as a whole.
Okay, Victor, so I would like a response from our Israeli friends and from Alison to that introductory comment from you. Terry, maybe you want to go first. The sense one is getting is that with the continued Iranian strikes today and the Trump's appeal for a ceasefire, it's not as complete a victory for America and Israel as one would have imagined a couple of days back. Your thoughts, please.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank your Chinese colleague for confirming that Iran was building a bomb, because up until now, Iran and China have been denying that Iran was trying to build a bomb. They were claiming it was for medical research purposes. So at least we've got that out of the way and we've established that fact that Iran has been lying to the international community for decades now about doing this. So thank you for that. Listen, if you compare where Israel and Iran were 2 weeks ago to where Israel and Iran are today, there's no doubt that this is an incredible military campaign carried out by the Israeli military. We have managed to set back the Iranian nuclear weapons project by months, if not years. We have destroyed large parts of their ballistic missile program. We have destroyed their main proxies in Yemen. We've weakened them there. We've destroyed them in Lebanon, in Syria, Iraq. They're on the back foot at the moment. And Iran's military strategy of protecting itself from the north with Syria and Hezbollah has failed. In the south, it hasn't really been able to respond. Trump's response to the pathetic few missiles that were telegraphed and coordinated between Iran and Qatar in advance, and they only did it on Qatar because they knew that Qatar wouldn't respond. He said that was very weak and pathetic, but thanks for letting us know in advance. Iran has nowhere to go now. And the fact that now China and Russia are standing up and saying, we're going to take you to America, to the UN Security Council. Well, where were they before the American strikes? America said they were going to, take 2 weeks to think about it. And in the end, they took about 2 days. But Russia and China were silent. All of a sudden, after the attacks, they speak out. That's not a real friend. That's not a real friend. So if it is friends like China, I would rather, choose other friends. I think that Donald Trump has come out of this a friend of Israel, a friend of Iran, and a friend of everybody else in the Middle East. And he has postured to China and to Russia saying, if you try anything going forward, you'll see what has happened. So the biggest winner is Trump. Second is Israel. And the third is the Middle East and the world.
Okay, let's get Maxim from Moscow. Let's get a view from Moscow to this situation where the ceasefire has at least already collapsed. I don't think there's a ceasefire today, Maxim. So I think the biggest loser here is Donald Trump. But who's winning this? Who's won this? Has anyone won this? Is it too early to claim victory? Maxim.
So in my point of view, nobody wants in this conflict because, both Israel and Iran has serious damage to their own infrastructure. And Donald Trump, after attack to Iran, has some problem with Congress, have some problem with European allies in NATO, and it means that position of US becomes weaker than previously. And as you know, Donald Trump was nominated both to impeachment and to Nobel Prize for Peace. It is kind of a joke. But the most critical situation is that Israel starts send missile to Iran. It was aggression, but there are no sanctions to Israel for attack of sovereign state like Iran, and it is also unacceptable in my point of view.
Yeah, but at the same time, this war has been a massive setback for Iran. And besides words, Professor Asif Daudi, besides words, what has Iran got? These are all fair weather friends. They've not really done anything for Iran. Iran's nuclear program is destroyed. Fordo was struck.
We don't know. We don't know clearly because some stock of uranium was driven from the previous place, and we don't know if it was destroyed or not. And both Trump, both Israel said that they stopped this.
Is that a matter of concern?
But we don't know clearly.
So Alison, I'd like to take this to you. The Iranians and the pro-Iranians are saying that America's strategic objectives have not been completely met because there's still a question mark over whether the nuclear facilities have been completely destroyed. You know, the language has changed from completely destroying to weakening. How do you read it?
So the U.S. had an intention of ending things with Iran's nuclear program prior to the war that we're talking about now. I would caution people to say I'm not sure that the fighting is over. The ceasefire broke down. There's no sense of what's going to happen next. Both sides are severely constrained in terms of what they can bring to bear in terms of continued fighting. As for the U.S., just a few weeks ago, they were talking to Tehran about trying to come up with some negotiated settlement over the nuclear program. So it's a question of, has enough damage been done to slow things down? And I think right now they're still assessing that, but the general idea is that it is less capable now than it was 3 days ago. In that sense, the U.S. has achieved what it's wanted because it can bring Iran ideally to the negotiation table again. And ideally, if they can convince the Israelis, hey, this nuclear threat is no longer a threat to you, have that resolution that they're looking for. Ultimately, the U.S. main strategic goal is to avoid getting drawn back into a major conflict in the Middle East. And one of the things that they have done, which is going to put the Trump administration into a potentially difficult position moving forward, is they played their strongest hand. The U.S. credibility question has been brought up. And that is true. The U.S. and Trump especially talk a really big game. And so to some extent, there was a question of, will the U.S. actually act? Because we see the U.S. pulling back in so many places. By dropping those bombs, the administration tried to convey the idea, yes, don't just take our rhetoric as empty. We do plan on acting on these intentions to try to regain that credibility question that some people had. But now it becomes a question of, if fighting continues, what next? What cards do the U.S. have to play without getting into that messy area of, do we end up in another war again? Because that brings a lot of political issues on the home front as well.
Well, I mean, at least as of now, there is no end to the fighting, Alison. So I agree with you. It is too easy to say it's called off. Professor Asif Daudi, is Iran going to call it off? Is Khamenei going to call it off? Because some people are saying if he calls it off, it's like surrendering.
Yeah, I agree with you, and Iran is not going to say that it's calling it off, because the way they are retaliating, look at the statement, look at the aggression, look at the kind of energy they have shown, which perhaps Israel and America earlier underestimated, and that's the result, that there is a ceasefire. This is what, as per the media reports, that we can see. Whatever is the situation, whoever is the winner, that is another question, and it can be debated. But the best part is that from the dangerous escalation that we have been seeing actually for the past 12 days, at least there is a de-escalation and there is a ceasefire, which I personally welcome, because I believe that only 3 Ds is that can be the solution of such situations, that is dialogue, diplomacy, and de-escalation. And this is going to happen. And whoever is doing it, that is another question. Like, President Trump would say Trump card to be the ceasefire specialist, saying that, I'm the one who mediated, they approached me and they approached us, and then finally there is a ceasefire, and there are violations as well at the same time. This is the media reports that we can assess the situation this way. But being the ceasefire specialist, this could be also a kind of face saving, because as I said, that Iran's strength was perhaps underestimated, and the way, it's not me or the fellow panelist who is saying that, it's a violation of the international laws. Also, if you look at the statement from the General Secretary of United Nations, Mr. Guterres, also said that it's a threat to the international peace and security. So having said that, it's a kind of, at least there is a kind of something unfolding in a way that there could be some sort of peace in future, etc. But we cannot assume that at this moment. It's too early to say that who is the winner, who is the loser. But yes, Iran came out as a very stronger party, this is what the world is
Why do you
saying,
say so? You're all saying Iran came out as a stronger party. On what basis? I mean, let's get a little real. Apart from the rhetoric and for the fact that America is calling for a ceasefire, how do you say Iran has come out as a stronger party? Let me play some facts before you. Dan is on the debate. Dan is on. I want Dan and Victor Gao also on the debate. See, the entire military brass of Iran is finished. General Shadmani, General Bagheri, General Hossein Salami, General Ghulam Ali Rashid, Brigadier General Amir Ali Hajizde, General Mohammad Kazemi, General Hassan Mohaki, General Mehrabi, General Rabani, the Deputy Head of Operations for the Armed Forces General Staff. They've all been killed. They're not there. The entire Khomeini inner circle is gone. The nuclear bases have been attacked. The B-2 bombers went and came back. I just want to understand the logic behind saying Iran has come out strong. You want to feel that way? I want Dan to come in here because China is also saying this. Iran has come out strong. How is Iran come out strong, Victor?
Respond to this.
No, let me hear from Dan, and then we have that debate. Dan.
Right.
I'm smiling and laughing to this, as is our friend here from China, who's also laughing about this, because everyone realizes these talking points that Iran somehow won are absolutely ridiculous. Look, the truth is, in war, nobody's a winner. War needs to be a last resort. And from an Israeli perspective, this was absolutely the last resort. But this is being framed by our revisionist friends here across the aisle as some kind of Israeli aggression. This is a war that started on October 7th when Iran's proxies launched an unprovoked invasion of Israel, hundreds and hundreds of ballistic missiles from Lebanon, from Syria, and from Yemen. Israel had nothing to do with these countries. And then Iran itself, on two separate occasions, launched massive barrages of ballistic missiles at Israel. From Israel's perspective, this is a continuation. This is a battle within a war that was began by Iran and its proxies on October 7th. This is not an isolated incident. I'm glad to see that it's over. Israel set very limited goals of pushing back. I don't think it can completely destroy, but pushing back Iran's nuclear program and ballistic missile programs, which are only intended for regional aggression. I think it should be absolutely clear to everyone. There's a reason why Iran doesn't need to have Iron Dome, because Israel doesn't target Iranian civilians. And the only casualties in Israel, the 30 casualties in Israel from this, are all civilians, because only civilian population centers, only residential buildings were targeted by Iran. There's a reason why Iranians felt very safe sitting in their homes, because when Israel attacked areas that were even near civilian areas, they told people to leave. They gave them advanced warning. It's a shame here. I don't know who the winners are. I know Israel achieved massive quiet here, massive quiet for at least the next decade for the region. I think the region is a big winner here, despite the short-term upheaval, and war is a short-term upheaval. I think the Americans achieved a major victory with a minimum investment, and I think that's massive from an American perspective here. But the biggest losers, unfortunately, are the people of Iran, because they have to watch, the fantastic and talented people of Iran have to watch as their fanatical regime invests anywhere between $500 billion to $1 trillion of Iran's natural resources and all of its ingenuity, not in developing economy and technology and human development, as it happens in Israel, as its neighbors in the Gulf, in the Emirates, and Saudi Arabia are doing, but it has to watch it take all of these resources and turn it into a nuclear weapons program that's going nowhere and now has been destroyed, ballistic missile programs that have now been mostly destroyed and only used to terrorize the region. And Iran would be wise to join the productive family of nations here and take all of this human ingenuity and capital and talent that they have in that wonderful country of theirs and turn it to good uses, and rather than throw it down the black hole of war, of threatening Israel's destruction day after day, calling it the little Satan, calling America the great Satan, and continuing to promote this forever revolution, exporting this revolution against its neighbors, against Israel, against the West. This is just an absolute waste of human talent, of human capital, and only ends up leading to a lot of, unfortunately, dead civilians in the region in the process.
Okay, 1 minute. Before I go to Saurabh, Victor, why didn't China help Iran? You see, the feeling one has had is, and let me explain this to you. When India, when 1 minute, just 1 minute. See, Victor, allow me to explain my position. I know the Sun Tzu philosophy, we must win without fighting a war. And that is the principal reason today why China is a country without any combat experience, because you're not good in combat. When you got into combat with India, we gave you a bloody nose in Doklam. But when we counterattacked Pakistan and we hit their their air bases and we hit their military bases, 4 days we punished the Pakistanis. You used to say we are the all-weather friends of Pakistan. You didn't lift a finger for Pakistan. Good for you, you didn't, but you didn't lift a finger for Pakistan. So your all-weather friendship went for a toss when India attacked all these 20 places in Pakistan with huge, fantastic BrahMos ballistic missiles. China did nothing. I'm only placing this, Terry. You know, China, Terry, is all talk, no action. Similarly,
they're a master of
similarly, yeah, absolutely. Similarly, in the case of Iran, everybody knows where the money is coming from: the Houthis, for the Hamas, for the Hezbollah. And after the October 7th attack, you try to give a wishy-washy statement. You see, the problem with China, Saurabh, is that they have an army that cannot fight. For every Indian soldier, you need 5 Chinese soldiers. And once you shout at the Chinese, they run away. They're not a fighting force. They're not a fighting army. And everyone knows that they have no combat experience. They keep talking about Taiwan, and Taiwan does boo at them, and they run away, Let me complete my statement, my very elaborate statement. If I'm pricking your conscience, that's your problem, Victor. But I am pricking your conscience, but I will have my say. Let me complete. Victor, the Iranians place their faith on you. 1 minute. The Iranians placed their faith on you. The Iranians said that if the Israelis hit us, China is going to come and save us. China will save us. China will send its fighter jets to save us. Why didn't you step in for Iran? Why didn't you step in for Iran?
India lost the aero battle.
Why did you not step in for Iran? We know what we did to the Pakistanis. You didn't step in. You didn't step in. You didn't step in. Victor.
Let's go back to Iran and Israel. Israel's massive assassination of military and government leaders in Iran.
No. Okay. 1 minute. Saurabh, just wait a minute. Victor, let's assume. Victor, listen. Don't step in anyone. I'm dealing with Victor. Victor, listen to me. I like you, Victor, as a person. I like you. My question is, Victor, it's very bad. Assassination is very bad. I agree with you. But now my point to you. See, and please hear me, Victor. You financed Iran and you told them to give the money to the Houthis, the Hamas, the Hezbollah. You wanted to fight a war in the Middle East through other means. The Iranians thought, Saurabh, that when we get into trouble, then China will come in for us. That was the whole calculation. But when Israel and then America bombed the living daylights out of Iran, China just looked the other way. They issued a statement and did nothing. How reliable is which country in the world will now ever depend on China after what they've done to Iran? Very bad. I actually am more impressed with the Iranian determination to fight than anything else.
Are you finished?
Victor, nobody trusts you. You're an untrustworthy country.
Finished? Listen. China is the largest trading nation with more than 140 nations.
Good, yeah,
in the
don't
world.
Stop threatening the world.
Well, including Iran. But China does not support military activities. China condemned
There you
Israel
are. We don't support military activities.
China condemned the United States for the joint action of aggression against Iran. That's the really very noble and justified.
But Victor, your condemnation does not help.
War. China opposes state-sponsored terrorism. China condemned the
You did not even help Russia. You did not even help Russia.
History will record.
You did not even help Russia.
And I hope you will wake up.
You tried to gain in trade from Russia. You did not even help Russia. India helped Russia. India helped Russia. India stepped in for Russia. You didn't help Russia. You didn't help Iran. You helped nobody. Did you help Bangladesh when the regime change happened? Did you help Sheikh Hasina when she was threatened by Joe Biden? No.
Promotes peace.
You don't.
Listen,
Oh, what peace? You don't step in for any country who you promise.
You are doing a rebel.
Okay, we'll get Terry and Saurabh.
Then India lost the war. Two things. Let me start with this, sir, by saying that you are misinforming here. China today is one of the biggest bullies in town. At least you try to be. Ask countries in the Indo-Pacific region, ask countries who have boundary disputes with you. You try to bully people, you will not be able to do that. That's one. Secondly, India did not lose the air power war. Pakistan did because of the cheap Chinese jets that you supplied to them, which were made on stolen technology, which you could not master. That's the second fact. The third fact is you left Iran in the lurch.
You left Iran in the lurch.
You are always playing a double game here. You wanted to see which way the war is tilting, and you saw that by the big decisive action by the US, Iranians had it, and you completely left them in the lurch. You play this game, whether it is Pakistan, whether with Iran, you egg them on and then step back. That's a Chinese philosophy. That's your philosophy to make sure that the world is engaged in wars so you can profit. You were talking about trade deals. That's what you do. Ask countries in Africa. Ask countries in Latin America. What are the games that you're playing? You are stealing technology. You are trying to foment tensions and create these wars. You are the country which is behind these wars, which the world must realize, sir, and stop misleading the world. Because
you need to speak softly.
India-Pakistan
you need to speak with
Chinese
gentility rather than such
and the world is seeing
loud
your
voice.
That
let's focus on Israel's war of aggression against Iran.
With countries, but you will not succeed. The fact remains that the world has seen through the Chinese duplicity, and even Iran has realized, Russia has realized that China cannot be a reliable friend. It's merely a trader trying to, promote its goods. But the world has seen through your charade and your duplicity and your
China is so proud to be a trader. China is the largest trading partner. That's our pride. If you can do it, you be the largest trader.
China cannot be the peddler of wars. That's what you're trying to do. Whether it's the war between India and Pakistan, you were the ones who were supplying all the hardware. You were the ones who were egging the Pakistanis silently to say that go on. And when it comes to Iran, you promised them that you go on. After the decisive strike, you completely back down. No, admit today on national TV, on this global network, that you are the one.
My point is very simple. As a lesson. See, first of all, Victor, I'm no fan of Donald Trump, okay? But I would at least say this, that Donald Trump, even if he's foolhardy, has done what he promised. Now, problem is he talks too much, he tweets too much, he puts out too much on social media. He is his worst enemy, that's different. But, today, it's not me. The whole world is asking one question today, Terry, that when, Iran, every country makes geopolitical aspirations, geopolitical games, Big countries, we have partners. India has Croatia, we have Armenia. We have great relationship with Israel. You obviously expect that if you're going to be under attack, your friends will stand up for you. Right? In this case, China did not.
And we do, and we are very grateful to all of our allies around the world. And I think if we go back to the actual question, which is who has won this war, we will know when the peace treaty is signed between Israel and Saudi Arabia, because this war that was declared by Iran on the 7th of October 2023 via its proxies was done specifically to stop the IMEC project, which was declared in your country, Arnab, in Delhi in September of 2023. Now, the IMEC, the Indian, Middle East and European Economic Corridor, was the American and Western and democratic world response to the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. And when the Chinese realized that they couldn't stop it, they brokered a peace treaty between Saudi Arabia and Iran in March 2023 to try and stop it, but they didn't succeed. when they realized it was going to go ahead anyway after the declaration in Delhi with your Prime Minister Modi and Biden and the head of the EU and MBS, they decided they had to stop somehow Saudi-Israeli peace treaty and normalization. That is why they unleashed this war. They are now paying the price for this war, and the true victory will happen when Israel and Saudi Arabia sign on that peace treaty and the IMEC connecting India, the Middle East and Europe via an incredible trade, security and infrastructure corridor will happen.
Now, I totally agree with you on that. You know what I had felt always. And this announcement, by the way, of the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, which will change the entire dynamics of global trade, entire dynamics. And it's going to make the Middle East very rich, very wealthy. It's going to make India very strong, very wealthy, very important. And it's also good for the economic integration of Europe. Can you imagine Middle East, India, and Europe, three large parts of the world, very wealthy, very connected with trade, very strong. Who loses out, Terry? Let's apply our mind tonight when we are watching this program. Who gains? You gain, I gain, Europe gains, Middle East gains, Saudi Arabia gains, Israel gains, and of course, India gains. Who loses? Who loses, Terry? Who loses?
I'll tell you who loses.
Who loses,
Iran
Terry?
loses, China loses, and Russia loses. And what a surprise. Who are the three main countries that have been fighting all together?
Okay, now let me ask another question from there. Let me ask another question, Terry. When did the attack... Now, I'm going to say something very important. And I know some people will be very angry. When did the announcement of the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor happen? Which our great Prime Minister Narendra Modi, it happened in the second week of September, in the middle of, I think, the G20 meeting in Delhi, right? 2023.
Correct.
Right. Now, Terry, when did the Hamas, which is an Iranian-backed outfit, and Iran is backed with China, when did the Hamas carry out the attack on 1,300 innocent Israelis and carry out the brutal murder of Israelis and gang rape of Israeli young women, abduction of Israeli children and grandmothers? It was on the 7th of October.
It happened exactly
7th of October,
later,
yes.
And we know that, I should just add on, we know that in between there was a meeting in Beirut of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards with representatives of Hamas, the Houthis and Hezbollah. And we also know of an increase of ballistic missiles being sent from Iran to Yemen in that 4-week period.
Now, when did Iran get drawn into this? Which is why I would say to any country getting drawn as a military proxy or sub-military proxy of China, be very careful. They're going to use you and then drop you like a hot potato, not even look your way. The Hamas carried out the massacre 29 days after the announcement of IMEC. But let me tell you this, Victor, IMEC will happen. IMEC is happening. Saudi Arabia, UAE, great nations, Israel, Europe, Italy, India, all are going to be connected. It's not going to help you. It's not going to help you. But people will ask you that if you set up the Iranians for this, did you stand up for them when they were being bombed? When there were threats to eliminate Ayatollah Khamenei? Where was China? Where was China then? Where were you looking?
Let's talk about IMEC. Chinese economy is 5 times as big as India. Has India really built good quality highways, railways in India?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. And by the way, you're no longer, you're no longer 5 times as big. By the way, listen to me. By the way, you're no longer 5 times as big. And in purchasing power parity terms, India is a $17 trillion economy. In purchasing power parity terms, we are growing twice as fast as you. Apple is moving out of China and coming to India. Manufacturing across the world is moving out of China and coming back to India. Don't fool yourself. We have more allies in the world. Our military is stronger than you, and our aspirations are greater than yours. You can't even land on the moon, but we do. But we do.
Let's talk about IMEC.
I mean, you talk about one sector where you're leading.
facility by moving things onto trucks and trains.
Now listen to me. Listen to me. Don't you tell me why did the Hamas attack Israel? Why did the Hamas attack Israel 29 days after Modi announced IMEC?
Download them onto ships again. Move them across the Mediterranean.
You're losing your.
Upload them again onto trucks and trains.
What trucks and trains? You're losing your. You're getting confused.
That the chief engineer never has done infrastructure and connectivity at all.
See, IMEC will happen. IMEC will happen.
But the way it is designed is a complete disaster from the very beginning.
IMEC will happen.
Let's hope. Do you want to bet your house on IMEC?
I will. I'm not a gambler like you. You're a gambler. You're a gambler. I'm not a gambler. I'm a wise thinking Indian journalist. I'm asking you, why did Hamas attack Israel? This whole Middle East situation, what was the need? What did you gain? To put the Middle East in turmoil?
I think the people in the
Why did you do this?
Are tired of the expansionist movement of Israel. And for Israel to indulge that they can sign a peace treaty with Saudi Arabia is, as of today, a pipe dream.
Okay, I would like Terry and Dan to respond to you on that, because you don't like peace clearly. You want to create some volatile situation. You want people to fight each other. I don't know why. What do you gain?
Strongest the force for peace, Anand. You're talking about.
I'm not saying a thing, but Terry, you see.
This.
Yeah, please.
You are laying into IMEC. First of all, the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, has been a disaster, right? And more countries are now seeing that wherever you go, you're causing problems. And you should not have backed the Iranians. You should not have told them to go and release Iran to kill over 1,000 Israelis. That was a mistake. And you will pay a price for that mistake, because as America has stood strong with.
You are even talking about Israel peace treaty with Saudi Arabia. Talk to the Saudis. Talk to the Saudis. Do they really want to sign a peace treaty with Israel with your aggression against Iran? No.
Actually, the Saudis have said thank you to us. And if you listen to the way the Saudis have responded to the Iranian attack on Qatar, it was far stronger than the way they responded to the Israeli attack on Iran, where in Iran we took out all of the military echelons of both the army and of the Revolutionary Guards, the people that have been terrorizing Saudi Arabia for decades, the people that have been funding and arming the